Order. We will now start daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a petition. The operative clause reads, "We, the undersigned, call on the House of Assembly to pass legislation to provide funding for low-income seniors to assist with the purchase of hearing aids." There are approximately 150 signatures, and I have affixed mine as per rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition with the operative clause, whereas the Nova Scotia Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre Pain Clinic has been scheduled to close on September 19th, 2025. Therefore, we, the undersigned patients, families, as well as participants and related administrators of Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre Chronic Pain Services receiving interventional pain care, call upon the Minister of Health and Wellness to reinstate the interventional pain clinic services located at the Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre by securing all necessary resources, documents, facilities, and finances to reestablish this vital healthcare service to all healthcare citizens served by its presence. Madam Speaker, I have tabled a petition on this previously. This is an additional one with 87 signatures, and I have affixed my name as per rules of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table documents relative to a member statement.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I wish to table a document answering questions on the amended appropriations. I want to confirm for the House that the amended appropriations are accurate, that they reflect all of the grants that were listed publicly and reversed, and that the budget reflects the addition of $53.592 million. For greater clarity on the restored grants list, the $1.8 million for Autism Nova Scotia appears under the Department of Opportunities and Social Development. However, the funding is distributed to Autism Nova Scotia from 3 departments: Advanced Ed, Opportunities and Social Development, and the Office of Mental Health and Addictions. For administrative efficiency...
Order. The document is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I beg leave to table a letter, a beautifully written letter by a constituent to the Premier regarding the budget.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I would like to table documents pursuant to one of my member statements. I will not read through all of them, but I'm tabling 15 letters that have all been sent. They're all different letters on behalf of different constituents sent to the Minister of Health since last July that have all gone unanswered, and I would like to table these documents. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Great.
The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to table documents pursuant to a different member statement, and they are quotes from our famous singer from Cumberland County, Anne Murray. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The papers are tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia is Canada's defence leader, ready to build, partner, and proudly defend, which has been demonstrated time and time again through our generations-long commitment to military service and a thriving aerospace and defense sector. And whereas Nova Scotia's defense leadership table is coordinating our government's defense attraction efforts, and that our province has the people, has the assets and the infrastructure to lead, having built the trust to support the future of defense in Canada, hosting NATO's North American headquarters for the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, home to Canada's first Defense Innovation Secure Hub, home to Canada's first dedicated space launch port, home to North America's leading shipbuilder, and home to future in-service maintenance of Canada's Eastern Fleet of new submarines and the growing Air Force assets in Greenwood. And whereas this morning Nova Scotia was recognized as a leader in defense by Prime Minister Carney when he acknowledged what Nova Scotia has to offer in successfully helping to implement Canada's defense industrial strategy, announcing approximately $2 billion in major targeted investments to modernize critical infrastructure, build new facilities and housing, and support the next generation of naval and air fleets. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House acknowledge the significance of Canada meeting its NATO commitment on defence spending, and that Nova Scotia is ready to support members of the Canadian Armed Forces and the modernization of the Canadian Armed Forces to ensure that Canada remains strong and free. The heart of defence in Canada beats right here in Nova Scotia, and we're proud to be Canada's defence capital. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia has a long history of defending our country and our allies on land, in the air, and at sea, and soon will also be doing so in space. And whereas Maritime Launch Services is building Canada's first commercial spaceport in Canton, Nova Scotia, which is expected to generate significant economic benefits for our province, including job creation, skills development, and opportunities for local businesses. And whereas the Government of Canada announced on March 16th a historic $200 million investment in the multi-user spaceport, which will allow for the launch of rockets carrying satellites into orbit directly from Canadian soil, Nova Scotia soil, strengthening Canada's sovereign access to space and playing a critical role in our national security, environmental monitoring, telecommunications, and scientific innovation. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this House acknowledge that the Government of Canada has recognized Nova Scotia's prominence in the defence sector with their investment in the Canton Spaceport, and that this is forward-looking initiative advances economic growth, innovation, and Canada's leadership in the global space industry right here in Nova Scotia, and recognizes the work of the team at Maritime Launch Services, who is making Canada's first commercial spaceport for orbital launches a reality. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resource.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia's provincial parks welcome more than 1 million visitors each year and provide outstanding opportunities for outdoor recreation, camping, and tourism in communities across the province. Whereas provincial parks help support local businesses, encourage Nova Scotians to explore their own backyard, and attract visitors from near and far to enjoy the natural beauty of our province. And whereas with more and more people visiting our parks every year, we're continuing to roll out investments to improve parks across Nova Scotia with a focus on accessibility, safety, and enhancing the visitor experience. Therefore, be it resolved that all members mark April 8th and 9th on their calendars to book their favorite campsites or to try a new one, one that we all wish and that we all wish Nova Scotians and visitors a safe and enjoyable season. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2017, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act, respecting artificially generated intimate images.
Thank you. The honourable member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2017, the Intimate Image and Cyber Protection Act, respecting artificial generated intimate images.
Bill 249, an act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2017, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act, respecting artificially generated intimate images.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Expand the Colon Cancer Prevention Program.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Expand the Colon Cancer Prevention Program.
Bill 250, an act to expand the colon cancer prevention program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Charles Lawrence York of Kentville. Charles is the youngest of 3 children and is an avid sports fan. In particular, he loves Valley Bulldogs football, the Kentville Wildcats baseball, KMBA basketball. In his free time, like many other 12-year-olds, Charles also loves playing with Lego. Currently, Charles isn't able to see his favorite teams play as he's being cared for by his parents and the amazing doctors and nurses at the IWK. Charles is suffering from Pearse disease, a serious condition which affects blood supply to the femur. He is in traction, awaiting the first of 2 surgeries to address this. He's going to be stuck in bed for a long time, so I wanted to make sure that he knows that a lot of people are rooting him on. Please join me in wishing all of Charles's favorite teams a winning season, and more importantly, in wishing Charles, who is watching, a full and speedy recovery.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Canada has reached an important milestone of meeting NATO's target of investing 2% of our GDP on defence. This is about more than a number. It's about strengthening our sovereignty, supporting our allies, and investing in people and communities that power our defence sector. Here in Nova Scotia, we're seeing the impact of that commitment firsthand. Significant investments are being made to modernize critical infrastructure at CFB Halifax, expand capacity at 14 Wing Greenwood, and support the next generation of naval operations through new training and integration facilities. We're also seeing investments in new housing for members of Canadian Armed Forces because those who serve deserve safe, reliable places to call home. These are targeted investments that strengthen our economy, support good-paying jobs, and ensure Nova Scotia continues to play a central role in Canada's defence and security. I want to thank Prime Minister Carney for being in Halifax today to make this important announcement. It's clear that he and our federal government recognize the value as Nova Scotia as the defence capital of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of Epilepsy Awareness Day, better known as Purple Day. This day serves as a powerful platform to acknowledge the resilience of individuals living with epilepsy and express gratitude towards the dedicated healthcare professionals supporting them. The color purple, often associated with epilepsy awareness, symbolizes strength, courage, and unity. In 2008, Nova Scotia's Cassidy Megan founded Purple Day to help advocate for education, understanding, and compassion. Purple Day is also an opportunity to continue to break down stigmas and promote a world of inclusivity for those affected by epilepsy. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in acknowledging the importance of this day and show our support for the members of the epilepsy community, their families, and their support teams. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, since before recorded time, this land was governed by the Mi'kmaq and the Grand Council of the Mi'kmaq. In the last few hundred years, Nova Scotia has been governed by a parliamentary democracy and can claim many firsts in that regard. We had the first elected assembly in North America in 1758. We formed the first responsible government in 1848. This session, we have marked another less celebratory first, the first time that the People's House has been closed for more than a single day. It didn't happen when angry workers were marching around the House and we were sitting for 24 hours. It didn't happen when angry ambulance drivers drove into the parking lot and threw their keys to the politicians. It didn't happen when workers stormed the floor and had to be removed by police. Everyone deserves to feel safe at work, and that is why this building is equipped with security guards, peace officers, cameras, and other measures. The work we do as legislators directly impacts the lives of Nova Scotians. This House is theirs, not ours.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order. I want to reassure all members of this House there are no ambulance drivers in this province. There are dedicated paramedics that step up every...
Order. Unfortunately, there was no point of order there. The member is free to say as she wishes, apparently. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Purple Day, a day that shines light on epilepsy and helps break down the stigma that too many people still face. This day has its roots right here in Nova Scotia and actually Timberley Prospect, thanks to Cassidy Megan. Inspired by her own experiences living with epilepsy, Cassidy set out to make sure others wouldn't feel alone or misunderstood. What began as a simple idea has grown into a global movement recognized in countries around the world. I've had the pleasure of knowing Cassidy and her family for many years. They are thoughtful, dedicated constituents, and their advocacy has made a real difference in the lives of many. I recall bringing former Premier Steve McNeil out to the school along with the Education Minister Karen Casey out to her school when she was in junior high. And I also recall even before I was a member, it being celebrated at City Hall when my father was a councillor when Cassidy was very young. Today I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking Cassidy for her leadership, her courage, and her commitment to raising awareness on this important day, and I appreciate many members are wearing purple today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Evelyn Evie Borden, who passed away peacefully on March 21st at the age of 97, surrounded by her loving family. Evie was a devoted wife, married to her husband Charles Sr. for 69 years, and a proud mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and a great-great-grandmother. And as the matriarch of a large and loving family, she leaves behind a remarkable legacy that spans generations. Born and raised in Truro, Evie was a woman of deep faith, strong values, and unwavering commitment to our community. She gave generously to her time through organizations such as the Willow Street Home and School, Black United Front, Ebony Seniors, Community Enhancement Association, and the Good Neighbors Seniors Club, along with numerous church groups. As the eldest of 19 siblings, she also took on the responsibility of helping raise her siblings at a young age, an early sign of the compassion and strength that defined her life. Evie was truly the cornerstone of her family and a quiet pillar in our community. Her kindness, resilience, and love will be deeply missed but never forgotten. I ask all members of this House to join me in extending our heartfelt condolences to the Borden family and in celebrating a life so well lived. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark International Purple Day for Epilepsy Awareness. Every March 26, we celebrate Purple Day in recognition of the people living across Nova Scotia with epilepsy. Purple Day was established in 2008 by Cassie Megan, and who inspired by a personal experience. Since then, it has grown into a globally recognized movement dedicated to raising awareness, reducing stigma, and ensuring that those living with seizure disorders know they are not alone. I also want to recognize the important work of Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes. Thank you for your ongoing dedication and advocacy to people. I also wish to recognize the late Dr. Mark Sadler, neurologist here in Halifax, who committed his entire career to serving people living with epilepsy across Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's more curling happening in Sydney. This weekend, the Sydney Curling Club's hosting the Nova Scotia Women's Curling Championships. 16 teams from around the province will be in Sydney to compete at, as I said, the Sydney Curling Club, which has been really an establishment in our community for a very, very long time. I rise in my place to recognize the President, Travis Stone, and everybody involved with the Sydney Curling Club. Curling is a big sport, very popular in Cape Breton. And here we go again. We have another great tournament coming up this weekend, and I want to wish all the participants across Nova Scotia the very best and welcome them to Sydney. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honour the life and memory of Roderick "Rod" Dickey, who passed away peacefully February 26 at the age of 67. Born in Musquodoboit, Rod was a devoted husband of 45 years to his wife Pam, a proud father to Ryan, Michael, and Evan, and a very deeply cherished Bumpa to his 7 grandchildren. His family was truly his world, and everything he did reflected this unwavering love and commitment to them. Rod was also a well-known member of the Enfield community, known for his strong work ethic, his passion for his business, and his willingness to give back through volunteering and helping others. He has touched the lives of many through his kindness, generosity, and steady presence. His friendship, laughter, and support will always be remembered. I ask all the members of the House to join me in extending our heartfelt condolences to Pam, his children, grandchildren, all those who knew him and loved Rod. He will not be forgotten. Till next time, bud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to thank Mayor McLean-Weil and all others who sounded the alarm on government's proposed amendments to the Conservation Easements Act. I was proud to pass legislation in this House supporting the municipality of the District of Lunenburg to move forward with protecting Cape Lahave Island, one of Nova Scotia's largest and most treasured protected islands. That protection was built on trust that conservation easements would provide lasting, reliable protection for lands that communities and landowners have worked hard to preserve. But the proposed amendments will break that trust. As Mayor McLean-Weil has identified, amendments would create new pathways to terminate easements, remove critical safeguards, and eliminate the requirement for other organizations to step in and maintain protections. In doing so, they introduce uncertainty into what was meant to be permanent, undermining conservation efforts, landowner confidence, and biodiversity protection across this province. Madam Speaker, at a time when biodiversity loss is accelerating, this is not the moment to weaken one of our strongest conservation tools. I share these concerns, and I call on government to stop these amendments and protect the integrity of conservation easements in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a young constituent who has already made an impact in Halifax-Chebucto. At 17 years old, Zaya Corman Langdon has a strong sense of self and truly believes in the power of empathy, kindness, and the arts. She works hard to share these qualities and forge her own path in the world. She's been passionate about the theater since she was just little and has been performing with Shakespeare by the Sea, Neptune Theatre's Young Company, and most recently playing the role of Mida in Newsies at Neptune Theatre and Wendy in Peter Pan at Shakespeare by the Sea. Zaya believes in the voices of youth are central to the building of the future that we want to see, and she works hard to make sure others feel seen and welcomed. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to congratulate Zaya as she graduates high school and continues her meaningful work in Halifax-Shabukdale. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Everyone in Nova Scotia deserves a safe workplace, free from intimidation, free from harassment, Madam Speaker. This session, we've seen an NDP member reveal MLA's addresses, shrug off when one of my colleagues, a member in this House, a female MLA, had her home attempted to be broken in, Madam Speaker. They've encouraged their friends and sometimes their family members to surround one of our colleagues' vehicles, Madam Speaker, to try to intimidate her. Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House believes that, again, everyone deserves a safe place to call, a safe workplace, Madam Speaker. And so we on this side of this House ask the Leader of the NDP and all of our caucus to stand with us and stand against this type of activity, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As someone that's been bullied and intimidated and harassed by this Premier, that was really rich. That was really rich. Madam Speaker, as members of this House, our job is clear. We are here to represent the people who elected us. To listen to their...
Order. There are no accusations against members on this floor. It's going... Order. Nor can you do points of orders during statements by members. So, if we'd like to start over again with the member statement, I'd be more than happy to restart the clock. But before anybody decides to do a point of order, the honourable member for Cumberland North specifically named a name. So if anyone decides to do a point of order, I will have to dismiss it. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize and retract if I said someone's name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Madam Speaker, as members of this House, our job is clear. Oh. Now what did I do wrong?
I'm going to recognize you again. I asked you to retract the reference of the Premier, and we are going to start the clock once again to try to get this member statement out. I got to recognize you for it first. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I retract the use of the word Premier, and I'll replace it with the MLA from Pictou.
No, order. Okay, so order. This is what, 2-3 times I've asked you to. You can not specifically name anyone in this House. We're now moving on. Hopefully, we'll get you on the next round. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Teresa Typert and Alexis Mahar-Dove, the owners of Nerds with Needles, a local business showcasing fiber craft. As if knitting, crocheting, and weaving weren't enough, they also embraced fiber dyeing. Their Nerds with Needles journey began after attending a wool dyeing class. Both Teresa and Alexis were not new to the world of knitting, but when they couldn't seem to find the colors that they wanted, their creativity soared even further when they began dyeing their own wool. Attending local craft and fiber fairs with their creations has become their passion. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing Teresa Typert and Alexis Mahar-Dove of Nerds with Needles for seeing an opportunity to expand an underserved market and for valuing local entrepreneurs through the Nova Scotia Loyal Program. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Legislature to congratulate these wonderful ladies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate an extraordinary milestone in the life of one of my constituents, Mr. Lorraine Reinhardt, who marked his 100th birthday on January 7th. Born in Halifax on January 7th, 1926, Mr. Reinhardt came of age during the Second World War. At just 18 years old in 1944, he trained and was a member of the North Nova Scotia Highlanders. Following his military training, Mr. Reinhardt built a life rooted in hard work and dedication. He spent his career as a lobster fisherman, continuing to fish until the remarkable age of 90. Until December, at the age of 99, Mr. Reinhardt was living independently on Bell Island. Widowed 6 years ago, he continued to live alone, cooking for himself and managing his own home. Speaker, Mr. Reinhardt's life is a testament to service, perseverance, and quiet strength. And on behalf of this House, I ask all members to join me in congratulating him on this inspiring milestone birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Poet Camo is a Dartmouth North resident and the unstoppable powerhouse behind Lake City Cider. For the past several years, Lake City has been a particularly bright light in Nova Scotia's amazing craft brewing scene. This past summer, Poet officially opened the doors to Lake City's sister brewery, Darty Brewing Company. Darty shares their taproom with Lake City and has become a popular neighborhood hangout in the heart of downtown Dartmouth. With popular offerings like the Darty IPA and their grapefruit session ale, Darty is poised to become a pillar of the Nova Scotia craft beer scene. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Poet Camo and the entire team at Darty, and cheers to their continued success. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As members of this House, our job is clear. We are here to represent the people who elected us, to listen to their concerns and bring their voices forward and advocate on their behalf. We rely on cabinet ministers to do their job as well, to respond, to engage, and to take seriously the concerns raised by Nova Scotians. We are here to serve the people of this province. Since July of 2025, I've sent 15 letters to the Minister of Health on behalf of Cumberland North and the people there, letters that have gone unanswered. They're not form letters, they're real people, real solutions, and in many cases regarding very serious health concerns. Those letters were sent again for a second time in December and still go unanswered. Madam Speaker, this government often points to the size of healthcare budget as proof that the system is improving, but spending is not a measure of success. Outcomes are. It should not take 8 months and repeated follow-ups in this House to get a response. This is not good enough for the people we represent, and it's not good enough for this House. Nova Scotians deserve better.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North. Sorry, Colchester North.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am truly pleased as I rise today to recognize an extraordinary individual who amplifies dedication, compassion, and community service in my home community of Bass River. Madam Speaker, Todd McKinnon, who is the pharmacist and owner of the Guardian Pharmacy, consistently goes above and beyond for his patients. What truly sets Todd apart is his remarkable commitment. He has been known to drive from his home in Valley to Bass River on a Saturday to fill prescriptions for patients recently discharged from hospital and to deliver those medications directly to their homes. Madam Speaker, the residents of Colchester North are very fortunate to have such a resourceful and caring professional working tirelessly to keep them healthy. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing and celebrating Todd McKinnon as a true community champion.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, March has been Endometriosis Awareness Month. Anyone with a uterus can suffer from endometriosis. It's a difficult, painful, and chronic condition. It affects how folks participate in education, employment, relationships, and more. We need to further expand endometriosis services in this province. The clinic is currently full, team members have other duties, and treatment is only available 1 day a week. Since 2021, I've had the privilege and pleasure of having Maggie Archibald as a Halifax Citadel Sable Island constituent. Maggie lives with endometriosis and is a powerful and articulate advocate for the health of women and gender diverse folks. On March 8th and 9th, this legislature was lit up yellow, thanks to her work to make sure there is annual recognition here. Maggie is moving to Halifax Needham, but I know she will continue working on behalf of all women and gender diverse Nova Scotians for better health care.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just want to rise on my place and recognize and thank the hundreds of Nova Scotians who have either presented in person or have presented virtually during the public bills process. It is people from all walks of life and various careers from every corner of our province have stepped forward. They've stepped up to talk about what matters to them as we debated the budget. They continue to do that this afternoon too as well. So I rise to my place today to thank all of them. Thank Nova Scotians for being part of the democratic process. Thank Nova Scotians for coming forward with their ideas, their concerns about what they see as a budget that's going to impact them directly or impact their community. It's such an important part of our democracy, and to see so many Nova Scotians participate every year really in the public bills process really it's very important for us as lawmakers to use that perspective and use their voice when we're making decisions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Hey, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Dana Nash as Shelburne's newest champion. And as you know, over the years, Shelburne has produced many champions in sports such as basketball, soccer, baseball, pickleball, and sailing. However, Dana is the newest and a very unique champion. Dana is the current and long-reigning champion of the Yogi Bear Inn Resort Campground, the Belly Flop competition. He's competed 7 years in a row, only failing to win one of those competitions. He's become such a formidable competitor that this year he remained undefeated because no one dared to choose to go run against him. Hey, Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members to join me in congratulating Dana, as well as request is if anybody wishes to challenge him, we'll meet you at Yogi Campground. We're very proud of him, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Well, honourable member, at least you're pointing at me this time. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the United Nations overwhelmingly passed a resolution proposed by Ghana condemning the nearly 4 centuries-long transatlantic slave trade by European colonizers to the Western Hemisphere as a prelude to reparations. This resolution formally called the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity by reason of the definitive break in world history, scale, duration, systemic nature, brutality, and enduring consequences that continue to structure the lives of people through racialized regimes of labor, property, and capital. 123 member nations voted yes, while the following 3 nations voted no: United States, Israel, and Argentina. 52 nations abstained from voting, including Great Britain, each member of the European Union, the enslavers, Canada, and Japan. Madam Speaker, I'd like all members of this House to join me in honoring my ancestors, acknowledging this global conscience and the weight it carries, opening the door for deeper conversations around apology, repair, and justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As members of this House, our job is clear. We are here to represent the people who elected us. We listen to their concerns, we bring their voices forward, and we advocate on their behalf. We rely on ministers to do their jobs as well, and to respond and engage, and to take seriously the concerns being raised by Nova Scotians. We all have heard from our constituents, neighbours, and friends, including the most famous artist from Nova Scotia, Anne Murray, who recently shared, quote, "Please don't sell Nova Scotia. You know you'll never get it back. You feel good now with a pocket full of money, but nowhere to go when you've lost it all at the track." To the PC MLAs, don't let the leader of your party gamble away our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an outstanding community leader and volunteer in Kings West who lives every day to make our community better. Bobby Best has made his mark in the agricultural community for years, running the annual Classic Heritage Beef Show in Windsor and working with 4-H to help the next generation of farmers and community leaders. His work as a fundraiser is legendary in the province, as he was one of the driving forces behind building the King's Mutual Century Centre in Berwick, otherwise known as the Apple Dome, raising millions of dollars in its first 2 phases. I'm pleased to have worked with Bob on various projects around agriculture and the Apple Dome through the years. The Apple Dome Golf Tournament he runs is one of the largest tournaments in the province. Bob also helps organize fundraising dinners, raising money for various groups like 4-H and Central Kings grads every year. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he's willing to put his effort into everything he does. I am truly appreciative of Bob Best and want to thank him for all of his contributions to Kings West and beyond. I would like to ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing Bob for decades of service to continue contributing to the betterment of the Annapolis Valley communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I tabled this document earlier from Jeff McNeil, President of the Port Moreton Wildlife Association, and as of right now, I'll start reading his words. Over the past few weeks, we've heard a great deal about government cuts. Many organizations like ours work closely with the departments that were directly impacted, one of them hardest hit being the Wildlife Division. For decades, we've worked alongside many individuals within that division. Some conservations were easy, others were challenging, but through it all, we came to understand that decisions must be grounded in sound reasoning, technical expertise, science, regulation, and ultimately, what is in the best interest of wildlife and biodiversity. Losing so many dedicated professionals from the Wildlife Division is deeply concerning. While current messaging may suggest the impact is minimal, the reality on the ground tells a very different story. What is equally disappointing is that these decisions were made without meaningful consultation with stakeholders, organizations like ours that have a voice that matters, that directly affect the work we do and the environments we strive to protect. They have presented the Jeff McNeil Conservation Award to all those within the Wildlife Division. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about a very special person who has been an important part of our community. Edna White has been a member of the Forever Young Club since 1998 and has also served as president. Over the years, she's helped organize trips, darts, dances, and still remains a vibrant member of the club. She's also the founder and the organizer of the annual craft fair, which began more than 20 years ago and is still a big part of this event, and she's still a big part of that event every single year. I'd like to thank Edna for all her hard work and support within the community. We are so fortunate to have you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognize a beloved institution in our community, the Fairview Variety Quickway on Main Avenue. To any resident in Fairview, simply known as Joe's Store, and offer congratulations as they enter a new chapter. Joe's Store has been a cornerstone of Main Avenue for decades, serving generations of Fairview residents. The store has temporarily closed to begin some exciting renovations and hosted a free end-of-era community barbecue with over 300 guests this past weekend, a generous gesture to thank their loyal customers. And at the end of it, a bunch of the food that was left over was actually donated to the food pantry. At the heart of this local landmark is the owner and so-called king of convenience, Joe Sukkar, who took over the business in 1990, and for over 36 years, Joe has been a constant presence, known for his kindness and incredible work ethic, dedicating long hours to serving his neighbors. Speaker, small businesses like the Fairview Variety are the lifeblood of our neighborhoods, and I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Joe Sukkar on his upcoming expansion and in thanking him for 36 years of service to the people of Fairview. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bartow Farms. Bartow Farms is a cornerstone of the agricultural community in Moshel, Annapolis County. Their 150 acres has a legacy that spans 6 and soon to be 7 generations. Today, the farm is managed by a forward-thinking fellow Agriculture College graduate, Dwayne Bartow, and his son, Jordan. They are carrying on the proud tradition of Dwayne's late father, Robert. All 3 generations studied at the Dalhousie Agricultural Campus to remain at the forefront of the industry. While they are best known for their quality apples marketed through Scotia Gold Cooperative and the Annapolis Royal Farmers Market, the family stewardship extends far beyond the orchard. Their work includes raising cattle, growing crops such as peaches and strawberries, and practicing sustainable forestry. Madam Speaker, the Bartos family mission is simple, yet profound: to keep the land healthy so it can be farmed sustainably for generations to come. As they look forward toward increasing and expanding their livestock, they remain a shining example of Nova Scotian resilience and agricultural stewardship. I ask all members to join me in congratulating the Bartow family on their enduring success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Library staff and HRCE schools tell me they're gravely concerned that they'll soon lose their jobs, while the schools they serve lose crucial literacy support. This month, HRCE decided to stop using supplemental education funding to pay for library support specialists and left librarians across 136 schools hanging in the balance. Members of QP 5047 have been left in the dark by HRCE, which has suggested the province could have a role to play in reversing this job loss. The province, for its part, has refused to say whether it would even consider the possibility. These critical school staff help developing readers navigate a world full of misinformation and uncertainty. By discarding them, we're cutting young Nova Scotians adrift. I urge the province, HRM, and HRCE to stop finger pointing now and work together to ensure school libraries continue to make the difference that only they can make in our schools.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Richmond River Roots Market Garden Society for their contributions to our community. Richmond River Roots Market Garden Society formed over 5 years ago with the motto of being a social enterprise that grows great food, plants food knowledge, and harvests community connections. The Society provides a space for people to learn about the importance of healthy eating through programs such as their weekly meals with friends and a community learning garden where people of all ages can get their hands-on experience in growing and harvesting food. The Society also has a root cellar stand where locals can purchase the produce and homemade condiments made on site. Please join me in honoring the staff and volunteers of the Richmond River Roots Market Garden Society for their commitment to the health and well-being of our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth. Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Monday night, the best and the brightest of the Nova Scotia theatre scene will gather for the Merit Awards, which is named after Robert Merritt, who was a professor in the theatre department many years ago at Dalhousie. It's always a wonderful night of celebration of productions, designers, actors, and then there's always special legacy awards as well. So I just want to wish the theatre community a very fun and enjoyable night. I want to shout out 2 people in particular from Dartmouth North who are nominated for 2 awards each. Jess Lewis, who's a lighting designer she's nominated for her lighting design of Little Shop of Horrors at Neptune and for The Book of Ashes by Halifax Theatre for Young People. And Burgundy Code, who is nominated for Best Actor in a Leading Role for Quixote, which was produced by Two Planks and a Passion, and a supporting actor role for The Haunting of Sleepy Hollow, also by Two Planks and a Passion. Go Merritts. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the Cregnish Recreation Centre, which serves as an access point to the beautiful Celtic Shores Coastal Trail. The Cregnish Recreation Centre is a bustling hub of activities and is run by a dedicated group of volunteers. It is home to a wide variety of events, such as seniors open house afternoons and preschool parent playgroups. They promote active living through their selection of fitness classes, including everybody's favorite Cape Breton exercise class, Stepper Officise. As well, the hall is home to the Craig Pub, where every Friday crowds gather to enjoy free live entertainment, food, and refreshments. I ask all members to join me in thanking all the community volunteers who helped to spark community spirit in Cregnish and all along Route 19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to celebrate Rob Hogan, a Halifax Little Sable Island constituent. Rob moved to Nova Scotia from Ontario to develop his art and media production for the November Project. He created the November Project as a true story based on 300 love letters his grandpa wrote to his grandma during World War II. He transcribed the letters into 4 books called Frank Love Letters, reflecting on the fight for human rights and keeping families strong during tough times. It replicates the essence of wartime entertainment on the front line, performed as a radio drama before a live audience, along with evocative musical accompaniment. Rob is headed to the Banff World Media Festival this June for the November Project limited edition series that you can find on Bell Media. His project is in competition with Prince William and David Attenborough for the best short-form nonfiction series. He plans to represent Halifax and Nova Scotia as a place to invest in our arts and media, as well as promoting international tourism to the hospitality of Halifax. He doesn't receive any provincial funding, but he wanted me to ask the Premier what more evidence he needs that arts and mental health support are critical to bringing investment to Nova Scotia. Thanks to Rob for making Nova Scotia his creative home, and best of luck in Banff.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize R&B Kitchen, a Black-owned, family-run takeout and catering restaurant founded in 2020 by Karen Provo and her sons Neville and Corvell. Located near Preston Township, R&B Kitchen specializes in Caribbean, Canadian, and soul food. Operating as a social enterprise committed to equity, empowerment, and community nourishment through affordable, culturally rich meals and employment for underrepresented BIPOC groups, they use food as a tool for lasting change. During COVID-19, they served as a vital food hub across HRM and continue to support those facing food insecurity. Named Nova Scotia's Best Caribbean Restaurant 3 years running, they proudly partner with the Nova Scotia School Lunch Program to deliver thousands of healthy meals daily. R&B Kitchen reinvests in the local economy and celebrates culture through every dish. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in celebrating their impact. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand today to recognize all of the folks who have engaged themselves in the democratic process. We had a number of visitors here in this House. I've been sitting for 5 years, and this was a large number of folks that were able to be in the People's House. And I was grateful to be able to give as much information, to share how this process works, to explain some of the things that are happening on the floor to those visitors that have joined us in the gallery on multiple occasions. I just want to thank those folks that have come to view and to watch how this process goes. There is a better day. I want to encourage folks who are watching now that are not able to be in this space. There is a better day. There is hope. And I also want to thank those folks who have come to public bills and shared their life experiences as well as their expertise. Seeing your faces give me hope and purpose, and as well, they make our days here in this House a brighter one for some of us. So prayers up and smudges for everyone.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the organizers of Pink in the Rink event. On January 24, 2026, I attended the Pink in the Rink, a community-driven hockey fundraising event to support breast cancer research, awareness, and care. The Halifax West Warriors took on their rivals, Citadel High School Team Phoenix, where there was a sea of pink on and off the ice. There was a bake sale and a chalk or puck contest where all funds been raised for the Lodge Halifax, a breast cancer support center. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in celebrating the players, the coaches, the organizers of Pink in the Rink, and to thank them for their continued effort to promote their awareness and their support to those fighting cancer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, March 25th, was a devastating day in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotians from all areas witnessed the PC government gut most got our most revenue and job-creating sector, the arts and culture and tourism sector, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the government put stable jobs at risk, and rather than protecting our economy, has put it in danger. The seat I sit in belongs to the residents of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. And yesterday, I stood in solidarity with them to protect their jobs, to protect our economy, and to protect our arts, culture, and tourism. That makes us who we are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Prisha Popley, a local student in Bedford South whose innovation and leadership are making a meaningful difference in technology with businesses to improve accessibility, making it easier for the people of all abilities to navigate and engage with local services. Her work reflects the very best of young people in high school and what they have done in the commitment to inclusion. I commit Prisha for her work and initiative, and I wish her every success as she continues to develop this important project and inspire others through leadership and innovation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. The time is elapsed for statements by members. We will now move to oral questions put by members to ministers. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday in a statement to media, the Premier said that he, quote, expected more from the Energy Board, who he called effectively the judge and jury on power rates. But the Energy Board was clear. They don't have the power to put in place social policy. Action to help people afford their bills has to come from the Minister of Energy in the legislature. And on his watch, power bills have gone up, and this new rate increase means that the average Nova Scotian will pay $600 more for power next year than when this government was elected. The Premier's disappointment isn't going to heat people's homes. When will the Premier step up and take the action needed to help people with their high bills?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Speaker, obviously we are a government concerned about energy costs. We've done many different things in this sphere. We're working to help Nova Scotians. We've invested more than $250 million in energy efficiency programs in the last 4 years. That including heat pumps. Now almost half of Nova Scotians have a heat pump, which is saving them up to $1,500 a year, Madam Speaker. We will continue to do more. We care about energy costs. We're working hard to meet the energy needs of Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians have faced months of stress and worry following Nova Scotia Power's cyber breach, and now they'll be paying more with this new rate increase. Estimated billing has led to massive overbilling and confusion over payments. Even before these issues, nearly half of all Nova Scotians said they couldn't afford the high price of power. There are real actions the Energy Minister, our Premier, could take today to make sure that Nova Scotians can afford their bills. When will the Premier stop avoiding his responsibilities and take action as Energy Minister to help people afford their bills today?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we share the concerns of all Nova Scotians on the cyber breach, on the billing system issues. We encourage them, first of all, to call Nova Scotia Power, call their local MLA. Any MLA in the House will help them work with that. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, we have a home warming program that has provided free energy efficiency upgrades for 34,000 Nova Scotians on low income. We will continue to do more in this sphere, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia Power's cyber breach was especially harmful because the company kept tens of thousands of people's social insurance numbers on file. For months, people have called on this government to create stronger rules for how private companies store and retain information like SINs. Last session, we attempted to amend the government's privacy legislation to ensure that those sins were deleted, but the government voted that down. The company never should have had those, and now, a year after the breach, the company has finally agreed to delete them after being ordered by a federal body. Why didn't the government protect Nova Scotians a year ago instead of waiting for Nova Scotia Power to be ordered to delete our information?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we continue to work to protect ratepayers, and we oppose Nova Scotia Power's proposed rate increases. We are working to smooth out the cost of electricity. We've done things there. We've opposed the federal carbon tax. We've done many things. We're working to make Nova Scotia an energy superpower, which will benefit every Nova Scotian through natural gas, through wind, through tidal power, Madam Speaker, through green hydrogen, all those things, through natural resource development. So I'm very proud of our record as a government. We know there's more to do. We'll continue to do more.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government's new spending commitments are increasingly being funded through borrowed money. This budget includes a $30 million subsidy for fracking, an industry that private companies themselves are unwilling to invest in without public money. At the same time, the Clean Energy Division is being cut by 78%. Why is the government choosing to move investment away from renewable energy, which is more affordable and proven, towards subsidizing a more volatile and unproven source of energy like fracking? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we continue to invest in many aspects. I just outlined a few seconds ago all the things we've done for in home energy, for heat pumps. We've invested in a community solar program. In Pine Tree subdivision up in Cape Breton was our first one. There's 3 or 4 more on the go. We're investing in energy in Shelburne area, Madam Speaker. So we're doing a lot. Very proud of our record on natural gas, and we're proud of that. And I hope the minister will support that. We have the potential to have get off of imported U.S. natural gas. Think about that. And we're expensive natural gas from the United States. So if we have that opportunity, Madam Speaker, we have the opportunity to be an energy superpower. I hope the member will support that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if fracking was actually viable on its own in Nova Scotia, private industry wouldn't need $30 million incentive to take interest. Yet here we are with taxpayers being asked to foot the bill for an industry that companies themselves won't invest in without public money. First it was uranium mining, and that flopped. Now it's fracking. Next thing you know, everyone's going to get access to Nova Scotia Power's distribution without a tender. What does the government know that the market doesn't? Why borrow more money and subsidize a risky, unproven local industry, all while cutting programs that support affordable, cleaner energy like solar, like the Solar Energy Program? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the opposition says spend more, and then it says spend less. I wouldn't know which way to turn listening to the member. The fact is that we are not going to be the government that says no. We're going to say responsible energy development, whether it be in wind, whether it be in offshore wind, whether it be in natural gas. We're in favor of all those things, Madam Speaker. We want Nova Scotia to be an energy superpower, to be a have province, to be a place where our sons and daughters, our grandchildren can come back from out west and find good paying jobs here in Nova Scotia. That is the goal. I reject the doom and gloom message I hear from the opposition, Madam Speaker. We believe in this province. We believe in the future of this province.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be clear, stop spending money that you don't have. Peter Nicholson, an expert from the government that consulted on the offshore wind development, maybe even designed the whole thing, has actually warned that fossil fuel generation will become increasingly uncompetitive as renewable costs continue to fall and carbon constraints tighten. He also notes that virtually every credible scenario for Canada's electricity future implies that wind and solar must supply the significant majority of new demand growth. Given that the government has recognized that this expert reflected in Mr. Nicholson's findings, will they follow his advice by reversing cuts to the solar rebate program and to their clean energy division, and stop trying to subsidize an industry that's not proven in this province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I hear cut. I don't hear don't cut in the same question, Madam Speaker. The reality is that member would remember they cut the film tax credit, Madam Speaker. They cut and slashed. And as far as extra spending goes, which thing would the member have us cut? We have invested in health care. We have invested in seniors' long-term care. We have invested in a school lunch program. Which program does the member want us to cut? We have a great partner in the federal government on resource development right now. We're very pleased with that. We will continue to work with the federal government.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been quite a week for Nova Scotians. First, we saw the government force through cuts that no minister can still explain with no analysis of impact to jobs or GDP. Families across the province found out about their power bills going up by hundreds of dollars a year again. Crucial long-term care workers are preparing to strike because they're tired of being shortchanged by this government. And there are no Nova Scotians here in the People's House to witness it. Does the Finance Minister think that the solutions to all of these problems are in Texas?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we recognize there are many challenges. I remain fundamentally optimistic about the direction of this province, about what we are doing. And I ask that member, why wouldn't they support the school lunch program? Why wouldn't they support our investments in education, in health care? Madam Speaker, we will continue to do the work Nova Scotians need us to do to meet the basic fundamental needs of Nova Scotians. Tax cuts, we believe Nova Scotians know better what to do with their own money than we do. We want to live in a Nova Scotia where people who left this province to go to good-paying jobs in other parts of the country have a job to come back to here. That's what we're working for, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget is costing jobs and pushing people out of this province. When times are hard, Nova Scotians pull together. They put their heads down and they work hard and they take care of their families. And this government is pushing ahead with cuts that they've made to tourism, to arts and culture, post-secondary research, with no analysis of the jobs that it will cost, of the impact to GDP. These are paper cuts, and there are severed arteries, and the government needs to know which is which. How can Nova Scotians trust this government if they don't know what the real damage of these cuts will be?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the budget documents contain an extensive analysis for the next 4 years of the trajectory of Nova Scotia. The reality is Table 6.2 answers the questions the members asking. The reality is we're doing a $3.5 billion investment in infrastructure. That includes a massive investment in hospitals, in schools, in seniors' long-term care, in roads. All of those things are things that have been deferred maintenance in Nova Scotia for a number of years in previous governments, and we are working hard to address those areas of deferred maintenance, to invest in the things Nova Scotians need, to provide the services in health care, in education, in seniors' long-term care, in roads that Nova Scotians expect. We will continue to do that. No apologies for that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, Bryony House is the only emergency shelter in HRM for women, gender-diverse folks, and their children fleeing intimate partner violence. They launched a program to help people stay safely housed while they waited weeks for the gender-based violence rent subsidy. Their program has allowed 152 people to move into permanent housing and has covered furniture, insurance, and Nova Scotia Power arrears, a fresh start after leaving emergency shelter. Yesterday, their staff were told that the subsidy will now take 6 to 8 weeks to arrive. So they will now need to cover 2 months of rent. Why is this government making it harder for organizations supporting survivors of gender-based violence?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and we are so grateful for the work that Bryony House does, as well as the transition centers and transition houses, women's centers. It's why during all of these difficult budget decisions, their funding was untouched. And it's why we continue to advocate and work with them every single day. In fact, when Bryony reached out, I think that email might have been actioned within about 30 seconds with our team at the department, and we'll continue to hear from them and work with them.
Order.
So I just want to further with, shared collaboration.
No. I recognize the Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
So just on this point, and it's a really important fund, actually, the subsidy and the housing fund in its first year helped 249 people. It's a very important fund. We'll continue to support it.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The team reached out to say that the subsidy that was taking 3 weeks was going to take 6, which was going to cost Bryony House more money, and they weren't getting more funding. The delay in receiving the gender-based violence rent subsidy means fewer families will be able to leave shelter and find safe, permanent housing. Waiting nearly 2 months to access a subsidy can mean losing housing opportunities, prolonged stays in shelter, and increased pressure on an already full system. Timely access to this subsidy is critical to ensuring safe and successful transitions out of shelter. This government acknowledged that gender-based violence is an epidemic. Will they reduce the wait time for this subsidy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And while we recognize that there are still gaps in the system, we are working diligently every single day to close those gaps and to work hard to make them move faster and get that money out the door even further and faster. First, programs have to exist. And that's what we saw in the first year of this program when it helped 249 people. Then it can get better. And we're going to keep working hard every single day to improve it and make it stronger, to reach more families, to keep women and their children safe, to ensure women are taking on leadership positions and that they have economic security. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Madam Speaker, March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and we know that more Nova Scotians under 50 are being diagnosed with colorectal cancer. Early detection is critical. It can truly be the difference between life and death. Families across the province are being affected by this disease, including people like Kyra Hansen, who was diagnosed with stage 4 rectal cancer at just 45. Kyra's experience shows how critical it is to catch cancer earlier when treatment is most effective and the chances of survival are much higher. My question to the Minister of Health, will she commit to taking action to expand colon cancer screening to younger Nova Scotians so that people like Kyra and their families have a better chance to detect cancer early before it reaches an advanced stage?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly I appreciate the member bringing the question to the floor. So there's already an analysis underway at the Department of Health. We've been in touch with the Canadian Cancer Society. We know that there is a recommendation from them. We do have a cancer screening program in Nova Scotia. We're looking at improving our current rates with the age groups we have, making sure that there's a good pathway for individuals with a positive fit test to get the next stage screening that they require. But the department is undertaking an analysis of just that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the update from the Minister. Madam Speaker, other jurisdictions, including the United States and Australia, have already lowered the recommended screening age to 45 in response to rising cases amongst younger adults. Expanding screening here in Nova Scotia would save lives, but it will only work if the system has the staff and resources to handle the increased demand. Can the Minister tell the House whether the province currently has the capacity to deliver colon cancer screening to more people? If not, what steps will the government take to ensure that Nova Scotians who need early screening can actually access it without delays?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So, yes, there's been a number of things underway. So, our current screening rates within the current age groups have increased from 32 to 46%, and our target overall is 60%. So, we'll continue to work within that. There's also been some assets funded, adding a third endoscopy suite to Dartmouth General, 2 more endoscopy suites in Eastern Zone, prioritizing fit tests, and making sure patients with endoscopy have a really timely access to that secondary screening. So we are looking at that analysis, understanding what the recommendations are, what the capacity is in the system, but we are currently increasing the assets that we have in the system to meet the need.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, violence against women and girls is an epidemic in this province, and new technologies are making this violence easier. Recently, a man was charged under the intimate images provisions of the Criminal Code after using artificial intelligence to create nude images of his former high school classmates. But he was acquitted because existing legislation does not cover what the man did. Madam Speaker, what will the Minister of Justice do to ensure women and girls are protected from this kind of digital abuse?
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really want to thank the member for this question. The Federal Minister of Justice, Nova Scotia's own Sean Fraser, has tabled in the Parliament C-16, and C-16 updates the Criminal Code of Canada to include non-consensual deepfakes within the definition of intimate images. Now, the intimate images legislation was one I was very proud to stand in Parliament and support when I was a member of Parliament. It needs to be upgraded, however, to make sure that we match modern technology that people are using to take advantage of young people, females, and everyone else. So this is a great piece of legislation. We are proud to stand and support it. It makes a criminal offense to publish, distribute, or make available deepfakes without consent. It also increases the maximum penalty for non-consensual distribution of intimate images to 10 years of imprisonment.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that from the minister, because I think we need to do the same with our legislation to update it and modernize it. So our laws need to keep up with changing times, and I'm glad to hear that the minister speaks to the same. We heard from a concerned parent recently who says these images can have devastating impacts on people's health and well-being. Crimes like this have a real and lasting effects on the victims, and this is more than just bullying, Madam Speaker. We need real consequences for creeps who victimize women and girls with these new digital tools. So will the Minister of Justice commit to strengthening existing provincial laws and protect Nova Scotians from AI-created deepfakes? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank the member for this important question. Absolutely, all legislation has to keep up to technology. Criminal justice legislation, absolutely for sure. So we'll be reviewing all provincial criminal codes and different pieces of legislation to make sure that our department keeps up. We also support what the federal government is doing in terms of criminal justice changes to deal with this new technology and these new issues, but we'll be making changes as well provincially, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Folks in Sackville continue to struggle to get health care when they need it. This government has been promising upgrades to the Cobequid Health Centre for 5 years. So I was dismayed when I saw there was nothing for this hospital in the budget. And during estimates, the minister indicated that these promises were now on hold until at least 2027. Can the Minister of Health finally clarify when the people of Sackville will be able to get the health care they need when they need it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, nothing has changed in the fact that there is central zone planning that is being undertaken now, looking at the assets in the central zone area, working with clinicians, working with experts, looking at demographics and population through the Department of Health. We appreciate that there is infrastructure requirements throughout central zone. We're going to do that central zone planning based on what we know now, and we'll continue to look at what our options are. I'm not saying no to the project. That's not what I've said in the past. what I want folks to know is that we are undertaking to make sure that we are spending every dollar as responsibly as possible, which is certainly what I've heard from all of the members. And so we'll continue to look at that robust process to make sure we're doing the right thing for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, respectfully, the dates about the delivery of this promise continue to change as it suits the government. The government's inaction on the Cobequid Health Centre puts lives at risk. People with serious health conditions are being turned away at the door regularly. Doctors and nurses are overwhelmed. Healthcare workers have called my office in a panic because the demands they face are more than they can handle. 5 years ago, this government promised to fix healthcare. When will this government finally keep its promise to the people in my community who depend on this overburdened hospital?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's very important that we look at how our health services are integrated, not only in Central Zone, but across this province. We need to ensure that we're integrated with our emergency response in community, whether that's EHS or if that's fire service, etc. We look at what the assets are in all of the hospitals. We look at community clusters. We look at population. We look at demographics. All of this is happening on a daily basis. We are looking at the best way to ensure that we serve Nova Scotians in regards to their health care. That work will continue. I have confidence in the experts who are doing that work, the clinicians who are informing the work, and I am confident that there will be a good plan delivered to ensure we meet the healthcare needs of Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the businesses receiving cheap access to billions of litres of Nova Scotia water is Everwind. Everwind has also received hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars in federal funding. They have exclusive use of Nova Scotia Crown land for a processing fee of under $1,500. And as a green hydrogen proponent, they stand to benefit from the $3.6 million earmarked in this budget to power our future. Despite all of this, the Minister of Energy has said very little publicly about Everwind. But we do know they've met multiple times, including over dinner and at the private residence of Everwind's ultra-high net worth New York-based investor. So I'm wondering, can the Minister of Energy tell Nova Scotians what was discussed at those meetings?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we continue to work hard in the energy sector. We continue to do many different things. We have programs for consumers. We're working to secure Nova Scotia's energy sector. We're working in the solar sector. We're working in wind. We will continue to do all those things in the energy sector, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
So many questions, so few answers. Everwind was also granted Crown land rights in Newfoundland for a similar project. There, they were required to pay a fee equivalent of 3.5% of the market value of the land. But after failing to advance the project and failing to pay their bills, Everwind is now being pursued by the Newfoundland government for the recovery of millions of dollars. Green hydrogen is a high-risk, early-stage sector. If Nova Scotia can deliver on this great hope, I will be thrilled. But the job of our energy minister is to make informed and responsible decisions to protect Nova Scotians, not to build a plan on hopes and wishes and New York dinners. So can the minister tell Nova Scotians what protections he has put in place to ensure that taxpayers won't be left footing the bill like Newfoundland is now?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I can tell you that what we will not do is what the previous government did, and that was do nothing. We will do what we can in every one of these sectors for responsible energy development. We will protect the interests of Nova Scotians. We believe Nova Scotia has, on multiple fronts, the potential to become an energy superpower. We'll work on all of those fronts, Madam Speaker. We will try to make green hydrogen work. We'll try to make natural gas, responsible natural gas development, resource development, Madam Speaker. We are a government committed to seeing a bright economic future for this province. No apologies. Which one of these will work out? We hope they all will, but maybe one or two won't. We'll see, but we'll work for all of them to work out.
I recognize recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, women in this province are fighting to get the cancer care they need, and they shouldn't have to. Sarah Crookshanks is waiting right now for treatment after a diagnosis of aggressive triple-negative breast cancer. She found a lump in her breast in December, and it grew quickly. Despite her doctor's concern and advocating that she needed urgent care, she has been let down at every turn, with delays in imaging, biopsy, diagnosis, and referral to oncology. Sarah said, "I'm deeply concerned about the impact these delays may have on my prognosis." Madam Speaker, will the Minister of Health explain why women have to fight the system while they're fighting for their lives?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, I can't comment on any individual cases on the floor of the legislature. We absolutely want women and all Nova Scotians to have access to the care they need in a timely fashion. We continue to work on a number of different fronts. We look at screening, we're looking at diagnostic imaging. We are trying to create pathways, making sure we have the human resources in order to make sure that people can have those tests in a timely fashion. I know that the operators, IWK, Nova Scotia Health, are committed to this work, as are we. I recently met with the Nova Scotia Breast Screening Program to again make sure and recommit to the fact that we are here to support them on that journey to make sure that our rates of screening and diagnosis continue to improve.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, if the minister would like to take a look at this letter from Sarah, I will table it. It does outline her situation. Sarah's treatment delays are not following the guidelines for care. She should have gotten a scan in 14 days. It took 72 days. It's now been 21 days since she was diagnosed with aggressive cancer, and she's still waiting for treatment. Speaker, when you're told you have an aggressive cancer, you can't afford to wait while that cancer grows. Or here there's nothing to be done to speed up the process because the system does not have the resources. When can the minister tell women in Nova Scotia that there are enough resources to get them the care they need when they need it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. So I want to assure members of this House and members and folks across Nova Scotia that we are investing not only in equipment, but we're investing in the people. We're investing in training. We're looking at recruitment efforts. We're doing all of those things. Not only are we doing that in radiology and in diagnostic imaging, but we were also doing that in Cancer Care Nova Scotia. We know that it's very, very scary when you have a diagnosis and you're waiting for treatment. We depend on those experts to help us make those decisions. We want to give them the support that they require. We'll continue to work very hard with those experts, with clinicians, looking at the evidence to ensure that we have pathways that support Nova Scotians in seeking diagnosis and care.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Speaker, staff at the IWK are concerned the way this government is rolling out one person, one record could put patient care at risk. What they call a very rocky start has led to delays and significant issues, which are still ongoing. We just heard about some of them. Nova Scotia Health plans to expand one person, one record rollout across the central zone in less than 2 months. Is the minister comfortable pushing ahead with the next phase before the serious issues are resolved?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So certainly I get updates on a regular basis around the one person, one record project. It is on time, on schedule to be rolled out. Some of the issues that we're seeing is that only, as we go live, the broader the net is cast of the sites that are live, the better it will actually be. The project management team is looking at tickets and on a regular basis, daily basis, resolving some issues on the spot. There are some broader issues. We've had town halls with clinicians, the deputy minister, and one of the chiefs in the department. So we are on the ground every day understanding the impacts of this project and how we can improve it. And I am confident in the project management team, and I'm confident in the clinicians who are helping.
I I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Speaker. The health authorities also start trucking records out of province to be scanned as part of this project. Nova Scotians are understandably concerned about this, especially after Nova Scotia Power experience. This is sensitive personal health information, and they're concerned this could make them more vulnerable to yet another privacy breach. This is work Nova Scotians can do. The union has said workers are ready and able to do this. So my question to the minister is, why are records being sent out of province instead of staying here safely in Nova Scotia and allowing local workers to do the work?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. This is actually, my understanding is this is a long-standing contract. It's been in place for a number of years, potentially up to 10 years. This is a very specialized company. They work in this space around personal health information. So this has been in practice for a long time. We do need specialized folks to be able to do this. This is not a resource that exists in Nova Scotia. The fact that we went outside of Nova Scotia shows the commitment we have to making sure that we have experts to do this work. So I am confident in the contract. Nova Scotia Health is the holder of that contract, and I know that that company and that process has been vetted on many occasions.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, cuts to recreation, arts, culture, and physical activity investments may balance the spreadsheet today, but it creates higher health care costs tomorrow. In fact, the recent research from Participation showed that in Nova Scotia, a modest 15% improvement in physical activity translates to a cost saving of $16 million of avoidable health care costs, and I'll table that. When the prevention is cheaper than treatment, why is the government cutting proven upstream investments like recreation while emergency rooms are under pressure?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to highlight some of the work that's happening in the healthcare system related to this. I want to highlight some of the work that's happening around Lighthouse, which is a public-private partnership with the government of Nova Scotia, local businesses, as well as Nova Nordisk, which is a company, a foundation actually with a subsidiary drug company to fund their foundation that looks at reducing rates of childhood obesity, looking at ways in which we can improve not only nutrition but also movement, as well as sleeping and stress management, all of those things. So there is work happening not only in Department of Health, but also with municipal physical activity leads, working in community to understand, working with Public Works, working with different funders to look at active transportation. So I can assure the member that this work is well underway in the department.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
The many communities with vital recreation programming at risk is the town of Middleton, where many rural communities, like many rural communities, recreation departments rely on creativity and small amounts of funding to host events, create park signage, and run programming. When considering these cuts, one participant in the town of Middleton said they can't imagine not having access to all of these wonderful things, not just for us, but for all. Over winter, the activities have been integral to getting me out and motivated. I feel isolated without them, and I can table that too as well. Programs like free and low-cost fitness classes, healthy aging walking groups, and equipment loan programs serve not just rural communities but visitors as well. These opportunities provide a key source of not just physical activity but social connection that is proven to enhance health outcomes. They're more than just recreation or leisure but crucial community supports. Has the government assessed the impact that these cuts will have on rural communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Health and wellness is a priority of this government. One example is the Municipal Physical Activity Leadership Program, which we fund through CCTH. Activity leaders in more than 50 municipalities right across this province, as well as Mi'kmaq communities. Also, that includes our partnership with the Healthy Tomorrow Foundation to support Kids Run, a free, inclusive program that reaches 17,000 children right across this province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, when I was in Cape Breton in February, I met with doctors across the island. I was told by physicians the current shortage of family doctor is the worst they've seen in their careers. I was also informed there are currently 25 full-time vacancies in family medicine in Cape Breton alone. In estimates, the minister told me that each new doctor would take on approximately 1,300 patients. So if there are 25 vacancies, that would suggest there are approximately 32,000 people on the wait list for Cape Breton alone. Can the minister confirm today that there are 25 vacancies in family medicine right now in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think what's important to know is that care can be delivered by folks other than physicians, first of all, across this province. We want to really look at our primary health care system. We want to look at teams. So not only is there family physicians, but there's also nurse practitioners, family practice nurses, physiotherapists, pharmacists are all now really part of the primary care, the team that delivers care. So Eastern Zone is one of the areas that is a priority. We certainly know that there are some vacancies. There's been a lot of work that's been happening around bringing folks in not only from outside of Nova Scotia, but outside of Canada, and highlighting the beauty of the Eastern Zone. And we will continue to recruit. I will also point out that there are 94% of Nova Scotians who are currently attached. We are leading the country. We're proud of our work.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, physicians also told me the waitlist in Cape Breton is about to get worse. They've been informed there are 7 senior family physicians retiring at the end of 2026. Given their large practices, that would easily push the waitlist to over 40,000 people in Cape Breton alone. So, while I recognize other people can do it, they can't do it alone. Can the minister tell Cape Bretoners when they will get a family doctor first?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about the important work that's happening with the Need a Family Practice Registry. So I think it's really important that if people, we make a lot of assumptions in the old days in the Liberal government, doctors had to leave their practice in order for someone else to take it over, but that's not the case anymore. In fact, we have a transition in and a transition out of practice, which is really an important aspect of the care that we provide. If you are on the Need a Family Practice Registry, or if you assume that your doctor or nurse practitioner is leaving, you really should register, because very often the work that's happening behind the scenes means that you won't lose your primary care. And in fact, the team with the Need a Family Practice Registry in the last year and a half has prevented 55,000 people from going on a list as a result of their work. So we're really proud. People shouldn't make assumptions about numbers. They should reach out to 811 and register.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, midwives are a vital part of our healthcare system, but Cape Breton has just one midwife on the entire island. I've spoken with families who had to travel to the mainland to have their babies, and one family who even delayed moving to Cape Breton, choosing to have their baby in another province because they couldn't find a midwife here. Does the health minister think it's acceptable to deny Cape Breton families the choice of having a midwife?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly the healthcare system in Nova Scotia does not have as many midwives as maybe some other places. Certainly we look to other countries where midwives deliver a lot of the obstetrical and some gynecological care. In Nova Scotia, we do have a very robust system. We have the highest number of OBGYNs that we've had in a long period of time. All of our positions are filled. And we also see a resurgence of primary care providers in a number of our communities who want to have a practice environment where they can actually do obstetrical care. So we do have a very robust system. We appreciate the work midwives do. We appreciate the family physicians who have stepped into this space to support the obstetrical care in our province, and we'll continue to look at the role of midwives.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
So I'm taking from the minister's response that unfortunately those in Cape Breton who want to have midwives are going to have to keep on waiting. Madam Speaker, groups like Friends of Cape Breton Midwifery are raising the alarm about the lack of midwife care on the island. They say Cape Bretoners are being denied real choice when it comes to growing their families. And that having more midwives in Cape Breton means less strain on the healthcare system and better outcomes for parents and babies. When will this government stop leaving Cape Breton behind and expand midwifery services in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, I appreciate that there is a number of midwives. They advocate for an increase in the complement. I've said in estimates that that's not part of the budget estimates, that we won't be expanding that this year. But what I do want to take note to the member's colleagues' question, some of the most important things we can do around recruitment is making sure that family physicians have a practice environment that they like. So sometimes they get to work in their offices, sometimes they work in different environments, and one of the things that we see is when we provide opportunities for primary care providers to actually provide obstetrical care, it is a recruitment tool. So we're going to continue to work with clinicians across their scopes of practice to understand how to best serve Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Energy. Nova Scotians are stretched, and electricity is not optional. Nova Scotia Power's return on equity should be set at 7.6% to reduce pressure on power bills. Madam Speaker, those aren't my words. Those are the Premier's own words on January the 30th, 2026. So when he said families needed relief and his government urged the Energy Board to set their ROE at 7.6%, my question for the Minister of Energy is this. If that was the Premier's position, why did every member of the PC caucus vote against a bill that reflected exactly what the Premier said Nova Scotians needed?
Honourable Member, that vote is that question is on the edge. You're talking about a vote that we did last night, like it. It's on the edge. Okay. I recognize order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I can say that we were an intervener in that Energy Board decision and made that case, and the Energy Board is independent. We have to respect that. The reality is that we're working hard to meet the needs of Nova Scotians in energy in multiple ways, including energy efficiency, $250 million in the last 4 years, Madam Speaker. The home warming program for free for energy upgrades for 34,000 low-income homeowners, Madam Speaker. This budget, which includes a $1,400 on average per family tax break. I hope the member will support the budget for that reason alone, not to mention school food lunch program and other many great things in this budget. I hope the member will support our budget.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, I just have to say this. Like, we voted on the budget yesterday.
Did I call the question out of order?
No.
No, okay,
Sorry, I'm
okay.
just responding.
I recognize.
I'm just responding to, yeah, okay. Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Energy. The Premier said 7.6%. The PC caucus voted no. So my question is this. Was the Premier wrong, or did the PC caucus vote against their own leader?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we've taken many efforts to protect ratepayers. We've intervened in the Energy Board. We've done different things over the last 4 or 5 years. We're working hard to make Nova Scotia an energy superpower. I hope the member will support our budget, support all the great things in it. Obviously, we hear many members asking healthcare questions from the opposition. We're putting $738 million more in healthcare. It's clear there are many demands in healthcare, many needs. I hope the members who will support this budget for that massive investment, increased investment in healthcare, in energy. We're investing in many different ways, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud of this budget. I hope the member will support it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, midwives do such important work, and I am so lucky to have a midwife right now. But not everyone is so lucky. In fact, during estimates, the Minister of Health said Nova Scotia midwives help with 200 to 350 pregnancies a year. But last year, more than 300 people who needed midwifery care didn't get it. That means that the number of people who can get care and the number of people who can't is practically the same. Why are hundreds of Nova Scotians being left without access to midwifery care when they need it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. So certainly, as I said in budget estimates, I was very upfront about it. The question could be asked 100 times. We're not expanding midwifery programs in this budget. That won't happen this year. But people can get good, wonderful obstetrical care in this province. Some people get it from obstetricians. Some people get their care from a primary health care team. Some folks get it from a primary care provider. Some folks get their care directly from a midwife. So we'll continue to look at the resources that we have available to us. What's the most important is a healthy mom and a healthy baby. We'll continue to stay on those principles, and we'll see what the art of the possible is in future years.
I recognize, you know, for the people in the gallery, if they'd like to have full-on conversations, I ask that they leave or whisper. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, when half of the people who need midwifery care can't get it, that is a problem. Nova Scotia is well below the national average when it comes to the number of midwives working here. With less than 3 midwives for every 100,000 people, midwives reduce strain on our healthcare system, they give much needed support to new families, and they want to do more of this work and not less. When will this government truly support midwifery care in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So as I said, the current model in Nova Scotia is primary care providers, predominantly GPs in many communities. We do have some midwives, which we really appreciate the support and the care that they provide, and also obstetrical physicians, obstetricians. We're going to continue to focus on healthy moms, healthy babies, good outcomes for folks across this province. We will not be expanding the midwife program this year.
Order. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to the ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier in statements, the member for Argyle leveled a series of personal attacks at our caucus, and I was able to pull this transcript and review those to see, how it was personalized, and accused members of directly encouraging, and I quote, friends and sometimes family members to surround members' vehicles. This is an unparliamentary personal attack, and it is categorically untrue. The NDP believes that everyone deserves a workplace that is safe and free from intimidation, and I ask the member to retract that statement.
It is a disagreement among members. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for today not be not till 6 p.m. but be till 11:59. The hours for the 27th be from 9 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. and the hours for the 30th be from 3 till 11:59 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for the hours for, March 26th, is it today? Yeah, 26th? Yeah, 26th, be not from 6 o'clock, but till 11:59, that the hours for Friday, March 27th, be from 9 a.m. to 11:59 p.m., and for Monday, March 30th, be from 3 to 11:59. Would all those in favor of the... There has been a request for a recorded vote. 10 minutes. recognize the clerk to conduct the recorded vote.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin. John Lohr.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Brian Wong. Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McCory.
Yes.
Tim Outfit. Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby. Nick Hilton.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balser.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Lisa Lachance. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hanson.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaud. Becky Druin. Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson.
Yes.
Lena Hamid. The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 36, nays 0.
The motion is carried. Before we move on, I just want to caution members that during a recorded vote, there is to be no sound whatsoever. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, would you please call order of business government motions?
Government motions, order of business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move that you now do leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into the committee and the whole House on bills.
So moved. We will have a short recess.
Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Chair, would you please call Bill 201, an act respecting justice and social services?
Bill 201, an act respecting justice and social services. Continuing debate on Clause 1. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I maybe like some other folks, we talked about this bill last week and also had public bills perhaps like the week before. But just to remind folks what's in here, it's about extending services to former youth in care beyond the age of 19 and codifying that in law. It is, there's a section around publishing certain identifying information on, especially about the death of a child and after the hearing or proceeding. There is the inclusion of social workers into the Health Professions Act and the repealing of the Social Workers Act. So just to ground us in that. And so when we first considered this bill in second reading, we hadn't heard, well, obviously we hadn't heard from public bills. And there were some pieces that were unclear. I think things that we asked the minister about, but it wasn't quite clear what the full implications could be. So one of those things that I want to speak to is clause, just 1 second, I need to go back in. Section 8, and that's subsection 94 and 94 chapter 5. And this is the prohibition around the publication of child death data, basically. And I guess this comes back to, in terms of whether the minister can clarify if there were, did the analysis turn up any unintended consequences? Subsequent to our second reading discussion, the Globe and Mail editorial board published an opinion piece on March 6th, 2026, and I will table that after I read it. And I think it was, this is what happens. We're making laws. Laws are complicated. Laws are complex. This is why we ask questions about, what's been analyzed, what's the data, what's been analyzed, unintended consequences, what are the risks, how have they been mitigated? All those types of questions, because, we need to be making good laws. We don't want to make laws that unintentionally violate children's rights, for instance. I'm going to read the article. A parent whose child dies has suffered an unbearable tragedy. Amid their grief, they will be looking for answers. And if the victim has been in child protection, they will naturally wonder how authorities could have let this happen. But in Nova Scotia, those parents could be muzzled under a proposed law. They would be able to speak out fully only with permission from the government, which itself could be to blame for their child's death. That is grotesque. Sorry, it's titled A Grotesque Cloak of Silence in Nova Scotia. Amendments to the province's Child and Family Services Act were introduced last week. Among other changes, they broadened the ban on naming Nova Scotians in the child protection system. The law currently shields the identity of these children from publication. Under the new rules, that ban would continue posthumously, meaning the media covering the death of the child would be unable to report the involvement of the child protection system. No one, parents included, would be able to post identifying details on social media without ministerial approval. Opportunities and Social Development Minister Barbara Adams said the changes stemmed from a 2021 review of the law. However, that review floated broader exemptions to the publication ban, including with the consent of the family. The effect of the proposed change could be shielding the authorities from valid criticism, the opposite of transparency. If this passes, the media would be stuck in limbo. able to publish what happened without identifying the family or identifying the family but keeping secret a key part of the story. Neither allows for proper disclosure. This change in law comes as Nova Scotia is gripped over the fate of 2 young children, Jack and Lily Sullivan, who disappeared from their rural home 10 months ago. The case remains under police investigation. Concerns about suspected neglect or abuse in the home prompted a visit from a child protection social worker, and the government has faced questions over whether enough was done to protect them. Such questions deserve full scrutiny. This is a remarkable moment to propose legal changes that would make it harder in the future to get answers in the case of young victims who have intersected with child protection. If the media cannot report on a young person's involvement with child protection after their death, the question of whether enough was done to shield them from danger would disappear from the headlines, removing pressure on the government to act. The ban could also prevent public knowledge of criminal wrongdoing. A lawyer arguing against the changes before a provincial committee raised the care of a Nova Scotia toddler named Isaiah Surratt, who was killed in 2020 after being returned home from foster care. His mother, April Wendy Marie Surratt, later pleaded guilty to manslaughter. However, the proposed change in law also shields the identity of parents and foster parents, meaning her role in the death would have remained secret. Reflexive secrecy is a reoccurring flaw of Canadian officialdom. There is an institutional instinct toward not releasing information that is starkly at odds with some other countries. Some examples of this have been detailed in the Globe and Mail's ongoing series, Secret Canada, which has exposed such issues as difficulty accessing court records, information about closed emergency rooms, and how those who withhold or destroy records faced few consequences. Too often, the reaction to a reporter seeking answers is to tell them to file a request under access to information legislation, which can take years and cost thousands of dollars. In the case of the proposed law change in Nova Scotia, even such a formal request would go nowhere unless the minister approved it personally. With this new law, it's only a matter of time before some future minister is asked to rule on whether to release information about a child that would put his or her department in a bad light. This is an obvious conflict. A law that silences the family of a dead child is an unjust law. Grieving family members must not need permission to raise their concerns publicly, allowing the media to amplify these and hopefully bring about change. Children who die under the oversight of the state have no voice, but their deaths cry out for accountability and action. And I'll table that. So as I said, that was from March 6th from the Globe and Mail. And, this definitely made me think about some of the work I've seen done in other provinces, New Brunswick, Ontario, others, where, in fact, it's the Child and Youth Advocate who is tasked with investigating fairly and non-partially deaths of children in care. When we take children in care, we collectively, as Nova Scotians, this government takes on a huge responsibility. And as we've seen, even in Nova Scotia recently, there have been some difficult cases trying to understand the interplay between what happened. And certainly in Ontario, there's an ongoing investigation for a young person who was in foster care and who passed away because of neglect. And again, the examination is like, okay, so they were in foster care and they were placed. What were the guardrails? What was in place to manage that safety of that child? I think we all want to do this well. So when I read this analysis and realized that it would create the inability for us to have the type of information that, God willing, there's no other death of a child in child protection in Nova Scotia. Obviously, that is what we would all want. But given that that is sort of not the history of child welfare, it is likely to occur. And we need to make sure that we have the best laws in place to ensure the best analysis to respect the child's right to life and also when taken into care under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, there is particular onus on government to undertake those responsibilities very seriously. We're entrusted with lives. So it sounds to me like this provision needs to have a second look, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I really wanted to make sure that that was entered into the public record. I also wanted to share a couple of other pieces into the public record. So on March 2nd at Public Bills, Dr. Marion Brown spoke. Marion Brown has been a social worker for about 30 years, I believe. And one of the things that, sorry, I've moved on in the bill. I'm in clause 1, but now I'm like speaking to the removal, the repealing of the Social Work Act. And one of the things that she talked about was that it was a distinct move to silence social workers. The critique brought by the college over the years is uncomfortable for government. It is informed by evidence, fueled by conviction, and rooted in the values of the common good. This government knows that social workers will name how racism, colonialism, white privilege, ableism, misogyny, and transphobia and all of their tendrils are embedded in our social systems. This is about control motivated by discomfort and fear. And just to go back to the other section, around reporting child deaths, I mean, again, it puts an overabundance of control in the hands of the minister, such that it would be a very difficult decision as a minister to consider that question. They are truly in conflict, and again, this also this provision around social work again takes away the right of the college to be responsible for its act, and again presumes the control of the minister in the Regulated Health Professions Act, that is really part of a pattern that we see in this government. We see, I mean, I can't name them all now, but dozens at this point of independent boards and commissions who have been disbanded or whose mandate has changed to report directly to ministers, and this bill seems kind of full of that control. And we are, I mean, I personally believe in a governmental system where there are checks and balances, where we uphold the principle of ministerial accountability 100%. Ministers are responsible for what happens in their department, but that doesn't mean that they get to control everything about their portfolio work. They are subject to regulations, they are subject to public scrutiny, and we have developed practices over the years to make sure that things like child deaths in connection with the child welfare system are studied, are examined. I think we would want that. So this, putting it in the hands of the minister, I don't think it's good law, but sadly is really part of a trend, a practice of this government, I would say. And I'm just, and so I'm also just, I'm going to go back to Marion's letter. So that first bit about repealing the social work, that was a direct quote. I'm dropping down in the letter. She did present this at Public Bills, but I'm just providing some highlights for folks who weren't there, who haven't had a chance to view the footage. The social work settings of child protection, employment supports, and income assistance, community mental health, and addictions are intense fields of practice requiring specialized analysis and skill. We cannot have government comprised primarily of non-social workers directing social workers in how they should and should not be doing their jobs. The college does far more than licensed practitioners. It defines ethical standards, holds members accountable, and safeguards public interest through advocacy on social welfare policy. The college has standards of practice tailored to their work and the values of the profession. For more than 3 decades, the Social Work Act has provided a regulatory structure that reflects the full scope of social work practice in Nova Scotia. Social workers serve in hospitals and mental health clinics, but also schools, child welfare, housing programs, restorative justice, anti-racism, Indigenous-led services, disability supports, senior supports, and community development settings. Our work addresses not only individual well-being, but also the systemic forces that shape health and opportunity. Poverty, racism, colonialism, gender-based violence, ageism, ableism, and housing insecurity. To subsume social work within a generalized health professions framework narrows our mandate to a biomedical lens and diminishes our essential role in addressing the structural determinants of health. This is what the government wants, for social workers to fall in line with the biomedical individual lens of clinical practice. But our foundation of knowledges, scope of practice, and code of ethics require us to do much more. Social workers serve as advocates and system navigators for Black communities, Mi'kmaq communities, newcomers, people with disabilities, and seniors living on fixed incomes. Our professional standards explicitly center anti-oppressive practice, cultural humility, and social justice. And regulation must reflect the diversity of social work practice and uphold the profession's responsibility to challenge systemic injustice, not merely manage its effects. And why the lack of consultation surrounding the proposed change? Regulatory reform should be collaborative and transparent. Why not include practicing social workers across all sectors? Black, Nova Scotian, and Mi'kmaq social workers and community leaders. Disability justice advocates, seniors advocates, rural and community-based practitioners, service users, and people with lived experience, the queer and trans communities, and all their advocates. Without this engagement, you are eroding confidence in both the profession and government decision-making. The health and well-being of Nova Scotians depends not only on clinical services, but on strong social infrastructure and advocates who address systemic inequities. Social workers are central to that infrastructure. Our regulation should reflect our full mandate, not reduce it. Citizens of this province are better served when we protect, not dilute these foundations. And I'll table that. A number of social workers also wrote to Ledge Committee, to ministers of OSD, mental health and health, pardon me, and seniors in long-term care, and with a group letter that I'm also going to read from. I'm trying to get to the highlights, but it's hard to figure out how to summarize, but so I'll just go ahead. Dear Premier and members of the Government of Nova Scotia, we write as social work practitioners, educators, researchers, and advocates to express our deep concern about recent legislative changes. While the recent decision taken by your government to reverse some of the cuts, particularly in regard to older people, disability supports, and resources for Indigenous and African Nova Scotian students, is a step in the right direction, we remain deeply troubled by the repeal of the Social Workers Act. Coupled with the funding reductions for vital organizations, long-standing diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and life-saving social programs, that decision, we believe, will have significant negative implications for the people and communities served by this profession. We urge you then to reconsider these cuts and to restore the Social Workers Act. We are public-facing relational workers who support people as they navigate complex circumstances, often at moments of profound vulnerability. Our education prepares us to provide services, to identify and challenge the structural conditions that cause harm, and to propose policies that improve the lives of communities we serve. This work requires a depth of cognitive, emotional, and interpretive capacity in addition to complex, technical, and evidence-based expertise. Social workers are, moreover, bound to a professional code of ethics and standards of practice that center relationship building, trust, advocacy, progressive policy change, and social justice. And yet, these skills and their corresponding competencies are consistently diminished. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the conditions of social work labor. Persistent understaffing, high caseloads, administrative burdens, stagnant wages, and the chronic underfunding of social services signal the structural devaluation of our profession. These conditions constrain relational practice, they normalize burnout and turnover, and they limit professional autonomy. As the primary employer of social workers in Nova Scotia, the province is responsible for this reality. In turn, the suggestion that the inclusion of social workers under the Regulated Health Professions Act is somehow neutral or necessary for effective, transparent social work is, in our view, not only questionable, but suspect. Unlike physicians, pharmacists, and dentists who bill through government programs but otherwise operate independently, We are differently embedded in state institutions. In addition to providing support, we are charged with holding those institutions, our employer, accountable for failing to protect children, families, persons with disabilities, members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, refugees and newcomers to Canada, those enduring poverty or homelessness, and who are otherwise marginalized within society. Placing regulatory authority in the hands of an employer with a documented history of problematic labor practices vis-a-vis our members, inclusion of social work under the Regulated Health Professions Act, undercuts our ability to do the work without increased fear of reprisal, as it does the ability of our professional associations, for example, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers and the Nova Scotia Government Employee Union, to advocate on our behalf. It also dramatically undercuts the profession's trustworthiness. The profession's independence is vital for ensuring that decisions concerning social work and its mandate are made in the interest of the public rather than in the service of institutional priorities, which reflected in the recent budget are not those of the public. Eliminating the boundary between employer and regulator risks undermining these protections, and we believe intended to dispower social workers at a moment of growing need. The realities of social work labor in Nova Scotia also signal the province's consistent abandonment of its constituents. Our position within state systems provides a unique vantage point from which to assess your government's actions. We consistently observe policy decision-making that deepens income inequality, making life for so many increasingly untenable. We are then equally concerned about the timing of these governance changes alongside significant additional reductions in services and supports. At a time when Nova Scotians are experiencing rising poverty, housing insecurity, health inequities, persistent high cost of living, and the ongoing impact of the toxic drug supply and other social crises, weakening the capacity of the social work profession risks further eroding supports that people depend on and destroying their safety nets. In short, it is hard not to see the repeal of our governing statute alongside cuts to a wide range of critically important social programs in the 2026 budget as deeply intertwined and strategic. Together, they can only be read as an effort on the part of the government to undermine the profession at a moment when the province's most vulnerable and most deserving of justice are also being targeted. We urge the government of Nova Scotia to reverse the changes, engage in meaningful consultation with social workers, educators, professional bodies, unions, and community partners. And it's signed by a number of people. I don't know if I need to read through the names for it to be tabled, but a number of professors through the Dalhousie School of Social Work, and the Associate Dean of Equity and Inclusion at the Faculty of Health at Dalhousie University, and a number of other professional social workers who are affiliated with the School of Social Work and also provide private and public services. And so I'll table that. You know, I think this question about trust in government has come up a lot over this session. And it's something that, you know, I think we have to be very concerned about. I think we have to be concerned because we live in a world of misinformation. We live in a world where it is hard to know where to go sometimes for credible sources of information. Obviously, government does a lot of work to try and fill that gap for sure, but we know it's out there. That's something we're battling against. You know, we're faced in a time of increased polarization, increased division, and I would argue that this government has sown that. It's an expensive thing to do, folks. Government should actually really support social cohesion, not social disruption. I think we're seeing the impacts of that when government has clearly said it doesn't trust a lot of stakeholders, calling them special interests, and in this case, I think we're hearing from social workers who are saying, in fact, this legislative change proposed is intended to muzzle us, is intended to silence us, and to fundamentally change our ability to be part of advocacy. I'm just going to talk for a couple more minutes. You know, in my remarks on second reading, I talked about the fact that, you know, the The Nova Scotia Child and Family Services Act from, I believe it came out in 2017, looking at my 2017. So the original, and it has a mandate to be reviewed, which is a great thing in a piece of legislation. The original review was done under the past Liberal government, and it was a really circumspect review because the minister chose, I think, 3 sections to look at, claiming that they were late because of COVID, et cetera, and that was really disappointing to a lot of stakeholders who were working on this. I was part of a couple of initiatives at the time looking at children's rights in Nova Scotia, like One Chance to Be a Child, and this was great concern. So, as I understand it, we actually have a fully reviewed act this time around, and that's really important. That's great. But there's so much in here that isn't addressed by this bill. And, you know, when you have a review committee that, so widespread engagements throughout the province, general public, children, youth, families involved with child and family well-being, 2S LGBTQI plus communities, newcomers, African Nova Scotian organizations and people of African descent, Indigenous communities and organizations, community organizations and other interested parties, academia, legal, education service providers. And there were internal partner engagement sessions. And the review committee met bi-weekly from May to November of 2024 to discuss the Act across 8 identified topics that spanned the whole of the Act. Again, that, a lot of work was put into this, and yet none of it is reflected in the bill we see before us. So, in order to earn trust, to be credible, if you involve people in such an in-depth review, especially if you're involving folks who perhaps have lived experience in the systems that are provided for by this Act, we really owe it to folks. You're going to build better trust and build better social cohesion and build better understanding if you take what people have said and studied and provided you with, and which you've agreed with, because you published the report. Sorry, I'm not meaning to prop. But this report exists with several signatures from across government, from OSD, from Justice, from African Nova Scotian Affairs, the IWK. Those were the members of the review committee, and they had a lot more to say about how we can do better for children and youth in Nova Scotia, particularly those who are supported under this Act. And I think we should be, honestly, I don't think this bill is ready. I think my concerns about the child death reporting, I think the lack of consultation with the College of Social Workers, I think the fact that this is just not addressed in the changes makes this bill an ineffective omnibus bill that's not ready for prime time. And with that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just say a few words on Clause 1, just in general to the bill. And the reason, Mr. Chair, is when I first read this bill, I guess one of the things that really stood out to me was the lack of consultation with social workers and the change in the bill. Of course, this is an omnibus bill, so it has several changes to legislation in it. But then after seeing the people that presented at Public Bills Committee and learning more about the impacts and changes of this bill, also having people reach out to me about that, I've learned more about the effects of this bill. There's some good things in this bill. Mr. Chair, the social media update, the EPO extension, registry changes. There's some challenges with the bill, and I'm hoping that the government will consider the suggestions from opposition members, and perhaps government may have some recommendations as well. I do strongly oppose the piece amending, changing the Social Work Act, repealing it, and needs to go back to legislation, consultation with social workers. So I'm just going to go over a few comments, and I also want to start just my general comments by reading a letter that a constituent from St. Peter's, I believe she is, She reached out to me on the weekend and shared with me her concerns, and I promised her, Mr. Chair, that I would read her letter here in the legislature. She's also has a petition circulating here in the province. Her name is Julissa Stewart, so I will read through her comments, Mr. Chair, out of respect for what she would like. This is from, again, Julissa Stewart from Lewisdale, Nova Scotia. I'm writing as a concerned resident of Nova Scotia, personally affected by the child protection system, to strongly oppose the passage of Bill 201 and urge its withdrawal in favor of a comprehensive public inquiry under the Public Inquiries Act. While the bill proposes amendments to the Children and Family Services Act, Beneficiaries Designation Act, Domestic Violence Intervention Act, Regulated Professions Network Act, and Social Workers Act, it represents an insufficient rushed response that prioritizes government protection over genuine accountability and family integrity. My opposition is rooted in personal experience, the bill's potential to silence families and enable overreach, and its timing as a possible diversion from calls for independent review. Her personal context and impact of existing legislation. The child protection system in Nova Scotia has profound effects on families, often extending beyond direct parties to impact extended networks through association. This lack of due process denies affected individuals the opportunity to defend against baseless allegations, highlighting systemic failures in investigation, evidence gathering, and accountability under the Social Workers Act. Such practices not only undermine individual rights, but also exacerbate broader issues like parental alienation and coercive control, which are epidemic child protection matters. Bill 201's expansions, such as enhanced publication bans, clauses 5, 7, and 8, and the repeal of the Social Workers Act, clause 12, in favor of the Regulated Health Professions Act, would compound those problems by further limiting transparency and traditional safeguards for ongoing complaints. For example, ongoing complaints within the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers risks dismissal or invalidation without clear protections, while expanded bans could prevent families from sharing experiences publicly, even non-identifying ones, to seek support or expose misconduct. These amendments risk entrenching government insulation over public accountability, potentially infringing on constitutional rights. As established in New Brunswick, Minister of Health and Community Services, Section 7 of the Charter requires effective participation in child protection proceedings, including access to justice for indigent parents, while Section 2B protects freedom of expression. Silencing families does not promote child integrity or family preservation under the Child Family Services Act. Instead, it grants unchecked power to state actors, enabling intrusive interventions contrary to principles of least intrusive measures and procedural fairness. If this bill were already law, sharing even anonymized accounts like this one could be prohibited, stifling advocacy and reform. This reactionary approach, rushed without broad consultation, prioritizes bureaucratic incentives over the needs of vulnerable populations, rather than empowering social workers with more authority without robust oversight. Nova Scotia requires an independent public inquiry to examine these gaps holistically, as outlined in my February 2026 petition to all MLAs. Only through evidence-based review can we ensure reforms truly protect children, uphold parental rights, and prevent harm from systemic deficiencies. Bill 201 appears designed more for government convenience than for children and families. This bill highlights superficial fixes that fail to address deeper gaps. The bill's specific clauses raise significant alarms, as highlighted in public submissions and my own analysis. Beneficiaries Designation Act amendments, allowing electronic signatures for beneficiary designations under plans like pensions and insurance, seems innocuous but raises suspicions in the child welfare context. If a child in ministerial care dies, this could enable quick transfers of benefits without adequate oversight, potentially prioritizing administrative efficiency over family rights. or investigations into care failures. Why include this in a child-focused bill unless to facilitate financial control? Extension of ministerial care to age 25. Clause 5 amends Section 14A of the CFSA to allow the minister to provide services to persons up to 25, while Clause 9 enables regulations for those services. This extends authority over young adults, potentially against their will, by permitting social workers to apply for court orders before age 19 to keep them in care. As discussed in submissions like that from NSGEU, partial support, but with staffing concerns. This risks overreach, delaying independence, and treating adults as children without evidence of need. Social workers could deem someone not mature enough, shifting power from individuals to the state. Expansion of the Child Abuse Register, Clause 7. This amends Section 63 of the CFSA to include individuals without absolute or conditional discharges, not convictions, on the register, shifting authority from judicial discretion to automatic administrative consequences. As Alan Quinn's submission aptly notes, this alters the meaning of discharges and risks weaponizing false allegations, destroying livelihoods without due process. Without a conviction or diagnosis, parents could be labeled abusers based on unsubstantiated claims, exacerbating family breakdowns and violating fairness principles. Expanded publication bans, Clause 8, amending Section 94 of the CFSA to extend bans after child's death or proceedings end with ministerial consent required for exceptions, further silences victims and families. Submissions from David G. Hutt on behalf of CBC and Kimberly Trudell highlight how this muffles public awareness, hinders reform, and could jail parents for speaking out on social media. Why grant the minister sole power to decide if publication is in the best interest for administration of justice? This cover-up deaths in care and contradicts transparency, as seen in cases where families seek accountability. Domestic Violence Intervention Act amendments, Clause 10, extending emergency protection orders from 30 days to 1 year, overrides other custody orders and alters status quo in courts, potentially manufacturing precedents against vulnerable parties. While aimed at safety, it risks abuse without safeguards, as noted in broader concerns without weaponized systems. Repeal of Social Workers Act, Clause 12. Moving social workers under the Regulated Health Professions Act diminishes their social justice focus, treating them as health professionals, even in non-health roles. Submissions from Caitlin Cantrell, Cora Hales, Patricia Stevens-Browns, and others emphasize this erodes autonomy, ethics, and advocacy against oppression. The NSCSW supports the framework for, quote, safe practice, end quote, but the lack of consultation is evident. Why repeal without input? This could enable social workers to label, quote, emotional abuse, end quote, without expertise, tying back to Clause 7's register risks. Fast tracking and limited public input. Introduced on February the 25th, 2026, just 1 week after my February 16th outreach to all 55 MLAs, including sponsor Minister Barbara Adams, about a petition for public inquiry into the
Order, please. Very good. Okay. No more members' names. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I'll say, including the sponsor for Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, about a petition for public inquiry into the CFSA, Legal Aid Act, and Social Workers Act. The bill's rapid progression raises questions about transparency. The moment I tried to initiate a public inquiry because of what they've done to me and other families, they came back with this fast-tracked bill. Notice was minimal, confined to the legislature website. Limited meaningful public engagement. This haste undermines democratic principles, especially for legislation affecting vulnerable populations. Child and family safety cannot be fast-tracked without thorough consultation. Doing so risks entrenching harm. Additionally, not all submissions are visible in downloads. Example, potential omissions like Robert writes, further eroding trust. This bill feels like a Band-Aid diversion to avoid independent scrutiny that my petition demands. On February the 16th, I emailed the Minister from Opportunities and Development, that's the right word, and others with a briefing note, citizen petition, and MLA support form calling for an inquiry to examine exactly these issues: effectiveness of practices, family preservation, social worker workloads, legal barriers, equity, guardians, ad litem, accountability, and complaint processes. The petition has garnered support and highlights the need for evidence-based reform via sworn testimony and open hearings as empowered under the Public Inquiries Act, Section 2 to 5A. Passing Bill 201 preempts this, substituting piecemeal changes for holistic review. And her recommendations, Mr. Chair, were to withdraw Bill 201, halt proceedings to allow for public inquiry first, ensuring reforms are grounded in independent evidence, not reactive amendments, launch public inquiry as detailed in her petition. An inquiry would compel testimony, protect participants, and yield transparent recommendations, rebuilding public confidence and closing accountability gaps. Enhance transparency. If proceedings make all submissions, including any missing ones like Robert writes, fully visible online. Extend consultation periods for future bills on child protection. Nova Scotia's child protection system must serve the people, including vulnerable children and families, not insulate government from oversight. Rushing Bill 201 erodes trust and democracy, and I urge the committee to reject it and prioritize a public inquiry to true reform. Thank you for this submission, Julissa Stewart, and I'll table that. Thank you. Mr. Chair, after hearing the submissions in Public Bills Committee, it did prompt me to look more in depth at the report from the Auditor General on health, safety, and well-being of children placed in temporary emergency arrangements and child and youth care homes, and caused me to go back and study that in more depth. And I encourage anyone that's listening or all members to do so before any voting takes place on this bill, to make sure that we are making decisions that take into consideration the recommendations of the Auditor General. As I mentioned, Mr. Chair, there are good parts of this bill. There are parts that are reasonable, and there are parts that, taken on their own, many members of this House could support. Clarifying that publication bans extend to social media reflects the reality of how harm now occurs to many. Information does move quickly. It spreads widely, and once it's out, it cannot be taken back. So ensuring that protections reflect that reality is both appropriate and necessary. Extending emergency protection orders from 30 days to 1 year is also a meaningful step. Those experiencing violence do not live in 30-day increments. Safety is not something that can be measured in short administrative timelines. So this change does reflect what many have been saying for some time. And recognizing that young people aging out of care may need continued support beyond the age of 19 is, again, an important acknowledgement of reality. These are young people who have already experienced instability, and many do not have family structures others do rely on. And to expect that all supports end at 19 is not realistic. So yes, Mr. Chair, these are good elements of the bill. It's important to acknowledge that. And the real question, though, is not whether this bill contains some good elements. The real question is whether this bill actually addresses the problem that it should be addressing, that the Auditor General had shared with us. Does it respond to the evidence that's before us? Whether it meets the moment or not. And on that question, Mr. Chair, this bill does not meet all of the recommendations that the Auditor General recommended. We cannot properly debate this bill without talking about the Auditor General's report. The report was not speculative, it wasn't political, it was a careful, detailed examination of how the system is functioning in practice. And what the Auditor General found should concern all members here of this House. And I will refer to that more during the specific amendments that we have before us. The department was not adequately overseeing child and youth care homes and temporary emergency arrangements. Temporary emergency arrangements, which were intended to be short-term, were being used for far longer, and in some cases averaging over 8 months. Plans of care were not completed on time, and social workers were not always meeting children at the required frequency. There was no clear documentation explaining why children were placed sometimes in certain environments, and more than 1,900 critical incidents or serious occurrences were reported. Mr. Chair, 1,900. They were not meaningfully analyzed to understand patterns, causes, or risks. Mr. Chair, it's important to pause on that number. 1,900 incidents, and no meaningful analysis was done. That's missed opportunities to identify patterns, missed opportunities to intervene earlier, missed opportunities to prevent harm in the future. And that is not a technical issue, it's a fundamental breakdown of how risk is understood and how risk is managed here in the province. These aren't minor gaps, they're not isolated issues, they are systemic. And they speak to weaknesses in oversight, weaknesses in monitoring, weaknesses in documentation, weaknesses in analysis, and weaknesses in accountability. When the Auditor General identifies these kinds of failures, the expectation is clear. The response by the government should match the seriousness of this problem. And this is where I think it's important to be very precise, Mr. Chair. Because the Auditor General did not say that nothing existed, in fact, quite the opposite. There were policies, there were procedures, there were requirements, there were inspections, there were reporting processes, there were agreements, and there was a framework. But what the Auditor General also found was that these measures were not consistently followed. They were incomplete, they were not effectively monitored, and they were not producing the level of accountability that was required. So the issue was not the absence of a framework, the issue was that the framework wasn't working. And that distinction does matter as well, because if the framework's not working, then the response to it should be strengthened. The response to it should be to reinforce it. To make expectations clearer to those in the system, to make compliance actually enforceable, and to embed accountability where it cannot be overlooked. Mr. Chair, so the natural expectation, the reasonable expectation, would be that when government brings forth legislation in this chamber, it would strengthen those weak points in the law, that it would require incident tracking and analysis, that it would require documented placement rationale, that it would strengthen quality assurance of active files, and that it would ensure compliance with social worker requirement, contract requirements, rather. That it would create stronger accountability in service provider agreements. And Bill 201 doesn't do that. But we can make amendments to that bill today that would change that and strengthen it. Mr. Chair, that leads to another important point. The Auditor General did not identify social workers themselves as the problem. The Auditor General identified the department. The issue was not that social workers had too much independence. The issue was that the system was not adequately overseen. That expectations were not met, that monitoring was not effective, and that accountability was not strong enough. So it makes one wonder, Mr. Chair, instead of fixing the serious issues identified by the Auditor General, this bill turns its attention to restructuring the Social Workers Act, a change that does not appear to address those failures at all. Mr. Chair, that raises a very real question. What problem is being solved here? because it's not the problem that the Auditor General identified. And this is where we begin to see a broader pattern, because this is not isolated. Across multiple bills this session, we see the similar direction. Authority being drawn inward, more decisions being left to ministers, more left to regulation, less embedded in law and legislation, and less independent oversight. And this is often presented as efficiencies, creating efficiencies in the systems. It's often presented as modernization or as better coordination. But centralization, Mr. Chair, is not the same thing as good governance. And concentrating authority does not guarantee better outcomes, and that's what we need, especially after reading the Auditor General's report. In fact, Mr. Chair, the very opposite often happens because decisions become more distant from the people with the direct knowledge. Processes become more centralized and actually slower, and bottlenecks form, and accountability becomes harder to trace, not easier. Because when everything flows through the center becomes the point of delay. And when authority is concentrated, responsibility can become diffuse. So it's not creating efficiencies, it's creating congestion. And Mr. Chair, we see similar problems and concerns in the publication ban provisions. And again, I want to be clear, updating the legislation to reflect social media is appropriate in my opinion. But this bill goes further. It extends the publication bans even after a child has passed, has died. And it places decision-making authority in the hands of the minister. I understand the intent to protect children. That's not a question. But once a child has died, there's also questions of public accountability. And we heard concerns in public submissions through Public Bills Committee that extending publication bans after death could prevent families from speaking publicly and could limit transparency in cases where there may be questions about what happened. Mr. Chair, decisions about publication bans are traditionally made by the courts, and courts are independent. They provide reasons and they allow for challenge and review. And judges are trained to do this work. Judges are trained to interpret legislation. Judges are trained to apply the legal standards, to weigh competing rights, to consider evidence, and to assess the harm. And judges are trained to balance privacy and with public interest. That is their role and that is their expertise. And this bill shifts that authority, Mr. Chair, in certain cases to the minister. And that raises a fundamental question. Why is the minister the appropriate decision maker in these circumstances? Particularly in situations where the system under the minister's responsibility may itself be part of the story. Mr. Chair, this is not about intent. This is about structure, and good governance requires structure that protects accountability. Mr. Chair, when we step back and look at this bill, Bill 201 as a whole, there is a pattern that emerges. There are good elements and there are reasonable changes, but the bill does not address the central failures identified by the Auditor General's report. And that brings me to my final point in points made here on Clause 1, is that the government is asking this House to pass this bill as strengthening protections for children. But how can that be the case if the key failures identified by the Auditor General are not actually addressed in this legislation, in Bill 201? The Auditor General found that there were over 1,900 critical incidents and serious occurrences that were not meaningfully analyzed. And despite the seriousness of that finding, I cannot point to any provision in Bill 201 that requires the tracking, analysis, or public reporting of these incidents. If that failure was serious enough to be identified by our Auditor General, then it should have been serious enough to be fixed in Bill 201. Children in care do not need a system that is easier for the government to manage. Children in care need a system that is more accountable. Children in care need a system that is more transparent and more rigorous. So, Mr. Chair, although this bill contains good elements, it stops short. It does not solve the core issues identified by the Auditor General, and I look forward to hearing the amendments brought forth by my colleagues, as well as looking forward to debating and presenting the amendments from myself and my team in hopes of strengthening this bill before it goes any further in the House. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the comments of my colleagues here in Committee of the Whole. We're speaking about Bill 201, the Justice and Social Services Act, and it's 4:20 in the afternoon on Thursday. And so I do want to speak to some of the themes that have already been introduced as we've heard from a number of people already on Clause 1. I probably won't take the hour. I have lots to say, but some of my comments I'll reserve for debate and conversation as we go through the clauses and as we review the amendments that have been put forward. What I mostly want to talk about now in relation to our conversation around Clause 1 is the process with which the process that we've followed to find ourselves here, and particularly the opportunities or lack of opportunities that existed for input from community, from individuals who will be impacted and have been impacted by the provisions that are put forward in this Act and the systems that they will impact. For organizations and for others. And so, because I think, well, as we've already heard, that is incredibly important. The opportunity to hear from experts, to hear from people with lived experience, to have dialogue about provisions of legislation that are coming forward, it informs the work that we do here. It informs government's work in drafting. It informs opposition's work in critiquing and offering alternative viewpoints. And so it is really important that we understand the extent to which those opportunities were offered to and provided to Nova Scotians in the course of the development of this bill and in the opportunities that were provided as it's moved through legislature. So I'll remind folks once again, this bill was tabled for first reading on February 25th, which is really only a few short weeks ago, considering we have had a week off for March break. That was tabled for first reading the same day that it was provided to opposition members and to the media. So there was no public consultation on the specific clauses of this bill prior to that moment. That doesn't mean there wasn't consultation or engagement with community in advance of that. I recognize and certainly in my role as minister have engaged in those sorts of consultation opportunities where you don't necessarily have something drafted, but you reach out to community and seek input. So my comments right now are really about opportunity to provide input on the specific clauses of the bill. I'll come back to that question of whether that higher level opportunity was provided as we sort of make our way through the clauses. And I say that, I guess we have to do it in that way because, again, this is an omnibus bill. So we can't really talk about it as a unit because there are components of it that do not relate in any way to one another. There are 5 different acts impacted here, and that means, one moment, there are at least 3 potentially different ministers impacted, and entirely different sets of community partners, of people who are impacted, of organizations who have roles within these systems. And so there's no way to speak intelligently or coherently about the bill as a whole and the consultation as a whole because it has to be broken into pieces because it is a jumble of different amendments that relate to different sectors, that relate to different acts, and that relate to different stakeholders and community members. So back to the sequence of events getting us here. We had first reading back on February 25th. And we weren't provided notice with that. There's issues with that for a bunch of reasons in terms of getting to provide input and preparation in advance. But I will say at first reading, we don't debate. So in terms of actually being ready to go on the floor of this House, notice for first reading doesn't matter from a debating perspective. It matters from a bunch of other perspectives, but the fact that we didn't get notice that it was being tabled for first reading, you know, we weren't at a disadvantage because there's no debate at first reading. It was then brought forward for debate at second reading on February 26th, and then again on February 27th. I do need to say that is an issue for debate. So on those occasions, and I'm going to generalize here because I think with almost without fail, we've not been given notice any more than minutes, maybe hours. But on the times that we've been given hours notice of what was coming forward on the day for debate, very regularly that was changed when we were standing up to debate. So I think I'm pretty safe in generalizing, although if anyone wants to correct me as we go through that we got more notice than I'm recalling, I'm happy to take that. But I'm quite confident that I'm safe in generalizing that on February 26th, when this was brought forward for second reading, we had nominal, if any, notice of that. So that means the entire opposition has a set of files. Each of us have a set of files. Those who have, caucus teams, may have them organized in different ways than those of us who are independent. But we have a whole set of files relating to each of these bills. And we have to be ready to go. We need to do the research to be able to understand what's being tabled, what the implications are. We have to be organized in a way that we're not wasting the time of this legislature by bringing forward information that's not relevant. Our goal here in debating is to be talking about things that are relevant to the matters in front of us. So we want to be positioned to do that. And we also want to be able to hear from constituents. So this bill was tabled for first reading on February 25th. It was brought forward for second reading on February 26th. So that's one day that we have to be able to reach out to constituents, to research, to prepare, to organize our thoughts, to be able to come and speak intelligently at second reading. And, and we're on our feet and we're talking. 24 hours between the time it was introduced, our first opportunity to set eyes on it, community's first opportunity to set eyes on it, 24 hours, and then we're debating it at second reading. And that is not enough time. It's not enough time for community to provide input. It's not enough time for anybody to be able, and this is happening with all the bills at the same time, so I might remind folks of that. So we did our second reading, and again, with, I would say probably minutes notice that it was coming forward for second reading, but it wasn't even brought forward and then concluded in the same day. So we didn't have an agenda that allowed us all to have debate at second reading and hear from one another in the span of one unit. We actually had debate over 2 days. So again, that's, we can do that, that's fine. I will mention at this point, though, that all of that debate, the vast majority of the time that we spent at second reading, February 26th and 27th, were opposition members talking. We really haven't heard from government in any substantial way. I think we could count up the minutes that we've heard from government on this bill. We heard from, I believe, one of the ministers of the 3 or 4. One may have stood up at some point. Yes, I do believe the Minister of Health at some point after it was introduced stood up to make a couple of comments. But here we have a bill that impacts 5 different pieces of legislation, 5 different sectors, significant changes, and we've heard from government a sum total of minutes. Minutes. So it's still, it bears mentioning because it continues to be relevant. It continues to be a problem. It will continue to be a problem until the practice changes. And so I personally am going to keep talking about it until the practice changes because it impacts our debates. Every single time we stand up to talk about a piece of legislation, every single time we stand up at a different stage of debate, the fact that government will not stand up and make comments on the bills that they're putting forward that they are turning into law to impose on Nova Scotians, the fact that they will not stand up and talk about it is a disgrace. It's unacceptable. It impacts our ability to do our work in this space. It impacts our ability to understand what's being put forward, to represent Nova Scotians, to be able to debate intelligently and in an informed way. And so it bears mentioning every single time we stand up. And I will mention it every single time we stand up. So that was second reading. No notice, happens over 2 days, couldn't be organized to happen in one day for some reason, although we're here until midnight every night, so there was definitely time to fit second reading in on one day if government had organized themselves and given enough consideration to everybody in this House, the members and staff and the public. They chose not to. So that was second reading. It went to Public Bills Committee on March 2nd. February 25th, 28 is less than a week. Less than a week from the minute this bill was tabled, the first time that community set eyes on this bill, less than a week for it to go to Public Bills Committee. And does anyone know if March 2nd is a Monday? One of those early Public Bills Committee sessions happened on a Monday and another one happened midweek. It was a Monday. So this was the one that government was generous on in providing the whole weekend for Nova Scotians to be alerted to the fact that this was going to Public Bills Committee and organize their lives to be able to come in and visit. So we had a late night, Friday night notice from government. The Public Bills Committee was going to sit on Monday, and then this bill went to Public Bills Committee on Monday. Not enough time for people even to be aware of the fact that this was happening. Definitely not enough time for people who are interested in presenting to organize their thoughts and do their research and come up with and condense into 10 minutes or 5 minutes a presentation or a letter to be able to submit to Public Bills Committee. But also not enough time to arrange to get time off work or to arrange for childcare or to arrange for transportation, because again, Nova Scotia is a big province. It takes many hours to get from one end to the other. So people who are coming from Cape Breton, people who are coming from Yarmouth, it takes time. So this is not enough time for community members to participate in their opportunity to provide input on a bill. And so, but that's the pace government set. So that's when Public Bills Committee happened for the Justice and Social Services Act, Bill 201. Maybe that would be okay if there was fulsome opportunity for community to provide input during the course of government's drafting of this bill. Maybe it would be all right if we knew that community members and organizations, unions who I know have provided input on this bill, representatives of social workers, both at college and Dalhousie, who does social worker education, individual community members who've been impacted by these systems. If government had engaged in a robust consultation process in the course of drafting this bill, then perhaps that limited notice for Public Bills Committee and the quick turnaround from the time the bill is tabled to the time that we have to debate and Public Bills Committee moves ahead, maybe that would be okay, because the opportunities had already been given. We'll come to that in a little bit. So we heard from Public Bills, we heard from people at Public Bills Committee on March 2nd, and I wanna say once again, thank you. I have deep gratitude for and appreciation for the people and organizations who did come forward and make comments, to write in, and also to appear in person or virtually. That takes resources, that takes time, that takes courage, and so that is something that's greatly appreciated. So I really want to thank those folks because that is an important part of this work. Government should value it as well. I'm disappointed I haven't heard a government member stand up and thank them for that, but I certainly will, and I know I've heard other members of the opposition do the same. that input should be informing our debate. It should inform the drafting of the bills. It should inform the debate that we have on the floor of the House, and certainly it will. We've already heard members of the opposition, my colleagues, speak very specifically to some of the submissions that were made at public bills, and I'm going to do the same. So that happened on March the 2nd, and then it was called back to Committee of the Whole. I actually had to be reminded of this. These things happen in such a jumble. I had forgotten we were in Committee of the Whole on this bill back on March 10th. So once again, and I'm again going to go out on a limb here and say we had no notice when that happened, that it was happening, because that's, you know, can say that for 98, 99% of the times we stand up to debate here, we're doing it on the fly because government doesn't tell us in advance. So this did come before Committee of the Whole. We're here again. We're on round 2 of this bill back on March 10th. And again, I suspect, because almost every day we've been in this House, in this session, debating, we've been here till midnight. That day, we could have gone through all of Committee of the Whole. We could have had an organized debate in which we started with Bill 201, Clause 1, and made our way through each of the clauses, any of the amendments that folks wanted to put forward, and then concluded in that day. I guarantee you we would have been able to do that had government provided notice and done it in an organized way. But because we get no notice, instead of that, we're all here having to refresh ourselves about what was said back on March 10th. I actually had to ask the question, did I speak on this at Clause 1 back on March 10th? I don't recall. I have notes of a variety of things that I've spoken to on this bill because we are, you know, a couple stages in now, but I actually wasn't sure whether I'd spoken to this clause. And that's, you know, that's really unfortunate. And I could have perhaps made better notes. Maybe that would have answered the question. But I would submit this is not a problem with my note-taking. This is a problem with the government's complete failure to organize themselves in any sensible fashion and bring forward an agenda, like any agenda at all. I would take a sticky note with some, like, you know, Tuesday, you know, 3 bills and a resolution. That would be great. Like, you know, chalk on the driveway outside, that'd be lovely. We've been trying to get an agenda. I've sent letters. We regularly, on a daily basis, send texts back and forth. What's coming next? Sometimes it's silence. Regularly it's silence. Sometimes the answer when we ask for what the agenda is, you know, you see the dots and then they stop. And then the dots start again and then they stop. Sometimes it's, I'll get back to you, and they don't. Other times we get notice of what's coming. So, but today, for example, when we asked what was happening this afternoon, what business government was calling, we didn't actually get an answer. So there on my phone is an unanswered text from this morning from the House Leader of the official opposition asking government's House Leader and the other folks who were on that communication chain, what is happening today? That wasn't the exact wording. I can pull it out. It doesn't really matter. What's on the agenda? What are we debating today? And this morning, that question was asked. They posed the question, and not a response came. Not a response came. It wasn't until Committee of the Whole was called by government, whenever we started this, you know, hour and a half ago or so, and amendments started getting handed out that were in relation to Justice and Social Services Act 201, that I learned that this is what we were debating. So, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter to government. Since government MLAs are not actually standing up to debate and say anything, I guess they don't care. It doesn't matter to them that nobody gets noticed because they're not inputting anyway. It's just silence. It's crickets. They're not getting up to stand and talk at Committee of the Whole. We're not hearing from them in relation to Clause 1. I invite them to speak to the amendments that are coming forward on the variety of other clauses. But maybe that's why it doesn't matter to them that they don't provide an agenda, because they're not saying anything anyway. It should still matter. It should still matter. The fact that nobody's willing to or interested in or able to stand up and talk, that shouldn't prevent them from providing us with an agenda. So here we are, March 26th, back in Committee of the Whole on the Justice and Social Services Act, and we've covered, and I do think it's important to cover the progress of this because the quality of the bills that get passed through this House are impacted directly by the amount of input and the process through which those bills go through as they make their way through the House. So this is relevant to the questions right in front of us about these clauses, how they impact community, what they will do for Nova Scotia. So here we are, March 26th. We've heard from government maybe minutes. We've progressed through first reading, second reading, Public Bills Committee, and we're in middle of Committee of the Whole, and we're at Clause 1. So this is the broad question of the Bill 201, the Justice and Social Services Act. Having said all that, I want to come back to a comment that I made a little earlier and move on to the next thing that I want to talk about in relation to this act. And that was the comment that I made about the lack of adequate notice that is provided to community to input at Public Bills Committee. So I mentioned earlier there was, 5 days, I think, no, not 5 days notice. There were 3 days notice, Friday, late Friday afternoon, or Friday evening notice for people to come in on Monday to provide input at Public Bills Committee. And what I said was, that might be appropriate if there was significant, robust, and adequate input opportunities in the course of drafting the bill. So if, for example, the impacted community members, organizations who are service providers, advocacy organizations, unions who represent staff, if there was a robust opportunity for those organizations and other organizations to inform government's drafting of this bill, then it might make sense to have a fairly quick turnaround in public bills. Because if you can say, you know what, we got so much input and I can point to that input and the way that it influenced the drafting of the bill, then maybe you could do that. And I'll give an example of that. So, and this is not in a relation to a bill, but the question becomes, like, how do you get that input as government, right? What are your ways that you can do that? And there's so many different ways you can do that. So you don't necessarily have to go out to community with a draft in hand. You can go out to community with sort of broad ideals and invite targeted input about particular approaches, and that can elicit really tailored, really specific, really helpful information about work that you're doing, whether it be on legislation, whether it be on policy development or program development. And one example that I'll use of that is the input that certainly used to be provided, I'm not sure whether it still is provided, at the childcare engagement table. So the childcare minister's engagement table was set up. I set it up and our team set it up when I was in education and early childhood development, and it was about transformation of a sector. And there was a lot of confidential work that was underway with that. So it wasn't always the case that we would be able to go in and disclose everything that was underway. But just the same, we were still able to bring people together from community, from the sector, from academia, and have an organized, tailored opportunity to provide input that guided the transformation that was underway and that continued while I was in that role. And sometimes that table got really specific details about things that were being considered. Other times it was higher level. It was about philosophy and direction and principles that underpin and priorities. All of that, though, informed the work that was underway while I was there, and it made our work better. And it's an example of a type of engagement that can happen that allows you to be flexible with the amount of information that you share and then get back. And so that's just one example. Another example of engagement that can happen is much more specific and direct engagement, and one example that I'll use on that is sector meetings. So as a minister, and again, there are multiple ministers here, So whether it would be the Minister of Justice in relation to the provisions that fall within his purview, whether it is the Minister of, let me see, who else have we got? I think the Minister of Health would have, although perhaps the practice doesn't fall under her scope, the legislation that the Social Workers Act falls within, the amendment does fall within her scope here. And then the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development. So each of those ministers have responsibility for sectors and teams across the province. And they have an opportunity to engage directly with those teams. And one example I would give about that kind of direct communication that can happen is were the meetings that we had with staff teams when I was Minister of Education. So one of the things that I did on an ongoing basis from the moment I took office in that role was to participate in school staff meetings, primarily teachers, educators, although at times other staff would join. And in the course of those conversations, I got such incredibly insightful and helpful guidance and advice and input and criticism, which is helpful and I welcomed from the teachers and the staff who were on those calls with me. I joined over 80 staff meetings, and through the course of that, we took notes. I took notes. I got to the point where I started, as part of my introduction, saying, please, if you see my face looking down, that is not an indication I'm not paying attention. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes because this is important, and I listen often by doing that. And so that would be one of the things I would say at the beginning, because I was a little worried that they would think I wasn't paying attention or I was on my phone. That was not the case. I was taking notes. Our staff were taking notes, and we kept detailed records of the input that we received from staff team members in education. And every time we needed to do something new, every time we had a project that we were advancing or initiative we were advancing, we would look back at that ever-growing spreadsheet of notes of insight and advice and suggestions and criticisms that we received from teachers and staff, and that informed what we did. We were able to refer to that for school lunch. We were able to refer, and did refer to that for removing cell phones from classrooms. Everything that we did, we would look back at that input. That is another example of ways that opportunities that ministers have to engage with sectors and get good advice and good input on work that they may have underway. So I say all this. I want to mention a couple of others too, because those were sort of personal, I think, to the work that I was doing in education and childhood development, and I so appreciated the team's advice in structuring those opportunities, because the team there was, they're full of insight as well as the staff teams on the front line, and so they were incredibly helpful and very supportive of that work. But it was specific to the work that I was doing, and we didn't do a lot of legislation when I was in education. We had some that I'm really proud of, the CSAP Act being one of them. There's another example of engagement, and that's a different kind of engagement. That was very specific engagement, and it was targeted on a piece of legislation. And I'm really, really proud of that. That was much more personal, because we were talking directly with representatives of the CSAP, and I was so proud that we were able to do that, and it was very much a collaborative and consultative process. And I don't recall.
All good. Clause 1's pretty wide, but if we can start weaving in for Bill 201 a little bit, that'd be awesome. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
I think that's actually really good timing, because it brought us back. So I did want to talk about the variety of ways you can engage with community members, and that did bring us back to a very specific example that could be utilized or could have been utilized in Bill 201, Justice and Social Services Act, right? It's direct engagement with sector stakeholders, partners, and so that's kind of the lens that I look at when I look at a piece of legislation and the development of a piece of legislation, to see like what was done, the art of the possible in terms of how do you get input, you know, from one spectrum to the other. Not every approach is going to be right for every bill, but in this case we have a few pieces of legislation, a few different ministers. One would think one of those examples could have worked for any of these things. And so that actually, I'm gonna go right back to the bill now, and I'm gonna go through piece by piece, because as I said before, I can't talk about the bill as a whole because there's entirely different sectors who are impacted in the bill, so it would make no sense to do that. So I'm gonna go through clause by clause, but I'm not gonna focus on the substance of the clauses themselves. I just wanna focus on the opportunities for engagement around those clauses and what we know about what may have happened in that engagement. Thank you. So what I'll do, I think, is probably the I think the way to do this in the most organized way is I'll reference the clauses in the bill, and then this is not comprehensive, but I have in my hand some little bundles of input and feedback that we've received from community since the bill was tabled, and there are some insights in there as to what, if any, engagement was done in advance of the bill being tabled. And so I think that's the process that I will go through. So if we start at clauses 2 to 4, and I will say at the beginning of this, I don't think that I have all of the submissions that were made at public bills. I have a selection of them. So if I've missed some, my apologies to anyone who made submissions on them. But I hopefully have a reasonable enough selection of them to have a bit of an informed discussion throughout. So if we start with clause 2 to 4, beautiful. Thank you. Turn to this. And these are the clauses that amend the Beneficiaries Designation Act to allow for the designation for all types of plans under the Act by electronic signature, provide that electronic signatures must meet the requirements as set out in the Electronic Commerce Act. It isn't entirely clear to me, or it wasn't entirely clear to me, who would be the appropriate stakeholders to engage with on that. So one would think there would be insurance or insurance institutions who would have input on this, financial institutions who might have impact on this, because again, this is under the Electronic Commerce Act. So one would think that there would be input from those kinds of organizations. I don't know whether there was. I haven't heard government. Well, no, I mean, I'm confident nobody from government has stood up to tell us about who was engaged in the drafting of clauses 2 to 4. So we don't have that information from government. I don't believe I saw that in public bills, and I don't believe that any correspondence has come to me about who is engaged or who wasn't engaged on these clauses. So that to me is a bit of a mystery. So I'm not able to say whether that engagement was adequate or sufficient or would justify the quick turnaround that we saw between the tabling of the bill, calling of public bills, and the moment that public bills was scheduled. But I do believe that at least one of my colleagues, one of the MLAs who have previously spoken, referenced a piece of correspondence that I believe I got as well from a community member who expressed some concerns about the potential implications for clauses 2 to 4 on, yes, that's right. in the child welfare context. And I'm not going to debate the substance of this right now, but I think it's important just to understand what the concerns were, to understand who might be an important community group or member or stakeholder or partner to consult with on this. And the concern that was raised here is in relation to the potential tragic death of a child in ministerial care. And the concern that was raised was that quick transfers that would be enabled or might be enabled by these clauses could potentially happen without adequate oversight, potentially prioritizing administrative efficiency over family rights and investigations into care facilities. And I think this was a valid question that this person raised. They asked, why include this clause in a child-focused bill unless it was related to that child-focused substance that the other provisions are? So I think I actually would not have even thought of that. That is not something that I would have thought about. But I think the question is very reasonable. It's very reasonable not only because this is a person who has some lived experience who has worries about that, but also because of the inclusion of this clause in a bill that is supposedly related to justice and social services and is largely focused on child welfare. It's not unreasonable to think that it's related in some way. So what does that tell us about engagement? Well, I think it tells us that this is a person who didn't have an opportunity to be engaged prior to public bills. And I would say this person, the class of, or the type of group that this person represents, is somebody who is personally impacted by this system. And so that's a community member who has an individual impact. And so it appears that is not a category of persons, not a group of persons who were engaged by government in the process of drafting this bill before it came to the table here. So we haven't heard from government say who was engaged on clauses 2 to 4, but we do have at least one person who's written in to express concerns, and that to me raises the question of whether any community input was sought. And community input may have been sought. You know what, I do want to say this here. I think this is really important. This bill is coming forward out of the Department of Justice, the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, and the Department of Health. And I'm going to speak for the Department of Justice, and I know that I can extrapolate that in relation to the staff at the Department of Health and the Department of Opportunities and Social Services. But I can speak in relation to the Department of Justice because I worked there and I worked with those staff teams, and I know the diligence with which they worked when we were preparing legislation. And I know that they have an understanding of and an interest in engaging and being informed and doing the absolute best work they can in the development of legislation. So I want to be real clear that my criticisms in the lack of engagement and the sloppiness that I've talked about that seems to be informing the bills that are coming forward on the floor of this House, these comments do not in any way, shape, or form relate to the incredible civil service staff, the justice staff, the lawyers who work on it, and the other staff within government who do their absolute best to bring forward the best work they possibly can. My criticism and my concern is not with the work that they are doing. The concerns that I'm expressing now, the concerns that I've expressed previously, and I pretty much guarantee they're going to be concerns that I continue to express throughout this session and beyond, about the sloppiness, the lack of attention to detail, the failure to engage, the unwillingness to engage in basic democratic processes, that falls on government. That falls on the MLAs and the ministers. That does not fall on the bureaucratic staff who are doing the absolute best they can. They are talented, they are diligent in every way. When I have engaged with them, they have done nothing but try and do the absolute best work. So I want to be real clear about that right now. I'll move on to the next one. But from what I can tell, government hasn't provided any evidence or indication that anybody was consulted in the development of this draft. I am quite confident that any staff who were involved did everything they could to engage with whomever they were allowed to engage with in the course of drafting this. But it is incumbent on the elected representatives and the ministers to enable staff to do that and empower staff to do that. And if government is not bringing forward evidence that they've done that, then my conclusion is they haven't. So we'll move on now to Clause 5. I will mention before I go there, I had wanted to say this at the outset. This was another of the bills that I had summarized and put a post out about just sharing for community members the contents of the bill. Is not a fulsome analysis. It's an overview and some highlights that I thought were important to communicate to community members, and that I had already heard from others were important to communicate to community members. And with this bill in particular, there weren't necessarily many substantive comments that came back in the course of that, but there certainly was significant gratitude from community members who did feel like they didn't have access to this information anywhere else. And I haven't done a word count, but I actually think if I was to compare what I had posted on Facebook to government's initial press release, which is probably the most substance that we've seen and heard so far from government on the contents of this bill, I feel like I actually had more in my Facebook post than government included on their press release of February 25th. So I mention that because that's another example of ways that we can engage with people. And community appreciates it. Even if community decides there's nothing I want to say about this, even if the answer when you engage is thank you, I have nothing to say, it's still important to go through the exercise of doing that engagement, because we're a democracy. People have a right to that. People have a right to have input. That is what this entire system is built on. And so it's important. So moving along to Clause 5. Clause 5. And again, I'm really not digging into the substance of the clauses here. What I'm focused on as we debate Clause 1, what I'm focused on is the engagement associated with the entire bill, the bill in its entirety. But because this is an omnibus bill that bundles together separate pieces that have entirely different stakeholders, that have entirely different content, that would require entirely different feedback, I am going through clause by clause because that's the only way to do it in a coherent way. So we're on to Clause 5 now, and that is the clause, this can be read in relation as well to Clause 9, so those two fit together. And this is the clause that allows the Minister of Community Services to provide services to a person between 19 and 25 years of age who was a child in care or party to a services agreement or placement agreement. And then Clause 9 allows for the Governor and Council to make regulations prescribing the services that the minister can provide for those persons who are between 19 and 25 years of age. And so there were submissions on Clause 5 at public bills. And again, I don't think that I have a comprehensive list here, but I am just going to reference a couple because they are well, I'll just reference one in this instance because I think it's a really big, obvious one that I would have thought you didn't have to scratch your head too hard as the minister to come up with this as being an important stakeholder that you should engage with, and that is the Nova Scotia Government and General Employees Union, the NSGEU. So the NSGEU did provide submissions at Public Bills Committee. I think it's dated, what date did we say? March 2nd, it's dated March 3rd, so it's written commissions, and they may have presented in person as well, I believe. And they made submissions specific to Clause 5 and Clause 9. And if I scan this, They are appreciative at the outset for the opportunity to provide a written submission. And they identify they represent social workers, caseworkers, and support staff within departments of opportunities and social development and justice who will be directly responsible for the implementation of Bill 201. And so they do go on and have some substantive comments to make about these provisions. What I don't see is any reference to opportunities that they were provided before this moment to engage on the content of this bill. And so, again, we have a submission here that doesn't give us any indications. The NSGU, like, this is an organization who should be involved and have an opportunity to provide input. And I see no evidence that they were given that from the submission that they've provided. And we've not heard government stand up to say, oh yes, please be assured, we definitely did reach out and get their input in advance of developing this bill. So again, I would say, you know, in relation to these clauses and the system that these clauses impact and the folks who will be impacted by these systems, I don't see evidence that they were engaged in the process of this drafting. And so that's concerning. You know, we're better informed. We will make better law if we have input from folks who have experience in the systems that, that the laws impact. So I'll put that aside. We're only on the second set of clauses, and I only have 15 minutes left, so I won't belabor that point. The next clause that I'm looking at is Clause 7. And that clause is, I'll just read the summary of it. And it's that the name and other prescribed information of a person who receives an absolute or conditional discharge in respect of an offense against or involving a child is to be entered in the child abuse register. And I think we've spoken about this clause in other at other stages of this bill, and I think there's no debate whatsoever that the objective of child protection and child safety is unquestionably an incredibly important objective, and so I think there's nobody here at all that's going to debate the objective of this, but whether something meets an objective, whether it does it in an appropriate and suitable way, whether it does it effectively, is not the same as the objective itself. You can have an objective, and the measure that you are using or the steps you are taking to try and meet that objective just fall short or are flawed in some way. And so our debate about this clause is really not a debate about the objective, but a debate about whether this is the right way to meet that objective. And so, again, my focus right now is not the substance of the clause, but the focus is on who had the opportunity to provide input as this clause was drafted, as the government was doing the work to prepare this bill. And in relation to this clause as well, I don't believe that anyone from government has stood up to tell us that. I don't recall hearing in the few minutes that government spoke about this particular bill, on the many days that we've stood to speak about it, the few minutes that government has taken to speak about it, I don't recall hearing anything whatsoever about input received from community on this clause. And so again, that's concerning. So I look to the submissions that were received either through emails in our office, calls, or at public bills to see if that gives us any insight on who was engaged in the process of this. And so there were submissions on this particular clause, and those submissions identify some elements that our legislature should be aware of in relation to this clause, and the first being that discharge is not a conviction, and so that brings into question some significant justice elements of this bill, and so it opens the door to ask, well, who was consulted? were people who may be impacted by this consulted? Were people who are advocates for child safety consulted? Were folks who are advocates for people who have been charged and received a discharge, were they consulted? Did we reach out to the Bar Society to get their input on this? Did we look to the Uniform Law Commission of Canada to see whether they have clauses that relate to this or have recommendations associated with this? I can only conclude the answer is no, because we've got no evidence whatsoever that any of those organizations or people were consulted, so I don't know why we would conclude that they were. I would think if government did do that work, if government went through those steps, I mean, if I had, I would be standing up and talking about it, because those are important procedural steps. So if I was the minister and I had done that work, I would be on my feet on the floor of this House saying, yeah, here's what we did. I wouldn't sit in silence. I would have probably gone out in advance of this and shared that information. But certainly, if somebody else was standing on the floor of the House questioning it, I would definitely be standing up to say, oh, yes, we did that. So I think it's fair to say it didn't happen. That's my conclusion. So that's Clause 7. Clause 8. Clause 8 is very compelling. Clause 8, the submissions that we've received on Clause 8, I think, have been very compelling. When I read Clause 8, and I was very careful, again, referring back to how quickly we had to turn around from receiving notice of, receiving the actual bill. Like, let's be clear, getting the bill in your hand is not the same as notice. There was no notice. We got the bill. But from the moment we got the bill and then we're debating it a day later, I was really careful to, and very deliberately careful to say, here are my first impressions. They are not, at this stage, informed impressions, because they can't be, because there hasn't been time to hear from community. But my impression, I believe, when I talked about Clause 8, actually, I have my little stickies here. This was the one I had to do multiple sticky tabs to coordinate the bill with the news release. I actually had pro written on it. Like, I had pros and cons, and my sticky tab here is pro, it's blank. But it on first blush to me, Clause 8 sounded like it was positive. I didn't see initially, just at first glance, without the benefit of analysis or time, I didn't see drawbacks. I was curious to hear from community and to take some more time to analyze it. But to me, it sounded like the goal was child safety and privacy, and that's a laudable goal. And so it seemed like hopefully that clause would be largely a beneficial one. And I've only got 7 minutes left, but I think the other members who've already spoken about this, we have since heard through the course of Public Bills Committee and also through media reporting some of the implications of this clause, and they're quite concerning. And again, my goal right now is not to talk about the substance of the clause, but really to talk about engagement. And so what this leads me to question is, again, we haven't heard a minister stand up to talk about who was consulted in this, but we have since heard from folks in the media and other experts submit the ways in which this will prevent important information from being shared with the public. And when we recognize, as we do, the important role that media plays in ensuring that we maintain an accountable democracy, anything that is going to prevent them from doing that job, to me, needs a lot of scrutiny. And having the input of the media, having the input of organizations who are advocates of civil liberties, having the input, in this case, of bar societies, the Uniform Law Commission, on a provision like this, I think is really important. Once again, nobody from government has stood up to say that that work was done. And the surprise with which, I'm just going to read the subtext of the articles that the media has written and the submissions that we've received on this, there's surprise here. So So my conclusion can only be they didn't know and they were not consulted. And that's a problem. That's a concern to me. It should be a concern to all of us because these are organizations and people who have a clear understanding and clear specialized knowledge about how this clause could have an impact on the strength of our democracy and the ability to keep Nova Scotians informed. And it appears that that engagement didn't happen. So this is yet another set of people who are impacted by this bill, concerned by this bill, experts on the implications of this bill, who didn't receive advance engagement, who didn't have the opportunity to provide input in advance. And so they also
Order,
only
please.
had...
It's getting a little loud in here. Let's show some respect to the member who's speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it would appear to me that these groups only had the opportunity and notice that was provided for public bills. So these groups as well only had notice on a Friday to show up on a Monday, to have 10 minutes maximum to provide input on a significant, just one significant clause of this bill. And to me, that's inadequate. That's not enough. There should be more opportunity for folks who have this kind of experience and knowledge to provide more input on something that could have this sweeping impact. So I'm going to move along now to the Domestic Violence Intervention Act, because that's the next clause. Again, we're in an omnibus bill, and so there's a different, this is now yet a different bill that we're on to, and set of stakeholders, set of community members, set of organizations who will be impacted, who have expertise, who have knowledge and experience. And so these provisions, clauses 10 and 11, amend the Domestic Violence Intervention Act to increase the maximum duration for which an emergency protection order may be made or extended from a period of 30 days to a period of 1 year. Again, this is one, and I'm not talking about the substance right now, but I do want to say this is one, when I read it, to me, it sounds like a benefit. But the first thing I thought about when I read it, so two things popped into my head when I read it. The first was the well-intentioned implementation of what I assume was well-intentioned implementation of the rental supplement for victims of domestic violence. And the rocky path that took, in that it missed people who needed to be protected by it. It missed people who clearly should have access to it and didn't. But they didn't because government didn't do the work they needed to engage with the sector to be informed when they rolled it out. That was the first thing that popped into my head, because this made me wonder, is it going to be the same problem? Is this going to be something that should be a benefit, but misses the mark because of a lack of engagement? And I think that's a valid question. Again, no minister has stood up to say who is engaged in the development of this clause. We haven't heard from government, neither the Minister of Justice nor the Minister of the Status of Women, about whether there was any engagement with the sector or advocates or anyone else about this. But the other thing that's interesting on this one is that there's actually a table, the perfect group of people who could advise on this, and that's the Minister's Table on Gender-Based Violence. So we struck a Minister's Table of Gender-Based Violence shortly before my role changed quite significantly, and there are two ministers, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Status of Women, who are leading that work with this table, and the table is comprised of folks who have diverse experience on gender-based violence. And they are survivors, and they are advocates, and they are staff, and they are organizations. And the entire purpose of striking this table was to provide an avenue through which ministers could connect with the sector in an organized way and get input on the broad work that's happening department to department to address gender-based violence. And so this is actually a perfect forum in which to discuss the amendments of Clause 10 and 11 to the Domestic Violence Intervention Act and to get insight into whether this clause hits the mark, whether the intentions hit the mark or not. And so it may be the case that the table was consulted on this in advance. It may be the case that since this has come to the floor of the legislature, perhaps the ministers have raised it at the table. But my goodness, I would think that this would be a great thing to celebrate. If this was brought to that table, and that table's been struck for months now, this clause could have been brought to that table, and I would have put it right in the press release. I would have said, you know what? This clause was informed by this incredibly helpful and passionate and dedicated group of people who are participating on the minister's table on gender-based violence, and that would be a thing to celebrate. But the press release is silent, government is silent, so I'm going to conclude that they haven't been engaged. And so I'm out of time now, but I look forward to debating the clauses as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to comment, and it'll only be a couple minutes, on the point that this that we're talking about has 16 clauses. And it was first introduced 28 days ago. So I want to talk about a bill that I researched that came in on a Friday, second reading on a Monday, went to public bills on a Wednesday, third reading on a Thursday, committee of the whole on a Thursday, third reading on a Friday. 171 clauses. Freedom of information. So that took 7 minutes. And
order, please. Order. You know what? That was a little much. Let's show the member who's speaking some respect. So with that, I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
So, Mr. Chair, freedom of information FOIPA, pretty important one. Between the first reading and when we got to third reading, the minister who presented it spent 50 words. There's 10 different acts, 3 to 5 ministers that were infected, and I'm just going to end on throwing rocks in a glass house isn't nice. Thank you.
All righty. No further speakers. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 2 to 4 carry? Carried. Is there any debate on Clause 5? I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Chair. So if folks would turn to NDP 1, an amendment that we're bringing forward, that's to Clause 5. So I'll start by just quickly reading what it says in the actual act, and then go on to what changes we're proposing. So it says, Chapter 5 of the Acts of 1990, the Children and Family Services Act is amended by adding immediately after Section 14 the following section. 14A, the minister may provide services as prescribed by the regulations to a person who is 19 years of age or more and less than 26 years of age, who, before reaching 19 years of age, was a child in care or was a party to a written agreement pursuant to Section 19 or 19A. Our amendment proposes to delete 14A and substitute the minister shall offer 14A, the minister shall offer A, housing support, B, mental health care services, C, mentoring services, D, independent living support, E, education, F, employment training, and G, any services prescribed by the regulations to a person who is 19 years of age or more and less than 26 years of age who, before reaching 19 years of age, was a child in care or was a party to a written agreement pursuant to Section 19 or 19A. So I'm just going to quickly talk about why we believe that this amendment is necessary. And so as it stands right now, it leaves what type of services that that youth that are aging out of care are going to get in that age bracket as at the complete discretion of the minister, which is not very helpful, because then there isn't any solid minimum requirement that is in place to ensure that all youth aging out of care get the support that they need to be able to basically take off in their lives. And I know that the minister is aware of this being an issue, as this is something that we have discussed. And for the minister and other members' review, I will table the Senate report, Nothing to Celebrate, the Crisis of Youth Aging Out of Care, as it talks about how, you know, this bill simply does not go far enough. There needs to be more solid ways that are written in the legislation to show what we as a province or as a, you know, as legislatures think the kids aging or youth aging out of care are owed. And so the primary difference here between the Bill 201, and the suggestions we're making, as well as what's in the report, is that it goes from discretionary services, which again means what the minister may provide, to entitlement-based rights. And basically talking about what youth are owed to ensure that they're able to thrive in their lives. So the report calls for national standards for youth aging out of care to ensure that regardless of which province the child is in, they receive a consistent level of support. So again, it talks about housing, it talks about income, it talks about healthcare. And while Bill 201 amends the Child and Family Services Act to allow the minister to provide services to youth that are over the age of 19 and less than 26, it remains largely permissive. And again, that just puts all the discretion in the minister's hands rather than providing a legal minimum standard of supports that these youth would be owed. Yeah, I mean, I believe that's really all I actually have to say about this. And, you know, again, I know that this is obviously a concern for this government. This is why a bill like this was obviously introduced, because we know that youth aging out of care need to have these supports to be able to live fulfilling lives as they age out of this care. However, just leaving it open to interpretation what may or may not be provided as services to those youth is problematic. And so our amendment suggests ensuring that there is a legal minimum. And to be honest with you, this doesn't even go far enough in terms of what other things are suggested in the Senate report, but we believe that these would absolutely be what children or youth aging out of care here in Nova Scotia would be able to do to really thrive as they go out into the world. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to stand and add a few comments to this amendment that's been proposed by our colleagues in the NDP. And I actually haven't read the report that my colleagues tabled, and I actually look forward to reading that. I'll make sure I get a copy of that. I would say that in general, this bill has really, in doing a deeper dive into this bill, Mr. Chair, and reading the Auditor General's report associated with this bill, as well as other resources and references.
Order.
Oh, I apologize.
Too much noise, please. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just about to say that it's a very emotional bill, or at least for me, it triggers a lot of emotion because this is a bill that is dealing with children and children in care and children under the minister's care. I also just realized my husband sent me a text because I'm not feeling the best. He's like, when's the last time you ate? And I just realized I hadn't eaten since early this morning. So that's probably a factor in why I'm feeling as emotional maybe too. I need to eat. But when in reading this amendment, our colleague is suggesting that in addition to changing the bill saying that the minister is responsible until the person is less than 26 years of age, between the age of 19 and less than 26 years of age, that we need to be providing more detail as per to the Senate's report. And with housing support, mental health care services, mentoring services, independent living support, education, employment and training, and any services prescribed by regulations. And the reality is, Mr. Chair, that one could make an assumption that if a child is in care here in Nova Scotia, if they've had to be removed from their home, and I know of some of these situations as a nurse, that it is in the best interests of the child through their childhood as well as up to the age of 26 to be provided with mental health supports, to be provided with mentoring services. And we all know in this House that education can change people's lives. So ensuring that education is provided to these individuals, I think, is imperative, and we do have a responsibility to them. And in reading the legislation associated with this bill, the minister is responsible. The minister is responsible. So if you are a parent, which really is what the role of the minister is for these children that are in care, as parents, we have a responsibility to provide the best environment for our children, including to provide them with an education as well as employment training. And so for these reasons, Mr. Chair, I do support this amendment that our NDP colleagues has tabled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Whitney Pier. Am I right? Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I want to get up here on my feet for a few moments to support my colleague in this amendment. There is a difference between may and shall. It's a legal difference. May is a could. A shall is a must. I also have an issue with leaving some of this to regulation, especially with the may behind it. May provide, so the original that we're trying to amend here, the original says the minister may provide services as prescribed by the regulations. There's two vague things happening here. There's a may, and then the regulations. Regulations can be changed through the minister via cabinet. And again, the minister is under no legal obligation under how the legislation is written at the moment to provide any such services. What we are asking for is that the minister must provide services, and we are detailing a good chunk of services that we think should be and must be provided, as well as leaving any other services up to prescribed by regulations. So we are leaving a space for there to be some nimbleness. And I do not think it is an overreach or an over ask to provide housing supports, to provide mental health care services, to provide mentoring services, to provide independent living supports, education, employment training. In fact, I think it's imperative that we do. And so what I'll ask my colleagues on the government side is to accept this amendment that strengthens this clause, clause 5, and provides more clarity to those who have been in care, who are persons between 19 of age to 26. It provides them more clarity of what they are legally, what the Department of OSD and therefore the minister are legally obligated to provide to them. It gives them that more clarity. And so I ask my fellow colleagues to accept this amendment and to give that full clarity to the youth that this clause in the bill is trying to help, and give them that full understanding. And again, not let it be a could or a may, but a must, and therefore change the may to shall. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members for this discussion. I want to start out by saying I appreciate the comments and conversations. One of the things that I haven't done yet, but I remember when I was an opposition MLA, the Minister of Community Services, as it was known at the time, brought a member, I believe it was a member from Dartmouth North and I in, because we were the critics for this department, in, and shared with us everything that the department was doing and all of the different things that were being offered that I, as an opposition MLA, had no idea were being offered. And one of the things that I've discovered since I now have the honor of being the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development is that it is a massive department, and there were a number of things being offered to children in care, aging out of care, that I, as the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, was not aware of, or even things that were being offered. And so when I'm looking at this amendment, I fully understand the intent. And I recall from opposition, there were many a time, it's like, well, why don't you just put it in legislation and not wait for the regulations? Because it's just a little more comfort if it was in legislation. But I certainly understand the regulations' value of being able to change and adapt and grow programs as changes need. So what I want to share with the members now, and I'll have more in, in a future opportunity, is that some of what's already here, we're already doing. And the members may not be aware of that, and I fully accept that. And I'll have more to say in the future. But I do want to say that everything that I've heard tonight suggests we all want to do the very best that we can. The one thought that I do feel like I want to share is this has financial implications. I'm not sure if the members have calculated the cost. So I'm wondering if that's a consideration. I'd be interested in hearing the cost calculation, because this amendment would come with cost. And I didn't hear them mention that tonight. What would it actually cost to do all of that? How would that be paid for? Because God knows everyone in here would do everything they could. But we have finite resources, and as the Minister of Health said, infinite requests. So we want to do everything we can for our children. And I appreciate the intent of this. A number of these things are already offered, and I look forward to having further conversation in the next reading. Thank you.
MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, and I thank the minister for the response. What I do want to say is that in the amendment that we're suggesting, it still has here under G, any services prescribed by the regulations. And so it still allows that nimbleness to be able to expand supports as needed. My concern is, while, again, I understand, and this is something I am very well aware of, that some of these services are already being provided by the department. It is not legislated. And when it's not legislated, there's a concern about the discretion of who gets what. And so, again, I appreciate the minister's response. I've been very intimately familiar with this department for years before becoming MLA, and so I do know what's going on in the department and how huge it is. It's a lot of responsibilities, and I'm familiar with the work being done. I'm also familiar that some of this is already happening, but again, I believe that having this in writing, so it's legislation, as well as having this room for, for the nimbleness of being able to do it by regulations, again, gives youth aging out of care, youth that had been in the care of the province or the minister, a really solid ground to be able to thrive in their lives as they age out of care. I had another point. Oh, regarding the cost. And so my understanding is, again, since quite a number of these are already being provided by the department, I would imagine that the cost is already calculated for by the department. So no, it wasn't a consideration I put in, because again, we were aware that the department is already doing some of this work, so it should already be in the department's budget. I believe the minister would be aware of that. But again, having it written in the legislation should not be considered a burden. So with that, I take my seat. Thank you, Chair.
I see no other speakers. I'm asking for somebody from the NDP party to move this. Oh, I apologize. Shall the amendment carry? No. Recorded vote? Did they say it in time? Recorded vote. We'll take a moment to. The bells will ring for 10 minutes. Order. I now recognize the clerk for a recorded vote.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin. John Lohr.
No.
Brenda McGuire. Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad Johns.
No.
Marco McLeod. Adegoke Fadare.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McCory. Tim Outfit. Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White. Tim Hallman.
No.
Scott Armstrong. Jill Balzer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau. Tori Rushton. Ryan Robichaux.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher.
Yes.
Rod Wilson.
Yes.
Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 11, nays 24.
NDP 1 has been defeated. Looking for a speaker from mover on NDP 2. I recognize the Honorable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in our NDP 2, if folks could actually pull up the change sheet. So what this does is clause 5A deletes section the second time it appears and substitutes sections, and B, add immediately after proposed section 14A the following section. 14B, the minister shall A, assess whether additional persons may be required to be appointed or hired in order to provide services in accordance with section 14A, and B, create a staffing plan with respect to such assessment. And so what this does is it ensures that at the same time that the government is proposing this bill, that there is actually staff in the department and to be able to support the required changes. So I'm just pulling up some notes here. So this is more of capacity building or capacity ensuring measure, while Section 14A gives the minister the authority to provide services to youth aged 19 to 25. Adding 14B addresses the practical reality of how those services will be delivered. And so by adding 14B, A, the legislature is moving from permitting a service to mandating an evaluation of the workforce that would be providing those services. What it does is it forces the Department of Opportunities and Social Development to calculate exactly how many more social workers, case managers, and administrative staff are needed to handle the influx of young adults that would be supported under this bill. And it would prevent a situation where the law says youth can have supports, or the minister says that the youth can have supports, but there aren't enough staff members to actually be able to provide said supports. And in 14B, it goes from it requires the minister to move just beyond thinking about what the staffing plan would be, and it creates accountability, where a formal plan allows for folks like the Auditor General to ask you, assess that you need 50 more staff, where is the plan to hire them, and is it funded in the budget? Yeah, so really this just, again, ensures that the work that the government is saying that they will be doing, there is staff to back that up. I hope members opposite are able to support this change. It's practical. We're in budget session, so let's talk about how we're going to make sure there's staff in the department to provide the services that they're going to be recommending. Thank you.
I recognize the MLA for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm only staying for a few minutes to support my colleague in this amendment that she has moved. The one thing that we know is when government is doing more, we should not continue to ask the same amount of staff to do more. They are already doing immense amount of work within the Department of OSD. Staff are really, really overworked in OSD, and so when we're going to ask governmental staff to do more, we should actually be, or we're deciding as a government to do more, we should also be hiring the staff that is needed to do that work and make sure that they are there. We ran into this problem a number of times with government when we have opened up, when we have made the eligibility for grants, when we had some grants, when we had them and we opened the eligibility up. The problem on the other end, when they were going through trying to get approvals for the grants that people were applying for, was taking a long time because they didn't have the staff that they needed that coincided with the amount of applications they were receiving. And so what we're saying here is we don't want to have to make youth that were once in care wait any longer than they need to. We want to make sure that they have we have enough staffing. We see this in housing. There is not enough people taking in the grants for housing, or taking the applications for applying for public housing. There's not enough people there because and we know this because the backlog is long in the grants department, especially in the grants department. We're 2 to 3 year wait lists for a lot of the grants. We don't want that here. So what we're just asking is that because the government wants to do more and we support what they want to do, we're asking the government to provide and to ensure that the staff is there and that this is not going to land on somebody who's already overworked on their desk, because they don't deserve that. And those that are applying for these services don't deserve to have to continuously wait as well. And with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to stand in support of NDP Amendment 2-2. And I'm just going to refer to the Auditor General's report, and I won't table it now, but after I'm done with it at the end of this bill, I'm committee the whole, I will table the document in its entirety, because I am going to refer to it on several occasions. I think this amendment just makes sense. It's just common sense to make sure that you have enough staff to provide the services that you are stating are needed here in the province. And in the Auditor General's report on page 18, it does state in point 1.8, and I had highlighted this before even seeing this amendment that the NDP brought forward. So the Auditor General stated in her report, department management has indicated that recruitment and retention of social workers has been challenging. Social workers within the department face many challenges in the work they do, and this work can be stressful and time-consuming as they are responsible for children in the care of the minister, many of which have high needs that require a lot of attention. And there is a significant amount of stress in the work that they do. And certainly, I know in my area of Nova Scotia, there is a shortage of social workers. There's not enough staff to fulfill all of the positions. And also another contributing factor to that is there's vacancies in the admin staff, and the social workers are being forced to fill administrative roles in the office, which takes them away from their work in the field, which further prohibits them from actually fulfilling the roles that they are technically legally required to do. So I think the amendment that the NDP had brought forward to that the minister shall assess whether additional persons may be required to be appointed or hired in order to provide services in accordance with Section 14A, and creating a staffing plan with respect to such assessment is just a very common sense approach to this bill. And for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Is Amendment ND? It's been a call for recorded vote. We'll take a 10-minute recess, or until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order, please. Order. I'll ask the clerk to conduct a vote. Recorded vote.
Brian Comer, Nolan Young, Kim Maslin, John Lohr.
No.
Brendan McGuire, Tim Houston, Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad Johns.
No.
Marco McLeod. Adegoke Fadare.
Nope.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McQuarrie. Tim Outfit. Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White. Tim Hallman.
Nope.
Scott Armstrong. Jill Balzer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin. Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau. Tori Rushton. Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher.
Yes.
Rod Wilson.
Yes.
Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 11, nays 24.
The amendment is defeated. Is there continued debate on Clause 5? I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cumberland North.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose the following amendment to Bill 201. Page 1, Clause 5, delete and substitute the following. Chapter 5 of the Acts 1990, the Children and Family Services Act, is amended by adding immediately after Section 12A the following section. 12B1, the minister shall ensure compliance with any prescribed minimum standards for contact between social workers and children in care. 2, the minister shall establish monitoring and reporting mechanisms to ensure compliance under subsection 1. And 6, Chapter 5 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 14 the following section. 14A, the minister shall provide services as prescribed by the regulations to a person who is 19 years of age or more and less than 26 years of age, who before reaching 19 years of age was a child in care or was a party to a written agreement pursuant to Section 19 or 19A. So, As I mentioned earlier when I was speaking on Clause 1, Mr. Chair, in second reading, I really didn't understand the full impact of this bill. And it wasn't until I did further study and listened to those that presented at Public Accounts Committee and reviewed the Auditor General's report from 2024 and heard from people over the phone and emails that I've further really understood what should be happening, what should be brought forth in this bill. So I've got a lot of papers here in front of me, so just bear with me, please. So I'm going to refer to the original bill so that people understand what I'm asking for in this amendment. So in the actual original piece of legislation, the Children and Family Services Act, Section 12A is explaining the social worker's investigations powers. So it goes through that under Section 12A, it's when conducting an investigation in respect of a child, a social worker employed by an agency may attend at the residence of the child and any other place frequented by the child, interview and examine the child, interview any parent or guardian of the child, interview any person who cares for or has an opportunity to observe the child, interview any person who provides health, social, educational, or services to the child, or to any parent or guardian of the child, interview other persons about past parenting, interview other persons and gather any evidence that the social worker considers necessary or advisable to complete the investigation. And so, Mr. Chair, what I'm proposing in this amendment is after that section, we add the minister shall ensure compliance with any prescribed minimum standards for contact between social workers and children in care. And 2, the minister shall establish monitoring and reporting mechanisms to ensure compliance under subsection 1. And Mr. Chair, the reason that I brought this amendment forward is based on the recommendations of the Auditor General's report. So I'm just going to read a few things from the Auditor General's report. Mr. Chair, this is not my area of specialty. That's say that right outright. But the Auditor General has made recommendations based on the study of her team, of what's actually been happening here in the province of Nova Scotia. And I think it's important that we respect the work of our Auditor General and her team, and then put those recommendations into action. So in the Auditor General's report, Mr. Chair, their key things that they mentioned was there was weak oversight of children in temporary emergency arrangements and child and youth care homes is increasing the risk that vulnerable children will not be properly cared for. Missing and outdated plans of care also may result in the needs of children not being addressed. So I'm going to then move to the section of the report that is pertinent to this amendment, Mr. Chair. So on page 24, one of the things that the Auditor General's report said is that the department policies do not reflect current social worker contact standards for children in temporary emergency arrangements. Certainly concerning. We reviewed a sample of 10 children placed in temporary emergency arrangements after September 2022 and found in 5 of the 10 samples, the social worker did not have the required 3 in-person contacts with the child in the 30-day period reviewed. Even more concerning, there were periods up to 59 days where the social worker did not have an in-person contact with the child. An overview of these samples provided, they're in the report. In the department's 2022 review identified a need for social workers to conduct frequent unannounced visits to children living in temporary emergency arrangements. However, for 8 of the 10 samples we reviewed, we could not determine if any of the social worker visits to the child within the 30-day period examined were unannounced. Unscheduled visits provided an opportunity for social workers to see a child in the temporary emergency arrangement without providing the service provider an opportunity to prepare in advance. And this is an important step in assessing the level of day-to-day care the child is receiving, and without it, the social workers may not obtain an accurate picture. Social workers in-person contact with children in temporary emergency arrangements should be supplemented with weekly virtual meetings with the child and service provider staff. However, like other contact standards, these virtual interactions are not happening as required. For our sample of 10 children placed in temporary emergency arrangement after September 22, we found no instances where the social worker completed the required 4 weekly virtual contacts in the first 4 weeks following the placement. For all the samples, there was at least 1 week where there was no virtual contact with the child, and so on. We overlaid the samples from the in-person and virtual contact testing and found shortfalls in 5 of the 5 samples. When the social worker did not meet the required 3 face-to-face contacts with the child, the required number of virtual contacts with the child were also not met. So we need to have something, I think, in legislation, Mr. Chair, that the minister shall ensure compliance with any of the prescribed minimum standards for contact between social workers and children in care. And the Auditor General's report showed very clearly that that wasn't happening, Mr. Chair. Before I finish my comments on this amendment, I do want to just emphasize that what we heard from people in the Public Bills Committee and what I've heard from people is that they believe that this bill provides government with the opportunity to make changes that are needed within this piece of legislation, the Children and Family Services Act, and we're missing the opportunity to strengthen the care. Mr. Chair, the department, I'm just going to read a couple things also. I'm sure everyone in the House knows this, but I want to just read it because everyone may not know this. And I think it's important that when the court places a child in the minister's care, the minister must act as a wise and conscientious parent. Available placement options for a child in care can include kinship, foster care, caregivers with whom the child has an established relationship, including relatives, neighbors, or close friends of the family. Foster care, caregivers who open their homes to children who are unable to live with their birth families. Child and youth care homes, licensed community-based residences for children who cannot be placed in a foster care environment, or with moderate to severe emotional or behavioral challenges that require a higher level of supervision and structure than available in foster care. I remember being a student nurse and actually doing one of my clinical placements in one of these youth care homes. It was actually in Dartmouth. And the children in these homes deserve the very highest of standards. The very highest of standards. And clearly from the Auditor General's report, we need to step it up here in this province. We need to do a better job of ensuring that they get that. The Auditor General's initial comments as well, I think, are important, and I want to just mention them as backup for this amendment to Bill 201. The Department of Community Services is responsible for this piece of legislation, and it's a provincial law which protects children from harm, promoting the integrity of the family, and requires consideration of the best interests of children in all proceedings and matter under the Act. The Act provides innate protection for children at risk of abuse or neglect by enabling the department to intervene on their behalf. And this amendment ensures, Mr. Chair, that the minister shall ensure compliance with any prescribed minimum standards for contact, which the Auditor General's report clearly showed hasn't been happening. I'll go on. When the department has determined a child needs protective services and is at imminent risk of harm, a decision may be made to take the child into care of the Minister of Community Services if there are no alternative, less intrusive options to keeping the child safe. Once the child has been taken into care, the department applies to the Nova Scotia Supreme Court Family Division for a court ordering granting protective services for the child and placing the child in the minister's temporary care and custody. The court maintains oversight of the child protection, court proceedings, and grants orders respecting placement and services as it determines are the child's best interests until the conclusion of the proceeding in accordance with the Act. Family reunification is always the objective of all interventions when the court has placed a child in the minister's temporary care and custody Temporary care and custody orders are granted when the court determines a child cannot remain at home and placement with family, friends, or community is not available or would not be in the child's best interest. Once the child is in temporary care, the department works with the family and child to address circumstances that cause the child to be taken into the care of the minister. I'll skip a little piece, but then it says the minister becomes the permanent legal guardian of the child with all the rights, powers, and responsibilities of a parent for the child's care and custody. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I believe this amendment is necessary. Again, we know based on the Auditor General's report that children's things have not always been done to meet the standards as they should. So this amendment states clearly the minister shall ensure compliance with any prescribed minimum standards for contact between social workers and children in care, and the minister shall establish monitoring and reporting mechanisms, which also, I won't read through all of that, but if you read the Auditor General's report, the Auditor General's report clearly states that the monitoring and reporting mechanisms were not all met at all times. So we need to ensure that that changes. We need to do all that we can to protect the children that are under the minister's care here in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to stand for a moment to in support of the honourable member from Cumberland North's amendment. So, you know, other than what's in the Auditor General reports. We know from reports like the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers review, 2025 review of the Child and Family Services Act, that the main reason that social workers are struggling to be able to meet these minimum standards is because of the workload that they're facing. And as previously mentioned, the fact that we have a shortage of the administrative staff means that the social workers have to take time out of, you know, potentially doing the required visits to be able to do the administrative work on the back end. And so I'm just going to read briefly from this report, and I'll make sure I table it later on. So in Nova Scotia, child welfare services are predominantly delivered by social workers, 85% of whom identify as female or non-binary. The profession is often seen as a low-skilled work, reflecting patriarchal attitudes and resulting in a lack of respect, support, and funding for these crucial roles, coupled with the societal expectations that social risk should be the sole responsibility of the individuals and families rather than a collective burden. This further undermines the work of professional care. And it goes on to say that, you know, even the Canadian Association of Social Workers highlights why social workers leave child work protection, with 75% due to unmanageable workloads, increased expectations, and administrative procedures is 68%. That's pretty huge. 68% of those that were surveyed by the Canadian Association of Social Workers say that they've had to do administrative work, which kept them away from their duties, and unrealistic organizational expectations. And so again, this is a discussion that I've also had with the previous Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, talking about the need for recruiting and retaining additional social workers to ensure that the work of this department is done in a meaningful way, which is not something I've heard of yet from the current minister, though I hope that's still work that is ongoing. So the environment that they work in has resulted in moral distress, and with 30% of child welfare workforce usually resigns within 1 year. Again, those are pretty high numbers, and you know, rather than just going through the cycle of trying to replace folks, we need to figure out what is the source of the issue, and you know, this is clearly defined in the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers report. Moral distress is closely connected to moral injury, a concept circulating in psychological trauma literature. Moral injury occurs when there's a betrayal of what's right, either by someone in authority or oneself in high-stakes situations. This impairs trust and can lead to despair and mental health issues. And so, once again, they're having to take up duties that should be the duties of administrative staff. Therefore, when they know that they would love to and they need to be doing those visitations more, they're just unable to because they're busy taking over and doing other work. What we know from this budget is that frontline staff is being cut. And so social workers are probably going to have to do even more administrative work now. So that's what I wanted to highlight. And again, in support of the member from Cumberland North's amendment, we need to make sure that our children are getting the best care possible. And we also need to make sure that the people doing that work feel as supported as possible. So thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to just stand briefly and speak in support of the Independent 1 amendments that have been tabled on Clause 5. I think they're very important amendments. I think they speak to a gap, candidly, that they probably speak to a number of gaps, but there's one that I want to talk about that exists because we have not yet seen the child and youth advocate role come to fruition. And so just to recap, and I won't belabor the point, I think the member who introduced this provided a really helpful background explanation of what the Act actually says in terms of what expectations are required, and then the comparison with the standards that are necessary. Children, when they are in care, are some of our most vulnerable citizens, and just by virtue of being in care doesn't take them out of risk, right? The fact that they get into care is not the thing that prevents them from being at risk and at harm. It is the ongoing assessment, monitoring, provision of services that mitigates the harm that they are experiencing. And it is a mitigation. You can't remove the harm. What you can do is put in supports to mitigate and supports to hopefully make the best case scenario for children and youth who are experiencing some of the most traumatic experiences that children can go through. And the need for regular monitoring, the need for the virtual meetings, the one-on-one in-person meetings, the unannounced drop-ins, the variety of ways in which you can check in and ensure a person's well-being is incredibly important. And as we just heard the member spoke, one of the significant challenges that I think that social workers face in meeting those standards is the resourcing and the lack of support and the understaffing that exists in allowing that to happen. So the mechanisms that the independent member has proposed address those exact issues, and I think they're really important for that. If we did have an office of a child and youth advocate in place with that resourcing, that office might provide some of these measures. So we might be having a different discussion if that office was fully funded, fully staffed, and operating. But the reality is that was a promise in 2021, I believe, and my understanding is that the most significant step that we've seen taken on that is the recent announcement that there's $300,000 set aside in the budget to support the movement forward of that. And so I think that people are pleased to see something concrete signal that will move ahead. But the executive director of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers points to the budget of the Manitoba Youth Advocate, and Manitoba is actually a pretty good comparator for Nova Scotia. They have a similar population. They often have similar needs. I will say they do have more youth than Nova Scotia does, so it might be a little overshoot if we're looking at the resourcing, but it's a really good starting point. And that budget, the Manitoba budget, is $6.5 million. So 300,000 is a very small start towards 6.5 million. Even if because Manitoba does certainly have more youth than, so even if we were to half that and put 3 million ahead, I mean, that's way more than 300,000. So I can't, I mean, I wouldn't want to project as to how far down this path Nova Scotia is going to get with $300,000 in the budget, but I think it is probably quite fair to say that that office is not going to be up and running in the kind of substantive way that these measures that the independent member has proposed would do more immediately. And so I think, and I think even once that office is up, when it's up, hopefully, if it does come to fruition, these standards are still something that would be helpful for that office in applying as well. And the provisions that the member has tabled, I think, would be beneficial. So I think that's really what I wanted to say. I wanted to express my support for the amendments that the member has tabled, and to mention that office of the Child and Youth Advocate as well, because I think that's a really important consideration as we talk about the variety of clauses in this bill that address Children and Family Services Act. The missing piece, you know, I don't know if it's an elephant in the room or not, is that office. That office will address many of these things, provide insight, provide knowledge, provide oversight. And it's, you know, at this stage, it's missing from the conversation. So again, I'm very supportive of this amendment. I was happy to stand and speak on it, and I will take my seat now.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm not going to be too long, Chair. I just want to get up and give my support to the member for Cumberland North. My colleague from Fairview Clayton Park said a few things I want to elaborate on. One of them is the fact that social workers are burning out at a high rate. That is true. We have reports on it from the College of Social Workers. Maybe that's why they're being taken out of the college. We have reports from NSGEU that say this. And to deny it is foolhardy. Because if we deny something is happening, Speaker or Chair, we can't fix the problems. Nobody is blaming anybody. It's a structural problem. There is no one to blame. It's systemic. It's a systematic problem. There's not one minister, not one person to blame for the situation. It is just systemic. It comes from not having enough social workers to meet the demands, which comes from not having enough proper supports for prevention. And all of that is a resource. That is resource problems, but it's also societal and social problems. And if we can fix those problems as a collective, we can eliminate the children who go into care due to poverty. We can eliminate the children who go into care due to parents who just don't know how to parent. Children don't come with a manual. I've said this many times. You leave the hospital, there's no manual. There's a manual for your car seat. And before you leave the hospital, you better know how to put that baby in their car seat properly or they don't let you leave. They'll teach you first. True story. My mother, who works in the family and child well-being, made my husband and I learn. using a doll before we took our child home, and my mother also went and checked my car and my husband's car to make sure that the base was in properly, and we had to do car seat safety via my mother. She was a good teacher, but she was strict. But children have to leave the hospital, and when they leave, you get a manual for the car seat, you get a manual for the crib, but the child does not come with this manual. And so parents who don't have those tools, they're not to blame, they don't have them. And that's why it's important to make those types of tools universal. But in the meantime, while we hopefully strive and work towards that, when a call comes in that somebody is concerned about a child, we can put all those wraparound supports, but that means that we really need our Family Resource Center staffed. We need to make sure, I don't know what it's called now. Back in the day, it was called Parent Aid. I forget what it's called now. What was that? It might be Parenting Journey, but they would go into your home. This was when phone calls were made and people were concerned. They'd go into your home and help you and help you learn and learn right beside and kind of be right beside you to guide you in the journey of becoming a parent and learning how to parent, learning how to cook, all those things that someone might not have. And so what is really needed here is resources. We can't bury our heads in the sand and pretend the problem doesn't exist. If social workers are not meeting the criteria, and I know that they're not, and it's not their fault. It is not a social worker's fault. It is just a systemic issue, a structural issue that they are suffering through and the children are suffering through. And that can be fixed, Speaker. That can be fixed, one, through the a child and youth advocacy. It can be fixed through putting more human resources into OSD, particularly in the family and child and family well-being section. That can be done. And that is what I believe this amendment is the biggest category or the biggest goal of this amendment, is to say, if the minimal standards are not being met, and in accordance with the AG's report, in accordance with saying that they're not being met, in accordance with NSGEU saying their social workers are burning out and they're exhausted and they're doing a lot more administrative clerical work, and if the College of Social Workers is saying the exact same thing, then what the goal of this amendment, again, is to make changes to that and to fix the problem. And so I support this, and I ask the government to support this so that, one, the government is meeting its standards, because when children are in the care of the minister, the Crown, the department is fully responsible. But again, that is not one person. It really is not. There have been many ministers of this department. It is not the responsibility of one that this issue has occurred. And it is not a blame game. It's just a fact. And it's been findings from an independent report that backs up what the union that represents social workers as well as case aides and others have said, and it backs up the report of the findings from the College of Social Workers. So I hope my colleagues on the government side take this amendment to heart and in the, I believe, the spirit that it was meant to, and that was the protection of children, as well as to support and help the social workers on the ground. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll start off again by, we're speaking to an amendment introduced on the Justice and Social Services Act, Bill 201 that I introduced. I think what's important for Nova Scotians to hear is there was a report done by the Auditor General in 2024. It was called the Report to the Auditor General of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, Health, Safety and Well-Being of Children Placed in Temporary Emergency Arrangements and Child and Youth Care Homes. The report was written in 2024, and for those who wouldn't be aware, the data on how they evaluated that department and that particular section of the department would have been data collected in 2022 to 2023 and then reported on in 2024. And I realized as I was rereading it, because I've read it many times, when we look at all of the amendments introduced, I may be misreading this, but it looks like people went through the Auditor General's recommendations and slid them into amendments. But it sends a very misleading message to Nova Scotians, because frankly, I'm a little, offended might be a little too strong, but I don't want Nova Scotians to think that the department charged with looking after children in care sat on a report and didn't do anything about it for the last 2 years. One of the members who introduced, actually the member who introduced this said they're not an expert in this field. Neither am I, despite being a health professional, and neither is anybody in this house that I'm aware of. I could be wrong. But you know who are experts in this? The very people who took this report and responded. I think the whole message is important. Yes, the Auditor General recommended some things, but if anyone in Nova Scotia thinks that they sat on that for 2 years and didn't do anything about it, it's frankly insulting to the incredible staff who work there. And it is my job to defend that and to make sure that the information that comes out is accurate. So we're going to go through some of them. Recommendation 1.6, we recommend the Department of Community Services require staff to document the rationale behind the selection of a specific child and youth care home for a child. And then there's a response by the department and an action taken. Concern, response, action. The department's response, department agrees with the recommendation. It was completed in March of 2025. I could go through every single recommendation. Recommendation 1.7, completed March 2025. Recommendation 1.8, completed March 2025. Recommendation 1.9, completed March of 2025. Recommendation 1.10, completed December 2024. Recommendation 1.11, completed September 2024. There are pages and pages of recommendations highlighting concerns that concern all Nova Scotians. And the department has done nothing but work to ensure that every one of these recommendations is either completed already or will be completed by December of this year. I want every Nova Scotian to know that any child in the care of the minister is being looked after. We're going to continue to improve the system. Ironically, the bill that I introduced It's going to enhance the ability of social workers to do their job and to focus more on the things that they want to be able to do. One of the things that has not been mentioned is that we introduced the paraprofessional role to support social workers. That is allowing the actual social worker to do more of what she was trained to do. We have a vacancy rate in social workers of between 7 and 8%. We are working hard to fill that. This is a very difficult job. I represent those who work in child protective services and those who work in adult protective services, the majority of whom are social workers. And any suggestion that they are not providing the care that children and the care of the minister require is not a message I want Nova Scotians to hear. Is there more work to do? Absolutely. Is every recommendation completed? Not yet. But that department, the hundreds of social workers, the policy analysts, the people who are, we're now spending an additional $110 million in my department to help ensure that every child is looked after in the province of Nova Scotia. And I want all of the people working in our department to know that I stand with you, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to support you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall the motion carry? Oh, I apologize. Yes, you can. Yep. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. Just quickly wanna bring to attention that none of the folks that have spoken said anything about the social workers. Nobody in opposition. None of us said anything about social workers being the problem. In fact, we said quite the opposite. So that's my first thing to say. Recommendation 110 of the Auditor General reports, we recommend the Department of Community Services regularly assess whether plans of care are completed within the timelines outlined within department policies and whether the required quarterly or an annual reviews are completed on schedule. When policy requirements have not been met timely action must be taken to achieve this compliance. And so it says that DCS agrees and that there's a target of 2024. I would love to know if those reports are actually being done, because if that's the case, okay. I don't disturb anybody when they're talking, so I'd expect the same type of respect. And as well, I would like to go to recommendation 1.3. We recommend the Department of Community Services regularly monitor social workers' contact with children and temporary emergency arrangements. And so, I see the minister has that report. This is exactly what the member from Cumberland North is recommending. It's in the AG report that the minister has been reading from. And so this is exactly what's being recommended here. I'm not sure why there seems to be an issue. But anyways, all of that to say that, again, there are also reporting requirements here. Not sure if that's happening. The other thing is, regarding how old or new data is, I myself, I have very regular conversations with the executive director at the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. Members of the caucus have regular conversations as well with NSGEU executive, social workers, and this is still an issue. So it doesn't matter what date the report came out, because as far as they are telling us, and they are the people on the ground, and they are aware of what the issues are, they know that this is still a problem. And so, if there was that consultation happening that we've talked about previously, which obviously did not happen when this bill was introduced, the minister would be aware of that. With that, I'll take my seat. Thanks.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the member just mentioned that she has regular conversations with the executive director of the College of Social Worker, who I believe is the NDP candidate in the last provincial election, if I'm recalling correctly. So when you consider the source, that's an actual fact. So, Mr. Chair, oh, and I guess they said they didn't interrupt us, but. So, I literally had just stood up and read recommendation 1.1, and I read it out loud and said the department completed recommendation 1.1, and then members stood up and said it's not done yet. So, let me just find it. Give me just a minute. I got all that. Just, yeah.
Order.
Sorry.
Okay. Apologize. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you. So again, what I'm speaking about is an independent amendment to Bill 201, the Justice and Social Services Act that I introduced as the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development. And as I mentioned just before, what was represented earlier by opposition members is a number of recommendations from the Auditor General Report of 2024. And there was a suggestion that what is in this report, the department sat on and didn't do. So I'm going to go through it. And I want to reassure Nova Scotians that if there is a child in the care of the minister, they are being looked after by the amazing staff and service providers in this province. Like the Minister of Health always reassures people, you can go to immersion, you're going to get good care. If you're in the care of the minister, you are as well. So, the Auditor General Report of 2024, the health, safety, and well-being of children placed in temporary emergency arrangements in child and youth care homes, made several recommendations. Recommendation number 1, we recommend the Department of Community Services assess the implementation status of the recommendations from the 2022 internal review of temporary emergency arrangements and take appropriate actions to address any outstanding recommendations. Completed December 2024. Recommendation 1.2. We recommend the Department of Community Services update the department's policy for social work contact requirements with children in temporary emergency arrangements to reflect the current contact requirements. September 2024 for insertion to existing policy, done. December 2024 for inclusion in the new policy, done. The Child and Family Wellbeing Policy and Procedure Manuals are revised and the policies are available. The contact requirements with children in temporary emergency arrangements will be incorporated into the internal procedure manuals. Done. The number of children in temporary emergency shelter has dropped, I forget the exact percentage. It's somewhere between 60 and 80%, I can't remember exactly. But the number of children who have to be living in a hotel room has dropped so dramatically that there are very few there now. Recommendation 1.3. We recommend the Department of Community Services regularly monitor social work contact with children in temporary emergency arrangements and with the service provider caring for the children. If the department contact standards are not being met, appropriate action should be taken to achieve compliance. There's a suggestion in this House that that's not happening. It was completed September of 2024. Recommendation 1.4. We recommend the Department of Community Services create and use a process to select temporary emergency arrangement service providers. The process must include standard requirements that potential service providers must meet before permission is granted to provide temporary emergency arrangements. Department agreed with that recommendation, as it agreed with all recommendations. It was implemented in September of 2025. Recommendation 1.5, we recommend the Department of Community Services regularly monitor the agreements with temporary emergency service providers to assess whether service providers are complying with all terms and conditions. Department agreed with this recommendation. Monitoring occurs on an ongoing basis through regular contact with the social worker and a team of DCS service provider support managers who work with service providers to ensure compliance with all terms and conditions of the service level agreements. If there are issues identified, this team works with the appropriate divisions of the departments to take corrective action. This is not something that you do and is done. This is an ongoing standard of practice. There are a lot more that I am prepared to read into the record to reassure all Nova Scotians. But I'm going to stop now, but I am certainly prepared to restart with recommendation 1.6 shortly. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to because, you know, I wanted to make sure we were on independent 1, the change recommended on page 1, clause 5, right? Am I correct? Perfect. So as the minister is stating all of these things, this is exactly what's in the clause. So I'm pretty sure that the minister is saying that they're in agreement with this particular amendment. Oh, okay. So if you would indulge me just for 2 seconds, it says, page 1, clause 5, delete and substitute the following. Chapter 5 of the Acts of 1990, the Children and Family Services Act, is amended by adding immediately after section 12A the following section. 12B, the minister shall ensure compliance with any prescribed minimum standards for contact between social workers and children in care, which is what the minister was reading just previous. Number 2, the minister shall establish monitoring and report mechanisms to ensure compliance under subsection 1. Which is also what the minister just reiterated was happening. This would just make it into law. And chapter 5, number 6, chapter 5 is further amended by adding immediately after section 14 the following section. 14A, the minister may provide services as prescribed by the regulations to a person who is 19 years of age or more or less than 26 years of age, who before reaching 19 years of age was a child in care or was party to a written agreement pursuant to section 19 and 19A. So I just wanted some clarity, because from what I'm hearing, the minister is stating all of these things, which would also be in agreement with this particular amendment. So I would be happy to see this amendment pass. I agree with my colleague here, because I think these are all things that when we talk about legislation should be embedded in law, especially when we're talking about safety and the care of children. And we all know, all of us in this House, we all want to put that at the top of the priority list to make sure that all children in care have that safety, and it's paramount. And I mean, the minister as well feels the exact same way. So it's really, I will be happy to hear how folks vote on this particular amendment, which is in agreement to what the minister just said.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair, and I want to just reiterate that again, like my colleague here just said, the purpose of this amendment is to strengthen strengthen the services for the children in care under the minister's purview. And it's my understanding that, I could be wrong, it's my understanding though, Mr. Chair, that this is the first time that this piece of legislation, the Children and Family Services Act, has come before the House since this government has been in place, or it does look like it was amended last in 2021, but it hasn't been brought before the House since the last Auditor General report. So, Mr. Chair, this is an opportunity to strengthen the piece of legislation, the Children and Family Services Act, to ensure that our laws here in Nova Scotia, our laws, the legislation, ensure that our children get the care that they deserve and that they need. And right now, the laws don't ensure that. And that is why we've put these amendments forward. The Auditor General's report, sadly, found that the department was not adequately overseeing child and youth care homes or temporary emergency arrangements here in Nova Scotia. It's very sad, very sad. And this is an opportunity for us to ensure our laws here in Nova Scotia reflect the recommendations of our Auditor General, and most people in this House, if not all, would want that. I don't think any MLA ethically or morally would not support this amendment that only reinforces in law, in legislation, the recommendations of our Auditor General, with the whole goal, Mr. Chair, that this doesn't happen again. The whole purpose of this amendment and future amendments that are coming are to ensure that our laws here, and not just a policy that may or may not be followed, but it's that it will be legal, that these things will be in place to ensure that our children and our youth receive the care that they need and deserve here in the province of Nova Scotia.
So the amendment carry. They're going to speak up. But we're taking a recess for 10 minutes or until the whips are satisfied. Order. I'll ask the vote to conduct the clerk to conduct the vote.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young. Kim Masland.
No.
John Lohr.
Nope.
Brendan McGuire. Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie. Twyla Gross.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse. Brad Johns.
No.
Marco McLeod. Adegoke Fadare.
Nope.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer. Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald. Brian Wong. Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
Nope.
Kyle McQuarrie.
No.
Tim Outfit.
No.
Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen.
No.
Diane Timmons. David Bowlby. Nick Hilton. John White.
No.
Tim Hallman. Scott Armstrong. Jill Balzer. Colton LeBlanc.
Nope.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Derek Momberquette. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. No. Greg Moreau.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Brian Robichaux. Becky Druin,
Yes.
Damian Stoylov,
No.
Danny McGilvery,
No.
Krista Gallagher, Rod Wilson, Lena Hamid,
Yes.
I recognize clerk.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 10, nays 23.
The motion is defeated. Is there any additional? Okay, sorry. Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand to table this amendment to Bill 201, the Justice and Social Services Act. Mr. Chair, my amendment is the following. Page 1, add the following clause immediately after Clause 5. Chapter 5 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 20 the following section, 20A1, the minister shall document the rationale for each placement of a child under this Act. 2, the documentation made under the subsection must include A, consideration of the child's needs, B, placement options available at the time of placement, and C, the basis for the placement decision, renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. Mr. Chair, I'll just read through the original piece of legislation that's in the Child and Family Services Act. The Section 20 that I'm asking for the amendment is under the title of placement considerations. So in the original piece of legislation before this amendment, Section 20 reads, where the minister or an agency enters into an agreement pursuant to Section 17, 18, or 19, the minister or the agency shall, where practical, in order to ensure the child's best interests are served, take into account A, the maintenance of regular contact between the child and the parent or guardian, B, the desirability of keeping brothers and sisters in the same family unit, C, the child's need to maintain contact with the child's relatives and friends, D, the preservation of the child's cultural, racial, and linguistic heritage, and E, the continuity of the child's education and religion. So, Madam Chair, what I'm proposing is after that, so I'm not proposing any changes to that existing piece, but what I'm proposing is to add after that, that the minister shall document the rationale for each placement of the child under the Act. Again, the documentation must include A, consideration of the child's needs, B, placement options available at the time of placement, and C, the basis for the placement decision. And Madam Chair, the reasoning for this amendment that I'm tabling comes from recommendation 1.5 and 1.5 of the Auditor General's report from 2024. And Madam Speaker, similar to the last amendment, we want to ensure that the laws of Nova Scotia reflect changes to make sure that the deficiencies that the Auditor General had identified in her report don't continue. And while the minister has shared in the debate of the last amendment that changes have taken place, that's very encouraging to hear. What we want to ensure, Madam Chair, is that the laws of the province ensure that the deficiencies never happen again. And clearly, we all care about the children of this province, the children and our youths. We want to ensure that everything is put in place so that we don't have similar deficiencies. So I'm just going to refer to the Auditor General's report just to provide the House with the reasoning behind this amendment that I have brought forward. So in the Auditor General's report, they recommend that the department formerly called the Department of Community Services, regularly to monitor the agreements with temporary emergency arrangement service providers to assess whether service providers are complying with all the terms and conditions. And it goes on to say that placement decisions aren't supported. So there was, the Auditor General's report identified that there was no explanation of how child and youth care homes are selected for children. So the department policy states choosing the right placement is the most critical decision a social worker must make on behalf of a child. While the availability of space at child and youth care homes may limit the options available, each placement decision needs to be based on a thorough review of the child's needs. Based on the wording of this policy, we expected to see a clearly documented explanation of how the needs of the child and other factors were considered in making the placement decision. This could include assessing the likelihood of a child succeeding in group care, gouging the ability of the child to maintain family and community connections, and evaluating the services offered in the child and youth care home, which could benefit the child. From a sample of 20 children placed in child and youth care homes during our audit period, we found no explanation of why the specific child and youth care home was selected. There is no requirement in department policies to document the rationale for selecting a specific child and youth care home. Department staff indicated discussions to determine the most suitable home for a child care are often not documented in the child's file, and the decision is based on vacancy rather than the specific child's needs. Also, following that, Madam Chair, recommendation 1.6 says we recommend the Department of Community Services, the former name of the department, require staff to document the rationale behind the selection of a specific child and youth care home for a child, and further states placement information collection tools completed but contained outdated and missing information. And again, the comments that I'm reading of the Auditor General's report, Madam Chair, justify the reasoning why I brought forth this amendment. The report goes on to state, if a kinship or foster care home is unavailable or not suitable, the social worker must find a child and youth care home for the child. To assist with this, the child social worker must complete a placement information collection tool, otherwise known as PIC. The PIC tool is a form that provides an overall assessment of the needs of a child to be used in finding the best available child and youth care home with 9 categories, including health, education, and behavioral considerations. We reviewed 20 placements of children in child and youth care homes during our audit period and found a PIC tool was completed in 19 of 20 cases. However, we had concerns with the timeliness and comprehensiveness of the PIC tools. Management told us that a PIC tool must be completed each time a new placement is requested for a child. This could be when a child first enters care or when a change in placement occurs. For example, when a child moves from foster care to a child and youth care home, and when a child moves to a different child and youth care home. However, this requirement is not clearly outlined in department policy. The policy also does not state when a past PIC tool needs to be updated if it is taking a significant length of time to secure a child and youth care home for a child. The 19 PIC tools we reviewed were completed within 5 days and almost 1 year in advance of the child's placement in a child and youth care home, with the average PIC tool over 3 months old. An up-to-date PIC tool is necessary to find the best possible placement and inform caregivers of the level of care the child requires. Out-of-date PIC tools may not capture any changes to the child's needs, especially for children experiencing the stress of removal from their families or moving to a new placement. For 7 of the 19 placements we selected for review, the PIC tool was between 3 months and almost 1 year old, increasing the possibility the current needs of the child were not accurately identified or considered in the selection of the child and youth care home. So, Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate that I think everyone in this House would agree we want to ensure the laws of this province ensure that the care that our children and youth in this province are getting meet the highest of standards and meet the requirements of the recommendations of the Auditor's report, General's report, and by placing it into law, along with the other, what's already existing in law, will help to ensure that. Again, the Auditor General found that placement decisions were not always clearly documented, and this amendment would help with that. That means, Madam Chair, that in some cases there was no clear record of why a child was placed in a particular setting, what options were considered, or how that decision was made. And that is a very serious gap. And these are critical decisions that affect the safety and the well-being of our children. This amendment would require that those decisions be documented, including the child's needs, the options available, and the rationale for the final decision. Madam Chair, this amendment is not about adding additional paperwork, but rather it's about ensuring transparency, consistency, and accountability in decisions that deeply matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak to an amendment to Bill 201, the Justice and Social Services Act that I introduced. For those who are listening to the debate, what they're hearing is that everyone in this House cares about children. And they especially care about children in the care of the minister. Because we want all of our children in this province to have the same opportunities. And we are referencing and speaking appropriately about a report by the Auditor General of 2024 called the Report of the Auditor General to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, Health, Safety and Wellbeing of Children Placed in Temporary Emergency Arrangements in Child and Youth Care Homes. And what we are hearing is a very good debate from a number of people who care. But we are reading the report that was done in 2023 and the recommendations and the concerns that led to those recommendations. And that's very important. You can't talk about it enough. And I'm happy that we are having that discussion here. But you can't tell half a story. And that is my concern tonight. I'll say it again. This report was released in 2024, and I don't want a single Nova Scotian to think that the Department of Opportunities and Social Development sat on that report and didn't respond. And I've already gone through a number of the recommendations and responded so that all Nova Scotians know that the department agreed with every single recommendation. Analysis, recommendation, agreement of the recommendations, response, action. I could go through them all again, but many of these were completed more than a year and a half ago. And the recommendation, we recommend the Department of Community Services require staff to document the rationale behind the selection of a specific child and youth care home for a child. For example, the department agreed with the recommendation. A policy directive requiring documentation of the rationale for how a specific child and youth care program was selected for each child will be created and issued. Supervisors will monitor to ensure ongoing that this policy is implemented and followed. That was completed in March of 2025. So I'm not disagreeing with the members opposite who are talking about how important this is that this practice is implemented. It has been. And I want to reassure all Nova Scotians that any child who is in the care of the minister is being looked after. Is there more work to do in the department? Absolutely. And in fact, this bill addresses some of those challenges to make our children safer than they were before. And I hope at the end of all of this, Madam Speaker, that all of the members of this House will support this legislation when the time comes. Thank you.
Shall Amendment 2 carry?
No. Recorded vote. You were in your seat.
No.
There's been a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring for 10 minutes or until the whip is satisfied. order. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer, Nolan Young, Kim Maslin, John Lohr, Brendan McGuire, Tim Houston, Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns. Marco McLeod. Adegoke Fadare.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek. Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McQuarrie. Tim Outfit.
No.
Rick Burns. Danielle Barkhouse. Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White.
Nope.
Tim Hallman.
Nope.
Scott Armstrong. Jill Balzer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozniak.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau.
No.
Tori Rushton. Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 10, nays 24.
The amendment has been defeated. Shall Clause 5 carry? Clause 5 is carried. Shall Clause 6 carry? Clause 6 has been carried. The debate on Clause 7, I recognize the honorable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to propose this third amendment to Bill 201, the Justice and Social Services Act. Madam Chair, my amendment reads as follows. Page 2, add the following clause immediately after Clause 7. 8. Chapter 5 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 88A the following section. 88B. 1. The minister shall establish and maintain a system for the collection, tracking, and analysis of all critical incidents and serious occurrences involving children in care or in placements under this Act. 2. The minister shall, at least once in a year, prepare and make publicly available a report summarizing A, the number and nature of such critical incidents and serious occurrences, B, any identified trends or systemic issues, and C, any actions taken in response to those findings. Renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. Madam Chair, this amendment I'll refer to the original bill just so people listening have a better understanding. So in the original legislation, the Children and Family Services Act, Section 88, which is the one I'm suggesting to add the amendment, is actually for a review of act. So in 88A1, the minister, I'll just read through that so people can see what I'm adding. So 88A of the original act says the minister shall periodically appoint a committee to conduct a review of this act or those provisions of it specified by the minister. The minister shall inform the public when a review under this section begins and the provisions of the act included in the review. 3, the committee shall prepare a written report respecting the review for the minister. 4, the minister shall make the report available to the public. 5, the first review shall be completed and the report made available to the public within 4 years after the day this section becomes into force. And 6, each subsequent review shall be completed and the report made available to the public within 4 years after the day the report on the previous review has been made available to the public. So, Madam Chair, my amendment would be adding to this. So the amendment is immediately after this section that I just read, would be adding the amendment that I previously read through. And again, Madam Chair, this is in response to the Auditor General's report, as well as some of the information we received at Public Bills Committee from the public on this particular part of Bill 201. So in one of the most alarming outcomes of the Auditor General's report was the fact that there was no analysis of over 1,900 incidents in a 2-year period that could have potentially impacted the health and safety of children. The amendment that I'm proposing, Madam Chair, would make it law by the minister to establish and maintain a system for the collection, tracking, and analysis of all critical incidents and serious occurrences involving children in care. And I believe that this is needed, Madam Chair, because this currently isn't in law, and it's very obvious from the Auditor General's report that serious changes are needed to the way that things are being done here, that we need to make sure that incidents are being analyzed and reviewed to ensure that they don't continue to occur. So I'll just read a couple of paragraphs from the Auditor General's report regarding this particular amendment pertaining to it. On page 38, it says, even when critical incidents and serious occurrences are reported, they are not tracked by the department. Management told us they rely on each child and youth care home to record and track these events. The department was unable to tell us how many of these were reported during our audit period, and instead had to contact each child and youth care home provider to request this information. Despite no policy requirement for child and youth care homes to record critical incidents and serious occurrences other than submitting forms to the department, 12 of the 13 providers were able to provide the information. However, the remaining provider is the largest third-party service provider in the province, and they indicated they do not track the number of critical incidents and serious occurrences in their homes. Excluding the one service provider, child and youth care homes reported approximately 1,900 critical incidents and serious occurrences during a 2-year audit period. Department policy requires management to perform a quarterly analysis to identify any trends in serious occurrences, but this is not completed. So again, I'm going to repeat that because in our debate, one of the things that we've heard from the minister is that there's no need for law, there's no need for legislation on these issues, but this Audit General report states that the department policy requires management to perform a quarterly analysis to identify any trends of serious occurrences, but this is not completed. So there's department policy, but it's not being followed. So, Madam Chair, I believe that that is one of the reasons we need to put this into law. We need to make it part of our legislation to ensure better protection for our children and youth in care here in the province of Nova Scotia. I'll continue. There is no requirement in the department's policies to perform a quarterly trend analysis for critical incidents. We find it concerning that 1,900 events have been recorded over a 2-year audit period that could potentially impact the health and safety of children living in child and youth care homes, and the department has not completed an analysis to assess the seriousness of these events, nor identified trends or patterns that need to be addressed. For example, one government-run home accounted for approximately 37% of the serious occurrences over the audit period. We would have expected to see a thorough analysis by the department to determine why one home accounted for such a high percentage of serious occurrences, averaging almost 1 per day, as well to understand the nature and the cause of these incidents, but that wasn't done. So, Madam Chair, those are the comments that I wanted to share from the Auditor General's report that, in my opinion, justify putting this amendment into law here in Nova Scotia, again, to protect the children and youth that are in care under the minister's care. I do also want to refer to one of the submissions for Public Bills Committee, and this was from Cora Hales on February the 28th. And this submission was sent through to the Office of Legislative Counsel. And although I will not read it in the entirety of the letter, I will read some excerpts from it. And it was submitted by Alan Quinn here. It says, this submission concerns Clause 7 of Bill 201. And it provides that a person who receives an absolute or conditional discharge for an offense against or involving a child to be entered in the child abuse registry. So although my amendment does not pertain exactly to this particular thing, I was very concerned when I read through the Auditor General's report, the issues around that, child abuse and the registry, and there's not a requirement for people that are working in care to have up-to-date child abuse registries done. And considering what we're talking about, that there's over 1,900 critical incidents happening in our homes, I think that that consideration of that child abuse registry is also something that should be taken into consideration. I do believe that this amendment would strengthen the legislation for our children and youth in care here in the province of Nova Scotia. It would be following the recommendations of the Auditor General's report as far as maintaining a system for collection, tracking, and analysis of all critical incidents and serious occurrences involving children in care or placements under the Act. And, you know, one of the things that would be interesting to know from the minister, if the minister wanted to continue debate on this important topic, is to know if the department has taken all the recommendations from the Auditor General's report. Are there reports being done now about the serious critical incidents in the province? And are those reports being submitted to the minister? And what are the numbers now? So during this 2-year period that the Auditor General did her audit, there was, again, 1,900. So are we still seeing that same number of critical incidents? Yes or no? And what are the themes? Are there similar occurrences and themes of these critical incidents that we're seeing of our children and youth in care? So for these reasons, I submit this amendment to Bill 201. Thank you for this consideration, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to take a brief moment to say that we are in support of this amendment, Independent 3, and because it really goes back to the heart of why it's so important for us to have an independent child and youth advocate office. If that's something that has been that is in place would be able to conduct such a thing, but since it's taking so long for this to be an actual office with an appointed independent officer, there needs to be checks and balances, and there needs to be transparency. And this amendment to the legislation would, as the member said, from Cumberland North, would just strengthen the bill and ensure that our children in care are as protected as possible. And, you know, having it in regulations or in practice is one thing, but having it in legislation ensures that this is by law, legally, a requirement of the department. And so we will be supporting this amendment, and I'll take my seat. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise as well to support the independence amendment that includes a requirement for the ministers to establish and maintain a system for tracking and analysis of critical incidents and provide reporting to the public on that. For the various reasons that have already been raised, I think that this is an excellent idea. I think it would support the safety of children and youth in care, but I also think, and I draw parallels to workplace safety obligations and the regime that is in place for workplace safety. And I would say we should not expect a lesser standard of safety in homes that are being provided for children and youth in care. And so it is quite standard as a result of workplace safety laws and regulations and obligations that these types of things do happen. There is collection and tracking of data and analysis of data. And that is something that regularly happens at an employer level. But when you roll it up to a system level, not only do you provide protections for the individual children and youth who are in care, but you get insights that you otherwise don't have into the system itself that will help you understand where the gaps are, where additional support needs are, where improvements can be made, where problems lie, where you can direct resources to make the most difference. And so I think that the system, the changes that are recommended under this amendment would be a benefit not only to individual youth and children in care, not only to the providers of care in terms of better understanding the landscape, but also to the government and to the public broadly, because this sort of roll-up allows a better understanding of incidents. It gives a more system-wide view, allows for the analysis of data rather than just an understanding of individual incidents, and I think there's a significant amount of power in that. And so for all of those reasons, I think that this is a great amendment, and I will be supporting it, and I appreciate the independent member bringing it forward. Thank you.
Shall Amendment 3 carry? No. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring for 10 minutes or until the whips are satisfied. Order. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young. Kim Masland. John Lohr. Brendan McGuire. Tim Houston. Barbara Adams. Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Tom Taggart. Brad Johns.
No.
Marco McLeod. Adegoke Fedare.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek. Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
Nope.
Kyle McQuarrie. Tim Outfit.
No.
Rick Burns. Danielle Barkhouse. Diane Timmons.
No.
David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White.
Nope.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Scott Armstrong. Jill Balzer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc. Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wasman.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau.
No.
Tori Rushton. Ryan Robichaux.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 8, nays 23.
The amendment has been defeated. Shall Clause 7 carry? Clause 7 is carried. There is debate on Clause 8. I recognize the honorable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. So this is one of those things that, you know, when I initially read this in the bill, I didn't realize I guess I didn't realize what it really meant until I started, you know, looking into it some more, talking to folks, listening to people at public bills, as well as realizing that this is something that caught national attention. And so to best articulate it, I think I'm going to read the letter that was submitted to public bills by Birchall Wickwire Bryson lawyers, because it really does a really good job of talking about why this is not a good idea. And so it says, I'm retained by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and the Canadian Media Lawyers Association. I was at Public Bills Committee meeting, but not being on the list, was not able to make submissions. I write, therefore, at Mr. Hebb's invitation and assurance new material arriving before 3 p.m. would be considered. The CMLA Actually, we don't need to describe what the CMLA is, but Section 94 of the Children and Family Services Act articulates an automatic publication ban over information identifying a child who is a witness or participant in a hearing under the Act. It also gives the courts discretion to issue a publication ban over any reports of such proceedings if publication would cause emotional harm to a child who is a participant or witness. These bans are the current status quo. Now, the Justice and Social Services Act proposes to extend these bans, I'll read the section of the Clause 8 so that folks are aware of where we're at exactly. So 8.1 subsection 94, 1 of Chapter 5 is amended by adding including through the use of social media immediately after public. 2, Section 94 of Chapter 5 is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 4 the following subsections. 5, for greater certainty, the prohibitions in Section 1 and 3 continue. A, after the death of a child, and B, after the hearing or proceedings end. 6, notwithstanding subsections 1 to 5, A, the minister may publish or consent to the publication of I, information that has the effect of identifying a child who is a witness at or a participant in a hearing or the subject of a proceeding pursuant to this act, or a parent or guardian, a foster parent or relative of the child, or 2, a report of such hearing or proceedings or part thereof. If, in the opinion of the minister, the publication is in the child's best interest or is necessary for the proper administration of justice, and B, a child who is 16 years of age or more may publish or consent to the publication of information that has the effect of revealing that the child is a witness at or a participant in a hearing or the subject of proceedings pursuant to this act. The letter continues saying, we object to the further restrictions on openness. They are unjustified limitations on the freedom of the press and the freedom of information, would decrease accountability, restrict public scrutiny of provincial agencies, permit the possibility of future harms to children, and limit a family's ability to speak out publicly about a child who has died while in contact with Child and Family Services. So this really is of concern because it seems to be a way for deaths under custody of the province to be hidden. And that's a huge concern. These amendments represent a serious departure from the norm in Canada, and they should be refused. Issue 1 with this bill, publication ban, continues after death of the child. So the writers have serious concerns about the government's intentions to expand the scope of the publication ban in Section 94 of the Child and Family Services Act so that it continues after the death of the child. Consider this, the example of April Wendy Marie Surratt, who pled guilty to manslaughter in December of 2025 for killing her 17-month-old child following the child's return from foster care. This toddler was killed by his mother. Had the proposed amendments been in place, the public would be prevented from knowing the killer's identity, since identifying the mother would have an effect of identifying the child. Persons accused of crimes can be identified by name. This is a cornerstone of our open court system. The proposed publication ban over the identity of deceased children would effectively place a publication ban over the identities of any parents or foster parents accused of involvement in the child's death. One cannot dispute the high public interest in knowing the details of this case and the possible reasons for this child's death. And yet the CBC would not have been able to report the story as it did in December of 2025. Another example, consider the Ontario case of 2 foster parents who were accused of causing death of a child who was placed in their care. In Nova Scotia, under the proposed amendments, the publication ban would not only prevent the public from knowing the identities of those 2 accused foster parents, but would also prevent biological parents from speaking out. The child's life would, in effect, be erased. The proposed extension muzzles grieving parents. Imagine for a moment that you are the parent of a child who died at the hands of a foster care provider. Would you want the justice system to protect the identity of the foster parent? Would you want to be prevented from keeping your child's memory alive by naming him or her publicly? Would you want to be stifled from talking about your child's manner of death because it would identify that they would have been a child in care? A publication ban that continues after a child's death will diminish accountability for those possibly responsible for that death and prevent loved ones from speaking out about their loved ones. It would make it difficult, if not impossible, for the public to understand what might have happened in these cases. Reporters will be faced with a decision: either identify the accused but not report on the relationship of the accused to the child who dies, or protect the identity of the accused and report the relationship. This is not a real option. Since the child will no longer be subjected to stigmatization and emotional harm, and therefore the ban will do nothing to help the young person, the proposed ban would instead protect the identities of those who have had a relationship with the deceased child, who may be accountable for what happened to that child. It will stifle the expression of those who loved the child. In almost all provinces or territories, it is prohibited under the relevant child protection legislation to identify a child while the subject of a child protection proceedings or in the care of a state. The writers do not dispute the importance of these publication bans. However, there is no legislation in Canada that explicitly broadens this publication ban to apply after a child's death. Nova Scotia would be the first province to extend the ban this way. What is the actual result of this ban? And as my colleague from Halifax, Armdale, loves to say, and it's an excellent question, what problem is this supposed to be solving? Such an extension of existing ban structure accomplishes very little of public value and serves to shield both the system and those responsible for a death, among others, from public accountability. The other issue with this, mentioned in the letter, is the minister decides if identification can be published. The writers also have concern about Bill 201's addition of Section 94(6) to the Children and Family Services Act. In particular, we are concerned that any decision to allow the publication of the identity of a child will reside within the power of the minister rather than with legal guardians of the children, with the court, or with an administrative body of competent jurisdiction. First, placing this discretion in the minister is inconsistent with the existing Section 94(2), which properly places the discretion of extending a ban over publication of records in the courts, not the minister. A court process allows people, parents, and the media to object or challenge what the minister or agency wants to do and requires the minister or agency to justify that request. Second, requiring parties to request consent from the minister is demeaning. It removes any agency from parents and disempowers them from discussing what has happened to their children. So I'll ask again, if to take a moment, and obviously this is a horrible thing to have to even think about, but to put yourselves in the position of a child who has suffered under the care of the province. Imagine being told by the minister, not even the courts, not any type of legal body, by the minister, that you are not allowed to talk about your child's death. That's really, again, it's demeaning. At a time when parents are grieving over the loss of their children, we're also going to dictate and police what they can and can't say about their child's death. That's wrong. Third, the proposed amendment asks more questions than it answers. Namely, 1, will the minister apply well-established principles of justice to determine whether a publication ban should apply? This becomes a really slippery slope, really, once we put that type of powers in a minister's hand. What will be allowed when? Will there be a certain set of laws that the minister is going to look at to figure out, can this be published or not? Or will it just be based according to what's happening that day and what's popular and what's not? How will the media or others apply to the minister to request revocation or variation of a publication ban? Will the minister make these decisions in a timely manner and consistent with the principles of fundamental justice? So I want to again bring the attention of the House to the family that I had brought here to the House once, who had, now again, it wasn't a child or youth per se, but they had a family member, their daughter was in the care of the province. And while in the care of the province, Johanna Sutcliffe died. And it has taken now 11 months for the family to hear back that there's any type of investigation being done about the Johanna's death. And so this really, again, goes back to the capacity, of the minister to be everything and to decide all things. Do we want to put even more decision-making on the minister's desk when there are courts and other legal bodies that could be making this decision instead? And how long is it going to take? If the investigation of a person in care took 11 months to even be launched, how long will requesting a publication ban to be revoked take? The proposed amendment provides no guidance on how the minister will make these important decisions that have a direct impact on the open courts and the rule of law in our democratic society. There's nothing to suggest a minister's decision will not be influenced by outside factors rather than being based on impartial, objective criteria. For instance, how will the minister exercise this discretion to permit or restrict openness if the minister's own agency may be implicated? So again, let's think about that. We're giving that decision-making to the minister who, when somebody is in custody of the province, it is under that minister's department. Does that mean that the minister is going to be able to not allow the publication of information when issues are happening in the care of the province? These are things that need to be out in public. They need to be transparent and clear, because if we don't know what the problems are, we're not going to figure out how to make things better. If the amendment is approved and the publication ban continues following the death of a child, at the very least, the legislation should provide consent override provision, allowing parents to consent to a publication of the identity of their children unless the parent is accused of the child's death, or for a court or administrative body of competent jurisdiction to revoke the publication ban instead of the minister. And that was written by David Hutt, again by Birchall, Wickwire, and Bryson. This was submitted to the Public Bills Committee. And so if needed to be tabled, I will, okay. So, again, initially looking at this piece of legislation, there's a lot of different things in it, and I had initially thought like, okay, this is something to protect the identity of children in Nova Scotia. But once you do just a little bit of digging and researching, you realize how detrimental this is to transparency and openness. And again, at the end of the day, for the ability of the public to understand what problems there are and how we could potentially make things better for people who are in the care of the province. And so, we definitely do not support that clause. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I stand as well to speak on Clause 8 of the Justice and Social Services Act, Bill 201. And I will end up, I think, echoing many of the comments that my colleague made. I will try not to be repetitive, but I think that they absolutely bear consideration. And this was one of those clauses, I think I mentioned this when I stood to speak earlier, that for me, on first blush, again, with the caveat that it was just a cursory review at that early stage when when this bill was first tabled, and my focus really was on the provisions of the summary provided of the clause. The objectives sound good. The objectives sound good. The objectives appear to be protection of families, protection of children and youth privacy, and ensuring that folks who are in a traumatic experience, families who are involved in a traumatic experience, children and parents, are protected from further exposure. And there's a reference here as well to social media, and we've seen minimal action on the part of government to the risks associated with social media. And although there's been discussion about that in this House, there's been legislation tabled, I will acknowledge there is a jurisdictional challenge with many of the actions that may be available to government. I'm not sure that, I'm not sure all of them are available to us at a provincial level, but I think the risks associated with social media activity and use and the sharing of information and the way it travels on social media, and particularly the risks to youth and children, require us at a provincial level to take some action. And so seeing that provision in here, to me, made me hopeful that this clause would be beneficial. Having said that, now that we've had the opportunity to take some time and dig into the clause and to consider the very specific terms of the clause, not just the overview or the summary, it has become clear to me in analysis, and it's become, I think, very clearly articulated by others, that there are significant risks and problems with the provisions of Clause 8 as they stand in this Act respecting justice and social services. And my colleague just referenced, and it is always a really great starting point, like what's the problem we're trying to solve, right? So if we talk about the general objectives, that's not always addressing the problem. General objectives are maintenance of privacy, preservation of dignity, and supporting people in a traumatic time. Those are objectives, but they don't necessarily speak to problems. That's a different question than an objective. And so I'm not sure. I don't think we've heard from the minister what problems are. I don't think we've heard from the minister on the floor of this House what the problems are that this attempts to solve. But there has been reporting of the minister's comments and responses to the media about these amendments and this new legislation. And I'll have to print this to table it afterwards because it's not in its entirety, but I'll do that just as soon as possible. And what this is actually a report from the Globe and Mail published on March 4th by Lindsay Jones. And so I'm going to refer to a few things in this. And there is a little bit of overlap, I think, with what my colleague said, but I will try and sort of narrow it down. So in relation to that question, the minister is reported to have responded by email about the intentions of this act. And the response said, strengthening and clarifying these protections helps prevent deeply personal details of the lives of children and youth from being shared in ways that could cause further harm to them, to grieving families, or to other children connected to the situation. So it sounds like the problem is that there is potentially, currently, without this law, without this legislative change, families and children are being harmed in these situations. And so if that is the case, then I think some action or activity may be necessary. But then we need to look at, well, what are the provisions that are being introduced, and do they actually support the addressing of potential harms to families and children? And so that's where this falls apart for me, because if that was the issue, then to me, there are mechanisms that would support autonomy and agency for those families and for those children. So I think the children and the families are best positioned to know whether publication of information would cause them further harm. And if that's the case, and I think we probably all do agree that is likely to be the case, then the answer to that is not putting all control and responsibility and authority in the hands of the minister. The answer to that is allowing and supporting families to be able to make those decisions for themselves. And there could be a variety of ways to do that, a variety of mechanisms that involve centering the families, centering the children, and an assessment of their needs. And this is something that's regularly already done at a court level. There are mechanisms at a court level at that independent arm's length institutional level to allow families to create paths for themselves that support their dignity, support their privacy, and support what they desire in these situations. So to me, I thought there may have been a hint at the problem that needed to be solved in this response that the minister gave to the media, but if in fact that's the problem that the government is trying to solve, the solution that they've put forward is inadequate to the task. It won't address it. It will cause further harm, because we've talked a lot about trauma-informed practices on the floor of this House, trauma-informed care, and one of the elements of that is ensuring that there's agency and choice for the people who are impacted. And putting all control in the hands of the minister, giving all discretion to the minister, removes any sort of agency or choice from the family. So that to me is a non-starter. It doesn't, if this is the problem, then this is not the solution. So I'm going to go on and talk a little bit more about this provision and why it's problematic. And I do think, I think my colleague may have mentioned, but it bears mentioning again, this new legislation is more restrictive than the laws in the other provinces. And the commentary made is that experts have condemned it for decreasing accountability and blocking public scrutiny. So not only does this not solve the problem that it appears government is trying to solve, but it goes further than failing to solve the problem, and it decreases accountability and blocks public scrutiny. So it's problematic for those reasons. So bear with me if I'm repeating, but again, I think that this is important and it does bear repeating. One of the other elements that was reported in this article were submissions that were made by the Canadian Media Lawyers Association and the CBC, who both objected to the proposed changes. And the changes are described by those organizations as restricting openness and constituting a serious departure from the norm in Canada. And I think that should be a real red flag. Anytime we are departing from the norm across our country, we have to give serious thought as to why that's happening and why we want to deviate from the path that our colleagues across the country are on. It goes further than that, though, and says that these are unjustified limitations on the freedom of the press and the freedom of information. They would decrease accountability, restrict public scrutiny of provincial agencies, permit the possibility of future harms to children, and limit a family's ability to speak out publicly about a child who has died while in contact with children and family services. So this is a phrase that I think that was repeated earlier, but again, we need to unpack this because this is incredibly serious. This is describing harm that exists on a variety of fronts. So we'll start with the first one, the freedom of the press and freedom of information. That's a charter-protected right in Canada. Like, that is one of the fundamental pillars of our democratic society, of our democratic system. Having a free press with freedom of information who's able to publicly report in an unhindered way on the activities of government and the impacts of the activities of government on citizens is fundamental and foundational to our democratic system. So this amendment that government has brought forward is being criticized at the highest systemic level that we can envision in our society, right? It potentially runs afoul of the Charter. That is what is being said here. And these are submissions by the Canadian Media Lawyers Association. So I am anticipating charter challenges out of this piece of legislation. And Listen, the law is not always knowable and foreseeable. We know that there is gray, and we know that sometimes government can take action that is arguably consistent or inconsistent with the Charter, and sometimes it is necessary to have the courts figure it out after the fact. Sometimes that's necessary, and that is our process. But when you have these kinds of red flags that emerge during this process, where we have the opportunity to debate and revise, this feels like it's going to be an unforced error. This feels like, it feels like a trajectory that we are going to, that government is going to regret down the road when faced with this kind of challenge. And it's preventable. It's not necessary. It's preventable through this process that we're engaged in right now. We could take the opportunity right now to step back and seek a fulsome charter analysis on this provision to better understand what the Canadian Media Lawyers Association is telling us is a problem. And really, truly understand if we're going to run afoul, I say we, I'm going to vote against it, so it's not me. But if government is going to run afoul of the incredibly important charter obligations of the freedom of the press and the freedom of information, and then prevent that from happening, entertain amendments to this bill that would support action that addresses the objectives of preserving the privacy and dignity and safety of families and children, without running afoul of the highest law of our land. Like, I don't think that that's too much to expect of us. And I think we have more than enough time to do it. We're only, are we 4 weeks in? Is this the 4th week? We're only 4 weeks into this sitting. Like, if we look at how long other legislatures sit in the course of a sitting, we have time to hit pause on this. We can go seek further analysis. So I see no reason to forge ahead on something that is this serious. And I'm going to again say, because I know what this process looks like, I want to be real clear. My criticisms are not with the civil servants who I know worked on what has been tabled in front of us. I know how diligent they are, how incredibly talented they are, and how educated they are. But I also know that they must take the direction of the government in front of them. So my criticisms that we are moving too quickly, the government is not considering adequately the potential implications of this piece of legislation, are by no means criticisms of the lawyers and other staff who have worked so hard to bring legislation to the floor of this House, because they are working under the direction of government. They are working under the direction of the elected MLAs, and I know that they do everything that they can to ensure compliance with the law, to ensure compliance with the Charter, but fundamentally the responsibility for the legislation that's brought forward in this House is on the ministers, not on the staff that they direct to do the work. So I want to be very, very clear about that. So that was just one piece of this quote of criticisms. That's the first piece. Again, the first piece is a concern that this is a potential breach of the highest law of our land. What's the next piece? The next piece is that the changes would decrease accountability. We talk so much in this House about accountability and responsibility of government and the necessity of having that to ensure that we serve Nova Scotians and citizens the way we are supposed to. And accountability is an incredibly important component of that. And actions that decrease accountability do not serve the people we represent. The next criticism is that it restricts public scrutiny of provincial agencies. That's related to accountability. It's related to freedom of information and freedom of the press. Because you can't have accountability if you don't allow that public scrutiny of the decisions of public agencies. And so that's a problem as well. The next piece, I think, is interesting and important. The next piece, the criticism, is that these proposed changes would permit the possibility of future harms to children. So that is important because it actually flies in the face of what we're assuming government's objectives are in this legislation. we are assuming that the objectives are the safety and privacy and dignity of families and children. But it's interesting that this criticism is that, in fact, it will permit the possibility of future harms, and that's important to unpack. Why might this permit the possibility of future harms? Well, the answer to that is because it hides information. This clause will prevent the public from having access to information that may help them be more safe. And not only that, it permits the public from having access to information that might inspire or motivate the public to seek change on behalf of government. Because these are situations where there has been harm. And in situations where there has been harm, the best thing that we can do after we try and prevent further harm and we try and help people heal, the next thing that we need to do is to figure out how to prevent future harm. And how do we do that? Well, by understanding the situation. That's by having an analysis done, by learning what happened, sharing information, taking advice on what happened, and taking steps in the future to change that. And if the result of these provisions are that those situations are swept under the rug so that the public isn't aware and that the minister doesn't have to share, then we lose the opportunity for that informed dialogue that motivates future change. And that's the root of the possibility that these changes could cause future harm to children. And so, I mean, that's yet another layer of problem in these proposed changes. Connected to that, as part of that is, so I'm going to read it now in full, permit the possibility of future harms to children and limit a family's ability to speak out publicly about a child who has died when in contact with children and family services. And I separated those for a reason. They are included in here as a related concept, and they are a related concept, but there are two components to it. So we talked about the first component, the system change component, the informing the public to drive provincial change component. The second component is more personal to the family. The second component, yes, it's an informational piece. It allows the family to speak publicly, which may be a component that drives public dialogue and drives motivation to change. But it's also about what's personal to that family. And this comes back to the question of trauma-informed approach. Who are we? Who is the minister to say what will harm or help a family who's experienced a trauma? We've heard over and over again, we've seen it on the floor of this House. Sometimes the most cathartic thing is putting it all on the floor and sharing the story. And I guarantee you, there are families who will want to approach these traumatic experiences in that way. They will want to share their experience. They will want to connect publicly with other people. They'll want to celebrate the loss of their loved one in a public way. We see that happen where people create events and memorials to their lost loved one. And if that's going to arise out of these kinds of situations and there's a publication ban associated with it, that's prevented entirely. And I think it does such a disservice to families who are already in the most vulnerable and traumatic time of their lives to say, you have no control over what information is being shared. You don't get to talk about it. You don't get to share with the public. You don't get to tell your story. You don't get to tell your child's story. You don't get to advocate for change because you don't get to share the circumstances that caused you harm and trauma. And that's not how we should be approaching this. That won't help those individual families. That won't help those children. It won't help drive change. It won't help inform the public. And it does a disservice to all of the things that I feel we are all trying to accomplish here. Privacy and accountability are two different things, and they exist within a spectrum. And the reality for so much of what we do on the floor of this House is that we need to find a balance between competing ideals and objectives. And that really, I mean, that can probably be said of just about every debate we have, is that our effort and our work and the objectives that we are trying to accomplish is to find a balance between objectives, between principles, between goals and ideals. And in this instance, the particular ideals, the particular objectives are privacy and accountability. They are both important. They are both necessary. But there is somewhere in the middle that allows us to balance both those objectives out in a way that will not cause the kind of harm that we are hearing these changes will result in. And that's what our work should be. So we are having a debate right now, we're having dialogue right now about Clause 8, which puts all control in the hands of the minister and puts publication bans in place and does not allow families control or influence over sharing traumatic stories relating to themselves and their children. And this really is a conversation that we're having about accountability and privacy and the need to balance those two things. And I hope it's not a one-way conversation. I hope that what we're having is a dialogue, and I hope government is considering that spectrum of objectives and where on that spectrum we could land on a provision like this that would allow us to have both privacy rights and the needs for privacy supported and maintained without undermining accountability. And I'm hopeful that there's consideration being given to that. I'm hopeful that we can do it here and avoid the necessity of this going to the court and being challenged and having them hash it out there. Because I have so much respect for what courts do and what lawyers do in that environment. But it's always late to the game. That was one of my frustrations in practicing law, is you get engaged very regularly once the mistakes have already been made and once problems have gone down a road that individuals can't solve together. And once things have gotten really, really difficult to untangle. So by the time you call the lawyers and you go to court, you have missed so many opportunities along the way to fix the situation. And I worry that that's where this is going to go. And the other thing that happens, and we've talked about this in other contexts as well, again, with the utmost respect for the lawyers who litigate and navigate the court process for their clients and for the judges and the judiciary who make decisions in that environment. But it is a decision. When you go to the court, it is one person who's issuing a decision, and that decision has to be based on what comes before them. But they don't have the opportunity that we do here to have this kind of dialogue. Like, the court process is not a process that allows for the kind of public input that we have infrastructure here to provide. We have the ability to go back to the public and ask for more input. We can navigate that in a very flexible way. And that allows the legislature to make informed decisions, really informed decisions, nuanced decisions that have the best opportunity to get input from the public. And again, the courts, they do an incredible job, and the lawyers there do an incredible job in the process that they have, but that's a different process than we have. That's a process that happens when all else has failed. That's a last resort. You go to court when literally everything else hasn't worked to resolve a situation. That's when you go to court. We're not there yet. We are part of the process. This is part of the process that allows for situations and problems to be resolved, and I hope that we utilize it. I hope that we can make that happen so that we don't see this clause in front of the courts down the road. And interesting point on that. If that happens, our debates will be examined. Just so folks know, our debates will be examined because the lawyers who are going to take this to court are going to pull the Hansards and they're going to look and see what is it that government said about this act to help us understand. Is this a breach? Is it not a breach? What were the objectives? How did they work through the balance? That is a factor the courts will consider, which is one of the reasons it's so important that people stand up and say something. And so I hope people stand up and say something. Because I worry that this is where this will go. And I think it's important to have this dialogue on the record. If government can stand up and say, we balanced this out, we did the analysis, here's what we worked through to come to this conclusion that this was the right path, that we considered the freedom of the press and the freedom of information, and here's how we worked through that, that would go a long way, I think. I mean, maybe like maybe giving away the secrets here, but that would be great. I mean, the courts will look at it, and Nova Scotians deserve to hear it. So I hope we do. I hope when I sit down that we hear someone from the minister stand up or someone from the government side stand up and talk about how these interests were balanced and address the question of the allegation that this is an unjustified limitation on the freedom of the press and the freedom of information. Like, I think that's something that should be tackled head on because it's big. It's big. And Nova Scotians shouldn't have to, when it's been flagged this early on, when it's been flagged at this stage, Nova Scotians should not have to incur the cost of that going through the court system to be resolved later. Like, this is a fiscal question too. Because that's not a cheap process. It's a process that takes the resources of our courts to do. And so it will take the involvement of lawyers. Private individuals and private organizations will have to pay lawyers to participate in that process. Government will have to use legal resources and financial resources to participate in a court challenge. It takes time. These things take time. There will be research, there will be submissions, there will be applications. It takes away from the court's resources and the ability of the court to do, not the ability of the court, but the time of the court to do other things. And all of that's on the taxpayer dime. All of that is on the taxpayer dime. So what's the alternative? The alternative is we slow ourselves down. We're all getting paid. All of the staff who would be involved in further public engagement are also getting paid. So slowing this down doesn't cost the taxpayers any additional money to move this forward. We could slow this down and do public engagement. We're not going to incur the costs of court, incur the costs of lawyers, additional lawyers in court. These are all staff who are already being paid within government. And we could get more input. And then we could prevent the possible avenue of having this challenged in court and all of the trouble and all of the cost and all of the time associated with that. So to me, that's what we should be doing. To me, that's what we should be doing. To me, that's what Nova Scotians would expect us to do, especially when it's been flagged. So it's not like this is coming as a surprise down the road. This has been raised when it's in front of us. We've got lawyers who are saying that this is a breach of the charter rights. Slow down, don't do it. So if our ears don't perk up at that and cause us to at least hit pause and take a different path, then I don't know what would ever perk the ears up, because that's significant. So I'm just going to go on and reference a few other things that are said in this article. I think there's a slight, I feel that this is a bit of an, after that dialogue, after the dialogue of the risk that this is an unjustifiable limitation on the freedom of the press and the freedom of information in breach of the highest law of the land, the next commentator goes on to say that the proposed changes are troublesome developments. I agree. It's troublesome, to say the least. I think that's putting it mildly. Actually, we continue on. I think this may be the same individual. Yes, it is. So this is a University of New Brunswick law professor who, oh, by the way, this person is New Brunswick former child and youth advocate. So the role that we're eagerly waiting for government to establish, who would be the person that we would want to consult with on something like this, but we don't have yet. But we do have $300,000, I think, tabled in the budget to support. So that might get us rent. I don't know if it's going to get us the person, but it might get us rent. So we don't have the benefit of that on this particular piece of legislation, but lo and behold, we have the benefit of the insight of somebody who held that responsibility in New Brunswick, our neighbors. And he describes this as a troublesome development. And he goes on to say, much like I think the Media Lawyers Association said, these are issues that typically need to be tested. And if government is going to hold the line and insist on a gag order around reporting incidents like this, I think those laws need to be tested in court. So here's yet another person who is an expert, if anyone is, in this field, suggesting that what is likely to happen in this case is that government's going to find themselves in court. So why proceed? Like, I mean, we haven't had the consultation that we need. We've rushed through law amendments. We're rushing rapidly through dialogue here. At a bare minimum, we should slow down and take further consultation to prevent the possibility that this whole thing ends up in court. So moving along, further commentators, and this is another law professor, and this person is describing the bill as a staggering restriction that does not improve the privacy or safety of children. Oh, does not improve the privacy or safety of children, insults the judiciary, and undermines the media's ability to deeply interrogate situations where things go gravely wrong. I mean, I think that sums up what I've just been talking about quite aptly. Staggering restriction, probably shouldn't be aiming for that in any description of actions that we take in this House. A failure to improve the privacy or safety of children. Again, we're back to the objectives. The objectives, I think, of this, if in fact they are the objectives, because again, we're speculating significantly, are good, right? The safety or privacy of children. But we are hearing expert after expert say it's not going to do that. And so not hitting the objectives, also a staggering restriction, insults the judiciary. I mean, there's just no need. There is just no need. As I had mentioned earlier, there are avenues to support better privacy and safety that involve the judiciary, which is an arm's length, independent institution that is not in the kind of conflict of interest the minister is in this position. Because let's be clear, the minister will be in the position, if this passes, of having traumatic and problematic and unsafe events occur under her control, under her department, and then she's going to be in a position of having to decide whether or not to silence the media and the family in relation to those events. If that's not a conflict of interest, I don't know what is. Two interests there entirely, right? Two interests there entirely. The exposure and accountability and availability to the public of information that might impugn her actions or the actions of her department. It is untenable. It is not a position I would want to be in as minister. I would not want to have to hold those two things in fidelity and try and abide by both of them. I don't know how anyone can do it. I truly don't. And we all in this House have to navigate moral dilemmas. We all in this House, every single one of us, represents our constituents, but also should have the broader public good in mind. So at a bare minimum, whether we hold other roles in this House or not, we all have to navigate moral challenges with conflicts between the people, the individuals we represent, and the systems that we have to support. And so we need the tools to do that. I think we could all use some development of those tools, because these are not easy things to navigate. But there are some conflicts that you can't reconcile, even with the absolute best moral tools. There are some conflicts that you have to step out of. You have to recuse yourself from. You have to say, there is no way that I, as an individual, can hold this obligation and be true to both of them. And this is a situation that I think puts the minister in exactly that position. I do not know how the minister can defend and support the department, make decisions around the department's actions, address situations in the department, and then also be in a position of having to silence everybody around what happened in that department. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't do it. It's untenable. And that's what this is. That's the kind of thing that is going to drive this to a court challenge and be very interesting to watch. I don't want to watch it, but I'll tell you, when it plays out, it will certainly be interesting to watch. But I hope we can prevent that. I hope our dialogue and our debate here will land on ears that are listening, and that we will have some retraction from this clause that is being described as a staggering restriction and troublesome and unjustified, called a gag order. I hope that we step away from this, because this is problematic. So there are just a few more comments, and I think I will, before I overspeak, oh my goodness, there's so much more here, but I won't go through all of it. I'll just confine myself to this article, which I think does an absolutely beautiful job of pulling together the input that was received at public bills and consolidating and explaining the situation. So it goes on. Doesn't improve the privacy or safety of children, insults the judiciary, undermines the media's ability to deeply interrogate situations where things go gravely wrong. Further, it diminishes the existence of the child. Let's stop there. It diminishes the existence of the child. I already talked about the trauma-informed practice that recognizes that every family and every individual processes grief and processes trauma in different ways, but regardless of what those ways are, autonomy and agency need to be respected. And this strikes at the heart of that. This clause will prevent families from celebrating, from grieving publicly, from sharing, from telling their story. Diminishes the existence of the child. That's profound and hugely problematic. Goes on to say it feels very self-serving for anyone to suggest this is in the child's best interest. Because let's be clear, the alternative to this is not that there is no protection of privacy. We're not talking about a situation that if this is not done, everybody is exposed to all the information. That's not the situation. It's not the situation we have now. And it's not the situation that would exist in an alternative path to this. If we gave the families further opportunities to restrict publication, we gave the courts further opportunities to restrict publication, or further guidance for the courts, because we do that too. That's what our laws do. Courts interpret the laws that we have. So courts are quite capable, if government was to include further considerations for the courts to make or to apply when putting publication bans on, the courts would do that. So that's an avenue that would allow for the protection of privacy, but still allow for still allow for family agency, still allow for individual agency, still allow families to choose how they navigate these incredibly traumatic events. But this takes away families' choice entirely. It just removes it. And it doesn't remove it and put it in the hands of an independent agency. It removes it and puts it in the hands of the minister who's responsible for the department who is involved in the traumatic event. And I'm not like, so again, I feel like we've seen so many times where on opposition we have criticized government's proposed legislation, and opposition stands up later and accuses us of criticizing civil servants and staff. So I want to nip that in the bud right now. Nothing that I am saying is a criticism of staff. Tragic and traumatic events happen, and they can happen with the best intentioned, the best educated, the best supported staff. These events can happen, and it's not the fact that they happen, the fact that we're talking about them, does not necessarily mean that there was any wrongdoing on the part of staff. Regardless of how these traumatic events happen, regardless of how these critical incidents happen, there needs to be an evaluation and an exposure and an understanding of how they happened to generate change and improvement. And so things need to see the light of day. And the fact that we're having this discussion right now, I do not want to hear. I mean, we might hear it. I can't prevent it from happening, but I really hope government doesn't turn around and stand up after this and allege that anything that we've said here in opposition is a criticism of staff, because that's not what this is about. This is about processes. This is about processes. So this goes on and says it shields the system from scrutiny where it dropped the ball and where it failed children. And I think that's actually a really good articulation of the point that I tried to make. This is the system. Like, what we're talking about is the system. And the system needs to be accountable. And the system needs to be transparent. And it should not be shielded from scrutiny when the system drops the ball and fails a family or a child. And so that's what this clause does. This clause will shield the system. It will not shield the family. It will not shield the child. It will not shield the public. That's not who this clause is protecting. This clause is protecting the system. And systems are really valuable. Like, systems need to be upheld and supported. But the kind of protection that this is shielding from evaluation. That's not really protecting the system to be better. That's shielding the system from evaluation and consideration. That prevents the system from getting better. And it's not what we should be doing. The professor goes on and says, I have a hard time imagining that the average Nova Scotia voter can say, yep, less insight into what happens when vulnerable children go missing or die. Less insight. Are we looking for less insight? Because that's what this is going to offer us. This clause offers us less insight, less knowledge, less understanding, less data, less ability to improve, less ability to get better, less insight. And that's, again, not what we should be looking for. And I think the last part, I'll close on this. I know this was said before, but it bears repeating again. The quote that this ends on, there is nothing to suggest a minister's decision will not be influenced by outside factors rather than being based on impartial and objective criteria. For instance, how will this minister exercise this discretion to permit or restrict openness if the minister's own agency may be implicated? And here's the thing, that statement is not a criticism of the minister. That statement is not suggesting that the minister is doing anything wrong in the process of this. What that statement gets at is the conflict of interest I was describing previously. The minister is responsible for a system and responsible for supporting that system. This clause also makes the minister responsible for shielding the public and preventing information from coming forward. And so what what this statement does is highlight the inherent contradiction between those two obligations that the minister will have to have, and the untenable position the minister will be in between doing what is necessary to meet one obligation, but also doing what is necessary to meet the other obligation. And I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope that what the variety of legal professionals have suggested, have articulated very clearly they are worried about, isn't what's going to happen. But I don't see another path. Given how restrictive this is, given the implications of this, given the conflict of interest, given the implications for community and safety, given the concerns that this breaches the highest law of our land, I do not see a path, if this passes as it stands now, I don't see a path where we don't see this go to court. And it could be prevented. It could be prevented. So much could be prevented through this process. So, I mean, we're not done discussion about this bill, and I believe that there is an amendment coming forward relating to this clause. So I will end my remarks there just simply by saying this clause is problematic and it really has to go. I think that the next member's suggestions may address some of the issues that exist in this clause, but fundamentally, if we don't nip this in the bud, my expectation is somebody else will, at the cost of taxpayer dollars and court resources and stress for the families, because what will happen is if this is not done as a general challenge, this will come forward in respect of a specific case of an individual and a family who are traumatized and working through a horrific experience and then find themselves faced with this, and then they will end up in court. And there's no need of that. We could prevent that. We could prevent that. I hope we do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to be fairly quick. I only have a few things to add to this conversation. As we know, this clause makes changes to the way publication bans guard the identity of a child in care of the province, even if that child dies while in the care of the province. This is concerning. The government should be transparent with Nova Scotians when children die in the care of the government. Without this information, how will Nova Scotians know whether the system in place are failing and need adjustments to keep children across our province safe? We understand that such matters could be addressed through the government, through the government's child death committee. Yet these reports come out long after incidents occur, and the recommendations they make can be rejected by the government. A child and youth advocate office that is independent of government could address these concerns around transparency and the question of whether government will learn from and do better after tragedies occur. An independent child and youth advocate could conduct independent investigations and reviews, including child deaths. They could make binding recommendations to government on how to improve programs and services delivered to children, youth, and families in Nova Scotia, and they could produce public reports to keep government accountable. This was promised to Nova Scotians 5 years ago, but it hasn't been delivered as of yet. Nova Scotia is one of the only 2 provinces in Canada without this crucial organization. We all want to keep children safe. but I am still struggling to see how limiting public information about children's interactions with the government after things go tragically and terribly wrong will do this. I am respectfully asking the government members to take pause on this clause and consider how beneficial it would be to have an independent child and youth advocate office in place to consult on matters like the clause in front of us before they let it move forward to third reading. Madam Speaker, with that, we just simply cannot support this clause. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to propose an amendment to Clause 8. And this clause is on Bill 201, the Justice and Social Services Act. And Madam Chair, my amendment is the following. Page 2, subclause 8.2, proposed substitution 94.6, delete and substitute the following. 6, notwithstanding subsections 1 to 2.5, a child who is 16 years of age or more may publish or consent to the publication of information that is the effect of revealing that the child is a witness or a participant in a hearing or the subject of a proceeding pursuant to this Act. 7, notwithstanding subsections 1 to 5, upon application, a court may make an order permitting the publication of A, information that has the effect of identifying a deceased child who was a witness or a participant in a hearing or the subject of a proceeding pursuant to this Act, or a parent or a guardian, a foster parent or a relative of the deceased child, or B, a report of a hearing or proceeding if the child subject to the hearing or proceeding is deceased, having regard to the best interests of the child and the public interest. Whew. Madam Chair, this is a highly sensitive amendment pertaining to this section of the bill, and I really appreciate hearing the debate from my colleagues on this clause before I presented this amendment. In general, Madam Chair, this amendment addresses who should make decisions about lifting publication bans after the death of a child. These are deeply sensitive and complex decisions. They involve balancing privacy, dignity, as well as the public interest, along with the public interests, rather. Traditionally, those decisions are made by the courts. Courts are independent, and judges are trained to interpret legislation, weigh the evidence, and apply these legal principles in a fair and a transparent way. They also provide reasons for the decisions, and those decisions can be reviewed. And this bill, this clause, shifts that authority to the minister. This amendment restores that decision-making to the courts, where it has traditionally and I believe appropriately belongs. So as my colleagues have shared already, Madam Chair, I am also going to share the reasoning behind this proposed amendment. I believe my colleagues have shared very strong reasons why this clause, why this bill needs to be amended, and this is the place that that should happen. And again, I mentioned earlier that when this bill went through second reading, I was not aware of these concerns, and it wasn't until things came forward through the Public Bills Committee that brought the concern. And of course, this article has already been referenced several times, the Globe and Mail article published, authored by Lindsay Jones. And the title, Madam Chair, says, Nova Scotia seeks to shield identities of children in protection system even after they die. And it's actually, I find it even really hard to read. When I've read this article, you know, the topic that we're discussing is very sensitive. I don't know if you could get more of a sensitive topic here in this chamber. And I will say the fact that we're debating this very serious issue at 9:22 at night, I think is wrong, Madam Chair. I think that the hours that we're sitting are very disrespectful to the people of Nova Scotia and the laws that we are creating here in this province. I don't believe that long hours are conducive and helpful for strong analytical thinking and decision making. And this bill that we're debating tonight and this amendment that I've proposed and the debate that we've had on this issue is something that we should all be paying attention to. This is something that should be truly debated by members on all sides of the House. And one of my colleagues, a colleague from Lunenburg West, she mentioned that if this bill passes, there's a very good, strong likelihood that it will be challenged in court because there's an argument that it does not follow the Constitution, the Canadian Constitution, that it violates that, and that some of the debate, or if not all of the debate on this bill here in the legislature would be used as evidence and would be reviewed. And maybe that's why no one from government will stand to speak. Maybe it's a form they think that they're protecting themselves, but we don't know because no one will stand and speak. Typically, debate is pros and cons, but we've heard no pros to this. We've heard nothing in defense of this piece of legislation that government has brought forward to this House. We've only heard the reasons why it violates the Canadian Constitution, why it is a conflict of interest for the minister to take over responsibility to decide if the death of a child gets published when that child is in the care of the province under the purview of the minister. It's clearly a conflict, clearly a conflict. But we're supposed to be here debating, so it would be nice to have that wholesome debate here in the House. And by having that proper debate, I would think when members actually vote yes or no, they would be voting based on having the knowledge of what this is actually about, what they're actually voting on. And I can say after my study of this is a very serious, I don't think there could be any more of a serious issue here debated in this House involving the death of a child. So I'm going to refer back to this article, the Globe and Mail article, Madam Chair. And Lindsay Joan writes, the Nova Scotia government intends to broaden its publication ban on identifying children who have been in the child protection system to apply even after they have died. The new legislation is more restrictive than laws in other provinces, and experts condemned it for being decreasing accountability and blocking public scrutiny. The amendments that were introduced by the Opportunities and Social Development Minister under Nova Scotia's Child and Family Services Act said in an email that clarifying and strengthening privacy laws better protects children. Strengthening and clarifying these protections help prevent deeply personal details of the lives and children of youth from being shared in ways that could cause further harm to them, to grieving families, or to other children connected to the situation. So it's great that the minister will speak to media but won't actually speak here in the House on the piece of legislation that she's responsible for. We have to rely on reading the minister's comments through an article in the Globe and Mail, not here in this Legislative Assembly, which is what we're supposed to be here doing. We're here to create the laws for this province. She goes on to, Lindsay, the author, the journalist, goes on to say the amendments to the law were introduced 10 months. And I wasn't going to read this because I think it's very emotional. But I'm going to read it because I think we all need to be paying attention to what we are actually debating here in this House. The amendments to the law were introduced 10 months after Jack and Lily Sullivan disappeared from their Nova Scotia home, and as the family's interactions with the child protection system have come under scrutiny. Lily, 6, and Jack, who was 4 at the time, have been the subject of an RCMP major crime investigation since May, although they have not been declared deceased. I was not going to read this. But what seems very clear to me in the last few hours here, Madam Chair, is I don't think most people in this chamber even know what this is, based on people's responses or lack of responses. I don't think most people read this bill. I don't think most people read the public bills submissions based on the lack of interest and the lack of debate in this House. So I'm going to read this, and I'm going to mention Jack and Lily Sullivan's name in this House in honor of them and out of respect for what this bill potentially could do to silence potentially what's at the root of them being missing. Lindsay Jones goes on to write, I'll say the name, the minister's predecessor told the Globe and Mail last year that he was reviewing child protection social workers' involvement with the children. The proposed expansion of the ban means that if the children are deceased, the media would be prohibited from reporting on their child protection case, and the ban gives the minister sole discretion over lifting it. The minister has repeatedly cited the current minister has repeatedly cited ethics and privacy laws as her reason for declining to answer questions about the case. She did not cite Jack and Lily in her email explaining the proposed change and explained that the amendments came out of a review of the law in 2021. The Globe's reporting has centered on how in the months before the children disappeared, a provincial child protection social worker investigated a report of suspected abuse or neglect at Jack and Lily's rural home in Lansdowne, Nova Scotia. And again, I was not planning on reading this portion of the article because it's so highly sensitive to us in here and to people of Nova Scotia, but I think that we all need to pay attention to what this bill is doing. And I don't think people knew before this debate tonight in law amendments, or rather in committee of the whole. The Globe also reported on safety issues inside the children's home. Drug abuse, multiple black eyes on the children, and alleged physical abuse of their mother. At a standing committee this week, the Canadian Media Lawyers Association, so think about this, everyone in this chamber. At the standing committee this week, the Canadian Media Lawyers Association, so that's national, looking at us here in Nova Scotia, and the CBC, objected to the proposed changes, the one that we're debating right now, saying they restrict openness and are a serious departure from the norm in Canada. They are unjustified limitations on the freedom of the press and freedom of information. For every member in this chamber that has stood and spoke on Remembrance Day about the sacrifice of our veterans, I'm going to read this again for you, because there's a good chance that every one of us in this chamber has talked about the importance of freedom in this country and the sacrifice that our veterans made for us to have the freedom and the liberties that we enjoy. And they fought for us to have the Canadian Constitution. And this amendment, this amendment that I'm proposing is because the current bill that is before this House is taking away that freedom. That each one of us in this House, I'm assuming, I certainly do, stand on Remembrance Day and talk about the sacrifice that our veterans made for us. So I'm going to read this again. Quote, they are unjustified limitations on the freedom of the press and the freedom of information, would decrease accountability, restrict public scrutiny of provincial agencies, permit the possibility of future harms. Listen to this. Permit the possibility of future harms to children and limit a family's ability to speak out publicly about a child who has died while in contact with children and family services. And that is a quote from this lawyer who is representing the Canadian Media Lawyers Association and CBC as well, David Hutt. We have to ask, I may not be quite as eloquent as others, but we have to ask why. Why is this bill before the House? Why is this publication ban included in this bill? Who is being protected? Someone is being protected. Otherwise, why is this even in this bill? There's a reason for everything. Things just don't happen. Someone has decided that somebody needs to be protected. And if I'm wrong, stand up and tell me. We're here to debate. So if no one's being protected by this bill, because now the power is going to be with the minister instead of being with the courts and deciding on publication bans, then correct me and tell me I'm wrong and tell me the reasons why I'm wrong. The journalist goes on to say, the law in Nova Scotia currently prohibits the publication of information that identifies a child who is subject to a child protection proceeding. University of New Brunswick law professor Christian Whalen, who is also New Brunswick's former child and youth advocate, described Nova Scotia's proposed changes to the law as troublesome developments. And I won't read all of this because my colleague from Lunenburg West, she also referenced this in some of the quotes from that person. But this article goes on to share two other examples. And again, this is difficult, at least for me. I'm a mother of 4. I have many nieces and nephews, and to talk about this is difficult. It's important. University of King's College media law professor Lisa Taylor said this bill is a staggering restriction that does not improve the privacy or safety of children, insults the judiciary, and undermines the media's ability to deeply interrogate situations where things go gravely wrong. It just diminishes the existence of the child and feels very self-serving for anyone to suggest that this is in the child's best interest. It shields the system. The system is government. It shields the system from scrutiny of where it dropped the ball and where it failed children. Is that really what we want in this province? I don't think so. I think we need openness and transparency. And if the system has failed a child, we need to examine that, and we need to be open and to have those hard conversations. It's painful, but we've got to do better. When you know better, you do better. I think we've all heard that a few times in this place. Well, let's apply that to this. Let's apply that with our children. Professor Taylor said public interest in the case of Jack and Lily remains intense. I would agree, 10 months after they've disappeared. I have a hard time imagining that the average Nova Scotia voter can say, quote, yeah, less insight into what happens when vulnerable children go missing or die. In his submission to the Provincial Committee on Monday, Mr. Hutt raised the case of the Nova Scotia toddler Isaiah Surrett, who was killed by his mother in 2020 after he was returned home from foster care. The mother, Wendy Marie Surrett, pleaded guilty to manslaughter in December of 2025. Had the proposed amendments been in place, what we're debating right now, the public would be prevented from knowing the identity of his killer, because the proposed publication also shields the identities of any parents or foster parents. Identifying people accused of crimes is a cornerstone of Canada's open court system, Mr. Hutt said. The proposed ban protects the identity of those who have a relationship with the deceased child and who may be accountable for what happened. Moreover, he added, a deceased child's identity needn't be protected because they would no longer be the subject to stigmatization and emotional harm. He also said, requiring parties to request consent from the minister to identify a dead child is demeaning removes agency from parents, and has a direct impact on the open courts and the rule of law in a democratic society. There is nothing to suggest a minister's decision will not be influenced by outside factors, rather than being based on impartial and objective criteria. Mr. Hutt wrote, for instance, how will the minister exercise this discretion to permit or restrict openness if the minister's own agency may be implicated? So for everyone here, this is what you are voting on. It seems like nobody cares, which just boggles my mind, Mr. Chair. It is crazy to me that we are debating right now on the floor of this House the implication that a child could be murdered and this legislation is going to protect the murderer. I just can't even believe it, and people don't even seem to care. No one is, it's unbelievable. Half the people in this House right now are chatting and having a personal conversation, and we are debating banning the names of a murderer of a child that is in the protection of this government. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful of the children. Not of me, I don't care. I'm going to finish my comments, Mr. Chair, by referring to another submission in Public Bills Committee on this very issue. And there's actually not a name on this, it just says unfriended. And this person that presented in Public Bills Committee pertaining to this clause, Clause 8, says the prohibition, AKA publication. I'm sorry, I can't. The prohibition of AKA publication ban on publishing certain identifying information includes publishing through the use of social media. So to my understanding, this means no sharing on Facebook, X, etc. In other words, don't tell the world. I'm not sure what this is, that this is the message that we as a whole want to send to survivors when Nova Scotia has some of the highest rates of sex trafficking in the country. Many have to this date never reported. The prohibition on publication, AKA publication ban, to continue even after the death of a child and after the proceedings end? What on earth for? Does this mean that their story can never be told? Or do loved ones have to wait until their 16th birthday would have passed? My condolences and heartfelt thoughts out to anyone experiencing such a loss of life. Has anyone considered the family and friends and needs for comfort and supports during the grieving process should a youth die as a result of child abuse? Does that include accidents? Or is the public support for loved ones during the loss of a child limited to those who die of natural causes? Has anyone considered that in the case of suspected foul play, that a criminal may still have access to other unsuspecting innocent children under the ages of 16? What if those stories and publications could create the awareness needed to prevent more loss of life? How do we face new family and friends of victims, knowing that we could have prevented the same outcome? Such a good point. Prevention should and must be a consideration. Exception to the publication ban to the minister. Why? What would the minister personally gain knowledge and experience without a relationship to the child in order to determine the best path forward to the abused child? Does the minister have a crystal ball? Are we to determine that some children's stories are more important than others? Have we considered marginalized communities that have experienced racism and discrimination for many decades? Some have just begun to tell their stories. And I'm sure the Minister for New Affairs can relate to that. This bill would in turn have the potential to appear to protect the perpetrators of crimes against children. This bill serves to create an even tighter lockdown on information. Should the safety of violent offenders that prey on children be placed ahead of the right to safety of the children of Nova Scotia? And that's just an excerpt from one of the public bill's submissions. Mr. Chair, I hope people will consider this amendment and that others in the chamber will stand to speak on this clause. If there is good reasons from the government why this has come forward, I think all of us would like to hear those points. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's just important that we as a party, as a caucus, put our position on the floor, that we obviously are concerned with something brought forward to the legislature with only any explanation as to the why. That was mentioned at length by my two previous colleagues that spoke. And so I'd be in favor of the amendment and against Clause 8. I was prepared to vote against Clause 8 anyways, based on the commentary that we've hopefully all read from public bills and that's been public from those that are concerned nationally on the national stage, because this is an unprecedented step in Canada. So I'd like to know where this comes from and why now, and what's happening right now. Then in this session that the government sees fit to allow the minister to have such power that they would be the ones to give consent and take that agency away from parents to discuss what happened to their children, not anywhere else in Canada. And the publication ban specifically that continues after the death of the child. That's what's different. It's after the death piece. So what is the why around that? Because it can't be about stigma, which I understand would be the reason that the ban is in place while the child is alive. But if it is about stigma, what kind of emotional harm can happen when the child or children are no longer with us? So there are a number of examples I hope that the members have been able to review that gives you that clear juxtaposition that if the amendments were, if this change was actually in place beforehand, and incidents like we know of the mother where the 17-month-old lost their life and the mother is being charged with manslaughter, that would never become public. Imagine. So that's big change, and change not for the better, folks. Unless the minister is prepared to get up and stand up for the bill that she's bringing forward. I mean, it's one thing that ministers haven't answered direct questions around what's in the budget, but this needs an explanation. What is the impetus to make this unprecedented change in our country? And there are many other incidences here where these proposed amendments would have an impact on cases. Clear examples. So I just wanted to make sure that our voice was on the table here, and I hope we hear from at least one government opposite of why they want a publication ban to continue after the death of a child, which would, in this expert's words, say that the child's life would in effect be erased. And why they believe the minister, not only the current minister, but any minister in the future, can take over that power and would be in a clear conflict of interest. And I think the conflict of interest was well described by my colleague who has a legal background. But if there is a conflict where there is an implication on the department that minister presides over, and then they're also the ones deciding whether a name is being brought forward publicly, that is a conflict. So I'd love to hear from the minister, and I hope that she is willing to stand up for her bill in committee of the whole, because no member should vote for Clause 8. The whole country that works in this field is watching, and we have cases that may have gone a different way. So I hope people are understanding what they're voting for on Clause 8.
Shall Amendment Independent 4 carry?
No.
There's a call for recorded vote. Order, please. We will now do a recorded vote. And just a reminder, please speak clearly and to a level that we're able to hear you in the mic. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Masland. John Lohr.
No.
Brendan McGuire. Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross. Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns. Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadari.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek. Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald. Brian Wong.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McCory. Tim Outfit. Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen, Diane Timmons, David Bowlby,
No.
Nick Hilton,
No.
John White,
No.
Tim Hallman,
No.
Scott Armstrong,
No.
Jill Balzer,
No.
Colton LeBlanc, Claudia Chender, Lisa Lachance,
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc, Ian Rankin,
Yes.
Derek Mombercat,
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin,
Yes.
Paul Wozni,
Yes.
Susie Hansen,
Yes.
Kendra Coombs,
Yes.
Kent Smith, Greg Moreau,
No.
Tori Rushton,
No.
Ryan Robichaud,
No.
Becky Druin,
Yes.
Damian Stoylov, Danny McGilvery, Krista Gallagher, Rod Wilson, Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 9, nays 23.
Amendment Independent 4 is defeated. Shall clause 8... There's a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer, Nolan Young. Yes. Kim Maslin, John Lohr,
Yes.
Brendan McGuire, Tim Houston, Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson,
Yes.
Fred Tilley,
Yes.
Dave Ritzie,
Yes.
Twyla Gross, Tom Taggart,
Yes.
Brad Johns, Danielle Barkhouse, Adegoke Fadare,
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek, Leah Martin,
Yes.
Chris Palmer,
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard,
Yes.
John A. McDonald, Brian Wong,
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau,
Yes.
Brad McGowan,
Yes.
Kyle McQuarrie, Tim Outfit,
Yes.
Rick Burns, Julie Van Exen, Diane Timmons, David Bowlby,
Yes.
Nick Hilton,
Yes.
John White,
Yes.
Tim Hallman,
Aye.
Scott Armstrong,
Yes.
Jill Balzer,
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc, Claudia Chender, Lisa Lachance,
No.
Susan LeBlanc, Ian Rankin.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau.
We.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaud.
Yes.
Becky Druid.
No.
Damian Stoylop. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 24, nays 9.
Clause 8 is carried. Shall Clause 9 carry? Clause 9 is carried. Is there any debate on Clause 10? Shall Clause 10 carry? Clause 10 is carried. Is there any debate on Clause 11? I recognize the honorable member for Fairview Clayton Park. I recognize the honorable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank
Excellent.
you, Chair. If members could turn to change sheet NDP 3. The changes are on page 3. Delete the heading following clause 11 and substitute part 4, Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. Page 3, clauses 12 to 15, delete and substitute. 12. The Minister of Opportunities and Social Development shall consult with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers to ensure that the profession of social work can continue to operate independently and in the best interest of the public moving forward. Page 13, page 3, clause 16, renumber as 13. We've spoken about this. We've seen speakers come and present at public bills, and I'm going to read some of the submissions, but I do just want to start by saying that I find it extremely disturbing that the minister, who should be nonpartisan when performing her ministerial duties and responsibilities, is dismissive of consultation with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers because of the executive director's party affiliation. It is jarring that the minister would so boldly be partisan on the floor of the People's House when discussing legislation that gives her such broad overreach. So I'm going to read the submission by the Nova Scotia Government and General Employees Union. So if there seems to be a distaste of listening to what the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers have to say, which is invalid, let's listen to what the Nova Scotia Government and General Employees Union have to say about this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity for the Nova Scotia Government and General Employees Union, NSGEU, to provide a written submission on Bill 201. The NSGEU represents social workers, caseworkers, and support staff within the Departments of Opportunity and Social Development and Justice, who will be directly responsible for the implementation of Bill 201. These members are tasked with protecting the province's most vulnerable citizens. While the NSGEU supports several progressive measures within this legislation, most notably the extension of supports for youth and care, we have significant concerns regarding the practical capacity of the workforce to absorb these changes and the structural shift of the social work profession into the Regulated Health Professions Act. The amendment of the Children and Family Services Act, allowing the minister to provide services to young adults aged 19 to 25 2025 is a move that the NSGEU has long advocated for. Ending provincial support at age 19 has historically created a barrier that leaves former youth in care at high risk of housing instability and poverty. However, a legislative mandate is only as effective as the staffing levels provided to meet it. Our members in the child welfare are currently facing retention crises driven by unmanageable caseloads and high rates of vicarious trauma. By extending eligibility age, this government is effectively expanding the client base by 6 years. Just want to find the part that is more relevant to this clause specifically. The repeal of the Social Workers Act and the subsequent move of the profession under the Regulated Health Professions Act is a huge change to the governance of social work in Nova Scotia. The NSGEU maintains that social work is a unique profession rooted in social justice and advocacy distinct from clinical health models. As this transition occurs, it is imperative that professional identity is protected. Regulations must recognize that social workers operate in diverse settings, including schools, correctional facilities, and community agencies, not just clinical health environments. Costs are controlled. The transition must not result in increased registration or licensing fees for frontline workers. Collaborative governance. The NSCSW, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, must be central to the drafting of the new regulations to ensure the scope of practice is not narrowed or diluted. Advocacy. This change must not be used to silence the advocacy undertaken by the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. So this is all quoted from the publication, from the submission by the Nova Scotia Government Employees Union. Employees of this government that's bringing forward this change without consultation. The NSGEU supports the intent of Bill 201 to modernize our justice and social service systems. However, we caution the government that legislative expansion without corresponding investment in human resources is a recipe for system failure. To ensure the safety of Nova Scotia's children and the health of the workers who protect them, the government must pair this act with a robust recruitment and retention plan for social workers and ensure that professional identity is preserved during the transition to the Regulated Health Professions Act. So again, it calls for consultation to be made with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. And I'll say this again because we all know that ministerial responsibilities and duties should be carried without any type of partisanship. So to stand up in the people's house and to say, well, the executive director of this place was an NDP candidate is jarring. So I'm going to read another letter. This was an email. I will table all the things that I'm reading. And this was submitted by Catherine Bryan from Dalhousie. Dear Premier and members of Government of Nova Scotia, we write as social work practitioners, educators, researchers, and advocates to express our deep concern with the recent legislative changes. While the recent decision taken by our government to reverse some of the cuts, particularly in regard to older people, disability supports, and resources for Indigenous and African Nova Scotian students is a step in the right direction, we remain deeply troubled by the repeal of the Social Workers Act. Coupled with the funding reductions to vital organizations, long-standing diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and life-sustaining social programs, that decision will have significant negative implications for the people and communities served by this profession. We urge you then to reconsider these cuts and to restore the Social Workers Act. We are public-facing relational workers who support people as they navigate complex circumstances, often at moments of profound vulnerability. Our education prepares us to provide services to identify and challenge the structural conditions that cause harm and to propose policies that improve the lives of the communities that we serve. This work requires a depth of cognitive, emotional, and interpretive capacity in addition to complex technical and evidence-based expertise. Social workers are, moreover, bound to a progressive code of ethics and standards of practice that center relationship building, trust, advocacy, progressive policy change, and social justice. And yet, these skills and their corresponding competencies are consistently diminished. Nowhere is this more apparent than the conditions of social work labor. Persistent understaffing, high caseloads, administrative burden, stagnant wages, and the chronic underfunding of social services signal the structural devaluation of our profession. These conditions constrain relational practice, they normalize burnout and turnover, and they limit professional autonomy. As the primary employer of social workers in Nova Scotia, the province is responsible for this reality. In turn, the suggestion that the inclusion of social workers under the Regulated Health Professions Act is somehow neutral or necessary for effective, transparent social policy practice is, in our view, not only questionable, but suspect. Unlike physicians, pharmacists, and dentists who bill through government programs but otherwise operate independently, we are differently embedded in state institutions. In addition to providing support, we are charged with holding those institutions, our employers, accountable for failing to protect children, families, persons with disabilities, members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, refugees, and newcomers to Canada, those enduring poverty and homelessness, or who are otherwise marginalized within society. Placing regulatory authority in the hands of an employer with a documented history of problematic labor practices vis-a-vis our members, inclusion of social work under the RHPA undercuts our ability to do this work without increased fear of reprisal, as it does the ability of our professional associations, for example, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, again mentioned, and the NSGEU, to advocate on our behalf. It also dramatically undercuts the profession's trustworthiness. The profession's independence is vital for ensuring that decisions concerning social work and its mandate are made in the interest of the public, rather than the service of institutional priorities, which, reflected in the recent budget, are not those of the public. Eliminating the boundary between employer and regulator risks undermining these protections and is, we believe, intended to disempower social workers at a moment of growing need. And I would like to, again, go back to the fact that we don't have an independent child and youth advocate. So on top of that, there's now also a proposal to undercut the advocacy work of social workers who are at the heart of supporting our children and youth is really suspect. The realities of social work labor in Nova Scotia also signal the province's consistent abandonment of its constituents. Our position within state systems provides a unique vantage point from which to assess your government's actions. We consistently observe policy decision-making that deepens income inequality, making life for so many increasingly untenable. We are then equally concerned about the timing of these governance changes alongside significant additional reductions in services and supports at a time when Nova Scotians are experiencing rising poverty, housing insecurity, health inequities, persistent high cost of living, and an ongoing impact of toxic drug supply and other social crises. Weakening the capacity of the social work profession risks further eroding the supports that people depend upon and destroying their safety nets. In short, it is hard not to see the repeal of our governance statute alongside cuts to a wide range of critically important social programs in the 2026 budget as deeply intertwined and strategic. Together, they can only be read as an effort on the part of the government to undermine the profession at the moment when the province's most vulnerable and most deserving of justice are also being targeted. We urge the government of Nova Scotia to revert these changes and to engage in meaningful consultations with social workers, educators, professional bodies, unions, and community partners. And lastly, I'm going to just briefly I'm going to read media release by the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers entitled Nova Scotia College of Social Workers Dismayed by Government's Decision to Repeal the Social Workers Act. The Executive Council of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers is deeply disappointed by this government's decision to repeal the Social Workers Act without prior notice or consultation. Proactive regulation depends in part on a collaborative relationship and trust between the college and government. The college has a long-standing commitment to ensuring the safe and ethical delivery of social work practice in Nova Scotia, which includes a critical advocacy role. For decades, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers has worked tirelessly to address risks and challenges in the field of social work. The college has been a strong advocate for biopsychosocial mental health services, strengthening child and family well-being, and pursuing ethical solutions to systemic issues, such as the staggering reality of 40,000 children living in poverty in Nova Scotia. Notably, the college's advocacy efforts led to the creation of the Office of the Children and Youth in Nova Scotia. The executive expresses concern that the repeal of Social Workers Act may silence the college's advocacy voice, a voice that has consistently championed the needs of marginalized and vulnerable populations. This decision marks a troubling shift, said Robert Wright, president of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. It erodes the independence of social work as a self-regulated profession and places it under government watch. So again, going back to the fact of government overreach being the broad theme in this legislation, rather than maintaining an independent voice that works in the public's best interest. While the college remains committed in collaborating with the government to bring the profession of social work under the RHPA, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers will continue to use its mandate and expertise to advocate for ethical, effective, and equitable social work practices in Nova Scotia. The college is determined to ensure that the interests of the most vulnerable members of society, the very people that social workers serve, are not overlooked. The college calls on the government to engage in meaningful dialogue with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers to ensure that the profession of social work can continue to operate independently and in the best interest of the public. And so these are some of just some of the things that were submitted to public bills. There's a whole lot more, but I won't go through every single one of them. But I think the fact that we're moving with, that this government is suggesting such a broad change to a really unique profession that already has its regulations set in place is deeply troubling, especially at a time when the work that they do is so needed within Nova Scotia. And so I hope that that members support this, though, I mean, judging from the trends, we'll see. But this should not have been done. This should not have been done before consultation. And obviously, you know, all folks mentioned here said that they're open to working with the government, collaborating with the government to ensure that social workers are able to go under that Regulated Health Professionals Act in a way that does not undermine their advocacy work. And so it's not saying don't do it completely, it's saying let's talk. Take a pause, let's talk about how we can do this in a way that does not undermine the important work that they do. And with that, Chair, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to stand in support of the amendment put forth by my colleague. And I actually have a very similar amendment, but it's on a different clause. So I won't say a lot more, but I just wanted to stand and have it recorded that I do stand in support of her amendment and for all the reasons that she shared here to the House. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I just want to speak very briefly about this. I've spoken about it on several occasions, and certainly the Regulated Health Professionals Act was implemented in 2023, and it brings 21 regulated health professionals under the same act, and the regulations are profession specific. And I think it is just worthy to go over the fact, what does a college do? It actually regulates a profession. And there is associations, or are associations that actually promote a profession in a different way. So the ultimate role is to protect the public. And the member opposite talked about social workers working with the most vulnerable of all Nova Scotians, and she's absolutely correct. That's exactly who they work with. And we have a duty as a government through legislation to make sure that self-regulating professionals hold themselves to account. They look at their standards of practice, they look at their code of ethics, they look at their scope of practice and how they can expand that to better serve the changing needs of a population, of a community, of a province. And so it's incumbent on us to ensure that those most vulnerable folks are protected, those children are protected, and that if a social worker, if a registered nurse, if a physician, if any of those individuals do not uphold their standards of practice and code of ethics, that there is a college that can investigate these complaints, investigate them thoroughly, with rigor, hold people accountable to their standards of practice and code of ethics. In fact, it is what protects the most vulnerable people in our province. It is what protects people who are under the care of a regulated health professional. There will be ongoing consultation over the next year to build the regulations with social workers, with the Social Worker Association. And it will actually create more agility. Number one, perhaps there will be an opportunity to bring other health professionals in underneath the social workers, like we've seen as an example with physician assistants, like we've seen with podiatrists, able to come in under the Act and join other colleges in order to strengthen the care of all of the professionals who are providing care. And the regulations will be built. It will also, as things change, allow the College of Social Workers to meet with Department of Health and Wellness and say, you know what, we believe that there's an opportunity for us to expand our scope, and we'll be able to do that through working with them and bringing an OIC. We don't have to open legislation every time. It will allow them to be more agile. We've been able to do that with a number of professionals already. And so I want to reassure social workers across the province, this actually will create just as much autonomy. It will hold each individual and colleagues to a standard of practice and code of ethics. Many colleges or many professions have a college and an association, and the association is there to advance the profession. We see that. A good example is the College of Physiotherapists. They do the regulation. They work hand in glove with the Association of Physiotherapists and work to really move the profession ahead together. So one advocates for the profession, the other makes sure that the scope of practice, standards of practice, entry-level competencies, all of those things are aligned so that folks can move forward. So I do want to reassure social workers that this actually is a very positive step for their self-regulation. Many professions have advocacy underneath the work that they do. Certainly, I can speak to my own experience as public health nurse, looking at healthy policy, looking at poverty reduction, looking at a variety of different things where we do advocate and we talk about the systemic barriers for people achieving health. We talk about the social determinants of health, and that really is the role of public health. Upstream understanding, where there are consistent structural barriers in our systems that prevent people from experiencing health. And so, again, that advocacy is part of their role as social workers and likely will be in their standards of practice. So just to reassure folks, there will be extensive consultation as the social workers work with Department of Health to build their regulations. And what we've seen with other professions, it's been a very positive experience. And I think every health profession would say that they're very distinct and unique, and I think this honors that. We do have standards of practice, code of ethics. They are very similar. It helps This coming in under one act also helps smaller colleges, so there is a lot of expertise in larger colleges like nursing, like physicians, where they have this regulatory oversight. And because it is a privilege to be a self-regulating profession, when that doesn't happen, there should be a way, there should be a mechanism where a minister or government can step in and say, for a period of time, we are going to appoint somebody to help you get your ducks in a row, get direct. We've had to do that with a college already. It was a very collaborative and collegial process. We were able to do that with the registered counseling therapist. We worked with the board chair. We worked with the executive director. We recognized that there were some gaps. It's a small college, and we wanted to actually strengthen them. So this is really around public protection. This is really about strengthening the standards of practice and code of ethics of social workers across the province. We are very encouraged and excited to welcome them under this act. And certainly they already work in healthcare teams, work with the most vulnerable, work with primary care providers, work in community. And so I really do feel that while I appreciate it is a big change, it will be a very positive experience. We look forward to the process moving forward, and just again to encourage folks that this is actually a good thing. And I think, you know, as it unfolds, people will find that the process is very respectful and really an enabling piece of legislation for the profession.
All righty. Shaw Amendment. There has been a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. This is the recorded vote on Amendment NDP 3. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin. John Lord.
No.
Brendan McGuire. Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross. Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns. Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadare.
Nope.
Susan Corkum Greek. Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald. Brian Wong. Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
Nope.
Kyle McCory. Tim Outfit.
No.
Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen. Diane Timmons. David Bowlby.
No.
Order, please. We need dead silence during the recorded vote so the clerk can hear you clearly. I recognize the clerk. Please continue.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White.
No.
Tim Hallman.
Nope.
Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balser.
No.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc. Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Ryan Robichaud.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 8, nays 23.
Amendment NDP 3 is defeated. Shall Clause 11? There has been a call for a recorded vote on Clause 11. The bell shall ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin. John Lord.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire. Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns. Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek. Leah Martin.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John A. McDonald. Brian Wong. Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McCory. Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen. Diane Timmons. David Bolvey.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Lisa Lachance.
No.
Susan LeBlanc. Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
No.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaux.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
No.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 24, nays 7.
Clause 11 is carried. Is there any debate on Clause 12?
Carried.
Shall Clause 12 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall Clauses 13 to 15 carry?
Carried.
They are carried. Is there any debate on Clause 16? I recognize the honorable member for Cumberland North.
Sorry, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I stand to propose an amendment to Bill 201, and the amendment is as follows. Page 3, Clause 16, add the following subclause immediately after subclause 2. 3, sections 12 to 13 come into force on such a day as the governor and council orders and declares by proclamation, which must not be which must not be before the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development conducts consultations with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, and B, makes public a report summarizing the results of such consultation. So, Mr. Chair, my amendment is similar to the last one that was proposed and defeated, unfortunately, and it's for very similar reasons that have already been suggested. We heard from people in Public Bills Committee that shared their concerns about this portion of Bill 201. So we wanted to make sure that that their concerns were here in committee of the whole, sorry, it's getting late, and give the government an opportunity to make those changes based on the recommendations. It was nice to have the Minister of Health stand and speak to the proposed amendment by my colleague, and I'm wondering if that, I'm wondering if the Minister for Opportunities and Development, if that, I guess now that this will be under the Regulated Health Professions Act, the social workers will be under the purview of the Minister for Health and Wellness now. So I'm not sure the reasoning behind that. I know there's some concerns that social workers have shared. And I think that, I will echo some of the concerns that I've heard, Mr. Chair, and that is sometimes in this House, it's not always the legislation that's before us, but rather the lack of consultation and work that was done before the bill came here to the legislature. And we've talked about this in other, with regards to other bills, and so I would echo, I think that's really relevant with regards to this amendment that I've put forth. And I've put it forth out of respect for the social workers, for the social work profession. Echo some of the comments by my colleague. The work that they do is incredible. I'll just mention my assistant and I last night we were talking about some of the work that we do here in this legislature. We were talking about just some of the mundane work, but that the work that we do is very important. And we talked about, I guess, the foundation of principles that we all kind of stand on in our lives. And I guess what I'm getting to, Mr. Speaker, is we talked a little bit about one of our faiths, which is Christianity. And one of the scriptures that we talked about was around, it says God's work is taking care of widows and orphans. And I think that's really relevant scripture to share with relation to talking about social workers, because the work that they do is often with babies and children and youth that have sadly lost their parents and or have parents that are unable to take care of them. And I think that is some of the most incredible work that we can do, that people can do here on this earth. So I want to give credit to our social workers and the work that they do. I do believe the way that this particular piece of Bill 201 was done is disrespectful to social workers. And I say that because that's what they've said. They do not feel respected. They weren't consulted. They had no idea that this was coming, or at least that's my understanding. I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, that they were not aware of this happening. And I do remember when the Regulated Health Professions Act did come before this House, and I remember Gus Grant from the College of Physicians and Surgeons. He was livid. I remember when he came to Public Bills Committee. I remember several other health professions as well that came to Public Bills Committee. It was called Law Amendments Committee at the time. And they couldn't believe that the legislation that governed their bodies was being changed without anyone talking to them. And I don't know, I really think there's a better way, Mr. Chair, and I know that this legislature has a long history of the way things have been done, and I remember when I first got elected and being in opposition with some of the members, not all, but a few of the members that are here now with government. And I remember how indignant they were when things exactly like this happened. And they would speak, and they would advocate for people that were affected by legislation that was being proposed here in the House that weren't consulted. And they would say, we can do this better, and that someday we will do a better job. and they couldn't believe how members of government would all vote in favor of something that was so clearly distasteful and similar to the clause earlier with regarding the publication ban, like violating the Canadian Constitution. The fact that people would just vote in unison because they're told to versus doing their due diligence and actually studying out what they are voting on. And I think that hopefully people know that in this case that if they have social workers as constituents, that they are, if they're supporting this bill without supporting this amendment, as they didn't with my colleagues, that is showing disrespect to their constituents that are social workers because of the lack of consultation with them. But having said that, Mr. Chair, other colleagues and I have talked about this in the House. I'm not sure how we can create positive change when it comes to how laws are made in this province. I know that there's a better way. I've seen it in other jurisdictions, and I think now being able to think for myself and not be whipped to vote a certain way, it's so much clearer. It's like the veil's been lifted. It's like, wow, I can't believe the culture of the current way that laws are made in this province and other jurisdictions too. But I point to areas like Nunavut, where every MLA is an independent and votes. There's no whip. Their whip are their constituents, the people that represent them. And I don't know that the reason that their legislative assembly is that way is because it is actually based on Indigenous way of creating laws and based on a consensus model versus this model of combativeness and one against the other versus actually studying out legislation and law. Recently I had Dr. Robin McCory speak at a women's event for International Women's Day, and she impressed every woman that was in attendance. We had about 100 women, and she recommended a book to everyone that was there. It was called Invisible Women. And I highly recommend that to anyone here, women and men, because if you're a man, there's a good chance you've got women in your life, and it may help you to understand how the systems that we have in place, for the most part, have been designed to honor the way that designed by men and for men. And I do believe that this Legislative Assembly is similar to that. And this legislation that's before us, the fact that no offense to the men in the room, but the fact that it was brought forward without any consultation to social workers, who are not all, but good percentage of them are women. And I think that's an example of exactly what this book is talking about, that just because we've always done things that way doesn't mean we have to continue to do things that way, Mr. Chair. And it only takes, change starts one person at a time. And I do believe that Nova Scotians deserve better laws and legislation than what we've been doing historically here in this chamber. And I think this here amendment is just a really idealistic example of that we shouldn't be putting forth legislation that affects people without, especially broad organizations and groups like social workers, without having this respective consulting with them first. And listening to the comments of the Minister of Health, I'm really pleased to hear that there's been such good response and outcomes from the Regulated Health Professions Act. And I would hope that the same thing would happen with our social workers. However, sometimes the best way to prevent stress and anxiety is the work on the front end. So we probably wouldn't have had anyone come to Public Bills Committee upset and create the problems or anxiety through the profession throughout the province right now. I mean, let's face it, they're under enough stress with the type of work that they're doing. They certainly do not need additional stress. But we could have prevented that if there had been consultation done with their college And then the college could have communicated. They could have had town hall meetings throughout the province, in every county, because I do believe most of them are unionized, I'm pretty sure. So they could have involved the union. They could have been more collaborative. And I think that is the best way forward. And I would love to see that in all the legislation that comes forward here in the legislature. And I know that's not historically how we do things. But just like this book, Invisible Women, talks about, Mr. Chair, is that us women, we're a part of things now. And we're, gradually getting to be 50% of organizations like legislative chambers. We have a ways to go here in this chamber. But a lot of times women and men do have a different way of doing things. And that women in general tend to be more consultative and collaborative, I guess, in our approach. And I know that this legislature's been here over 200 years, but it doesn't mean that we can't change and strive for a better way forward. So I'll just finish up my comments on debate on this amendment with a couple of, I won't read through them all, but just want to table a couple documents from people that presented at Public Bills Committee. And one of them is really more of a question, and it was based on a submission from the ACE organization, Advocates for the Care of the Elderly. So they had a question about what happens to current complaints that are currently before the College of Social Work. Will they be carried forward through the Health Regulations Act? So in this submission, they write out on the second point, our ACE team complaint was submitted on December 8th, 2025, for which we received an acknowledgement. The action we were hoping for is that Robert Lafferty, Director of Protection for Persons in Care, is a licensed social worker, and I won't go on through, I'll read that, but they do have a concern what happens to the complaints that are before the college. And we had a submission from Catherine Armour imploring to reconsider Bill 201, instead allowing Nova Scotia College of Social Workers to continue as an independent entity. If you care about the livelihood and well-being of our province's most vulnerable citizens, you'll reconsider that change, table that. And then we also had a submission from, let me make sure I get the words right, Gus Rose Guzman. And they submitted this on behalf of the Dalhousie University School of Social Work student group. And I want to highlight one thing. Again, we have a lot of people, male, gender diverse, male, female representatives here in the House, and from different backgrounds. And I think this is pertinent, especially since I referenced the book Invisible Women. And this is taken from this letter from Gus Rose Guzman. It says, the actions taken by the provincial government perpetuate harmful colonial and paternalistic tactics of prioritizing the perspectives and goals of the state above the voices and experiences of the individuals fulfilling these roles and the service users involved. And I highlight that quote out of the letter, just again, referencing that the way this is brought forward without any consultation, it's kind of a top, heavy down approach, is not really how I think a lot of the people in this chamber necessarily would be supportive of how legislation and laws should be made in this province. And just a reminder, you don't have to vote in favor of something you don't believe in, even if somebody from another office is telling you to do so. Like, we're all here, we're all independent in our own, we're all individuals and can make choices on any of these votes. And another one I want to submit is from Cora Hales, and she says, first, I'm concerned about the lack of meaningful consultation with social workers. So I just want to highlight that. She finishes off by saying, I strongly urge the committee to consult with the profession of social work, a crucial step that was neglected. Secondly, I assert that the unique identity, roles, ethical commitments, and advocacy mandate of social work does not fit within the Regulated Health Professions Act, and I'll table that. And based on her comment, I just want to reference the actual Social Workers Act, and I know we're not allowed props, but I do have the act here before me. It's quite thick, Mr. Chair. 24 pages in total, and especially referencing that last quote, I thought it was interesting. Being a nurse, I can acknowledge sometimes there's tension or competition or sometimes, healthy rivalry between professions. But in this act, Social Workers Act, that's being repealed, it mentions a few things, but on page 3, it specifically says, this act does not apply to the practice of nursing. This act does not apply to the practice of teaching by a teacher as defined in Section 2 of the Education Act. This act does not apply to the practice of psychology by a person registered on the Register of Psychologists or Register of Candidates pursuant to the Psychologist Act. This act does not apply to the practice of any occupation, calling, or profession authorized by the Act of the province. This act does not apply to the clergy. This act does not apply to a person from carrying out volunteer functions, which may include in part components of the practice of social work, if the person does not perform such functions for remuneration and no representation is made by that person that the person is a social worker. This act does not apply to a person from carrying out for remuneration functions which include in part components of the practice of social work, if such functions are performed under the direct supervision of a social worker and no representation is made by the person that the person is a social worker. Or this act does not apply to a person employed by a volunteer social agency that is not providing to any significant extent social work services from carrying out functions that include in part components of the practice of social work, if such functions are restricted to carrying out the approved and recognized purposes and responsibilities of the agency, and no representation is made by the person that the person is a social worker. And nothing in this act requires any person to become registered pursuant to this act to perform such functions. And it goes on, to identify exactly who is covered under the Social Workers Act. The Nova Scotia Association of Social Workers is hereby continued as a body corporate under the name of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. And I wanted to emphasize those couple of points because I think social workers want to make sure people know that they do have a unique profession. They do perform unique roles within our healthcare system and within our community and for opportunities and development. And I think it's important that they feel respected. And I think it's important to note that right now with this piece of legislation, they do not, specifically because they weren't consulted. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I will table this letter brought forth, submitted by Caitlin Cantrell. And one of the quotes from her letter was, I was surprised by the notification I received from NSCSW to inform us that the legislation governing our profession was repealed with no consultation. Of course, with no consultation, the implications and concerns those in my profession have are largely unknown to you. I went and watched the announcement in the legislature and will firstly, thank you for recognizing the work that is being done by us and its significance. And at a time, Mr. Chair, that social workers are under such great distress, there's many children in our province that are needing the support and the service of our social workers. We should be striving to do everything we can to show them respect for the dignity of the work that they do. And for these reasons that I put forth, Mr. Chair, I ask for support of this amendment to Bill 201, which will require the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development to conduct consultations with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, making public a report summarizing the results of such consultations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. Wanted to stand up and say, echo the things that my colleague said, and hoping that maybe this one will go through since the other one was voted down or defeated. But I did want to also take a moment to thank the Minister of Health for getting up and giving remarks previously about this particular change, and to just say that, you know, the suggestions or the amendments that we're bringing forward isn't that we want new legislation to be written every time. That's not the point of having things in legislation. It's to have had the consultations before this change was even brought to the House. That way, there isn't a need to go back and adjust legislation every time a change is needed, because you've already had those discussions prior. And so, you know, while I appreciate the nimbleness that regulations bring over legislation, this would not have been an issue had the consultation happened prior to this bill being introduced in the first place. That's really mostly what I wanted to say, though I do want to just quickly also quote a couple of the submissions made to public bills regarding this change. The first one is a letter from Patricia Stevens-Brown, who is a registered social worker. And Patricia says to be regulated by another governing body would interfere with the process of social justice and create a conflict of interest as social workers adhere to their professional standards of practice that ensure integrity, competence, and value relationships that acknowledge a person's worth and respect human dignity. Their alignment with the social determinants of health speaks to the needs of adequate housing, food security, reduction of poverty, provisions of health services, and inclusion of all societal members regardless of their origin. The Nova Scotia College of Social Workers, the regulating body of professional social workers in Nova Scotia, has worked tirelessly to collaborate with the government to fill gaps, to assist government efforts to provide and act accountable in the best interest of the people, a task our democratic government is assigned. And so, you know, going back again to the comments made by the Minister of Health, when it comes to the safety of folks being served by social workers, that's what the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers is there to do. They also handle complaints, as also my colleague from Cumberland North mentioned. Obviously, there are complaints that are currently in the process with the College of Social Workers, so what's going to happen to those? I'll table this letter, and I'm going to read a different part of a letter that was already tabled by my colleague, written by Caitlin Cantrell, and that is, when social work is regulated by government, there are some values and underpinnings that change what we do, shift power and intent. There's a fear and risk that we will be held back from anti-oppressive advocacy and systems challenging. Given this decision and how this decision came about leaves little confidence in that the underpinnings of this profession will be honored or protected. It highlights what is often advocated for, nothing about us without us. We are not unseen nor silent. This approach, regardless of the value or intent, stains the outcome with the oppressive and colonial marks that cannot be the foundation of this profession without creating harm. It is hard enough for us to work within systems that have these origins. To add the layer of superseding governance in this way, it removes the self-governing foundation, which allows us to balance and challenge the oftentimes unintentional abuses that come from colonial frameworks. Lastly, I'm hoping that maybe one of the ministers is able to answer the question that my colleague had put forward from Cumberland North. Will this change mean that social workers will now be under the purview of the Department and the Minister of Health and Wellbeing and no longer under OSD? So if we can just get a little bit of clarification on that, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief, in part because my colleagues who just spoke actually covered much of the ground that I wanted to cover. So I'm standing in support of the Independent 5 amendment, which would require that consultations be conducted with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers and a public report be issued summarizing the results of those consultations before the coming into force of this legislation. And I think that's an elegant solution to a problem that I think everyone or almost everyone who has spoken on this particular element of the Act respecting justice and social services has raised. And so I was going to reference many of the submissions that both of my colleagues who just spoke referenced. I won't do that. I won't read the same things that they read. They were compelling and they cover the ground, but I do want to go through each by each because I don't think I heard them say, although it may have been implied, these are all the submissions, and I think every single one of them raised this point as a problem. Every single one of them. And so we heard quotes just a moment ago from the letter from, and I don't think I need to table these because they've already been tabled as well, but the letter from Caitlin Cantrell, who has some substantive concerns, but significantly her concerns center around the lack of consultation, the lack of notice, the lack of engagement, and not only the implications of that, I would say, for just the development of this policy, the development of this clause, but also the implications that has on the trust of the social workers who are impacted and the system who is impacted. And so that was a central theme of the letter that Ms. Cantrell submitted. The next one that I have is the NSGEU submission. And again, the NSGEU submission was quite comprehensive. It spoke about a number of elements of this piece of legislation, of the Omnibus Act, of Bill 201. But, and it had elements that it identified as being positive. The NSGEU also identified elements that were negative or concerning. But similarly, they identified the need for engagement in the process. And they identified the need in this case for the College of Social Workers to be involved in the drafting of provisions that relate to this. And so, you know, again, the same theme appears in that submission. The next submission that I have in front of me, again, that went to the Committee on Public Bills, was submitted on behalf of the Dalhousie University School of Social Work student group. And again, it's a 2-page letter, and there are substantive elements in here that address concerns and issues with the bill that's brought forward. But front and center is their condemnation of the process that government used to come to this decision, and the lack of transparent collaboration and communication with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. And again, it points out that this doesn't just have an impact from the substance. So it is not only the case that the failure to collaborate and communicate and engage means that you don't get as good a decision, but it's also the case that you undermine relationships when you do that. And they go on very much to talk about that aspect as well. And you know, so it's a theme. It's a theme, and it's run through. I want to go through all of them. Again, not reading from them, but just to make the point that this is something that everyone who submitted on this bill identified. This is a submission from Catherine Armour, and she's seeking to have this just not happen at all. But she identifies that the move towards this destroys respect and trust. And again, it's a reflection of the process that does not respect and engage. And it does have damaging consequences for relationships. I know at least one of the members who've spoken on this amendment referenced the letter from the ACE team, the Advocates for the Care of the Elderly, who again wrote a letter that identifies substantive concerns associated with the changes in this bill. But again, in addition to the substantive concern, they are concerned about the lack of notice and consultation that was given with the College of Social Workers before introduction of the bill. So without fail, this is an issue that every person who has submitted, every organization who has submitted, has identified. And so the last one that I will speak to is another submission to Public Bills Committee, and this person is an associate member of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. And again, front and center in this letter is the concern of lack of meaningful consultation with both social workers and students prior to enacting the change, and very rightfully identifies that a decision of this magnitude should involve transparent, profession-wide engagement and collaboration. The only other thing that I did want to say in support, in relation to this amendment that I support, is a thread that both members also have spoken to, and that is the question of the shift of having social workers potentially, presumably, we now believe, to fall within and under the Department of Health. And I won't belabor the point, we've spoken about it a bit, but it is, I think, really important to acknowledge that social work is not exclusively health work. Certainly, there are many social workers who work within the healthcare system. And there is overlap in terms of what that work entails and the principles that are applied in doing that work, but they are not the same. Social work is different than healthcare work. Social work is broader than healthcare work. There are different principles involved, different issues involved. Social work has elements, very regularly, has elements of investigation that is required that are not typically required for most healthcare professionals. And they address different situations, they apply different lenses, and I think there's a lot to the concern that just shifting the sector from the umbrella of one department, where they largely work and interact with systems that fit within that department, once community services, now opportunities in social development, into something that is entirely a healthcare lens. I think there needs to be discussion about that. I think there needs to be significant discussion about that, and it clearly hasn't happened. I don't know what the implications are, but I am quite confident that the many folks who have made submissions to public bills and have spoken out about the impact of this and their concerns about this will have lots of very insightful thoughts about what that means for them. And if government is committed to moving ahead with this change, which, some people have called for this to not happen at all, we're debating a clause now that would allow it to happen but would require consultation first. So if that's what's going to happen, if there are issues that arise because of the different paradigms that these sectors apply and work within, the consultation process with the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers will allow government to mitigate those and to make plans to address those and to ensure that the needs of social workers in serving clients and serving communities and serving children and families and Nova Scotians are supported so that they are able to continue to practice their profession in a way that is in accordance with their profession and not be unduly subject to the imposition of a sector that is a different sector. Both are caring sectors, both are important sectors. There is overlap, but they are not the same. And so for those reasons, I think that it's incumbent on government to engage with the College of Social Workers before proceeding with this. And for that reason, I'm standing in support of the independent Amendment 5 that adds clause 16 that requires that consultation under law, and then also allows for a public, or requires a public reporting, because it is also important that the public understands the outcome of that, the advice that was received and the direction that's taken. So those are my remarks, and I'm pleased to be supporting this amendment, and with that, I'll take my seat.
All right. Shall Amendment Independent 5 carry? There was a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. We will have a recorded vote on Amendment Independent 5. Just a reminder, there's some members that have quiet voices, so please project with confidence into the microphone. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer. Nolan Young.
No.
Kim Maslin. John Lohr.
No.
Brenda McGuire. Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Twyla Gross. Tom Taggart.
No.
Brad Johns. Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadare.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek. Leah Martin.
No.
Chris Palmer. No. Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
John A. McDonald. Brian Wong. Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Brad McGowan.
No.
Kyle McCory. Tim Outfit.
Nope.
Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen. Diane Timmons. David Bowlby.
No.
Nick Hilton.
No.
John White.
No.
Tim Hallman. Scott Armstrong.
No.
Jill Balzer. Colton LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc. Ian Rankin. Derek Mombercat. Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Greg Moreau.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Ryan Robichaux.
No.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov. Danny McGilvery. Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 7, nays 21.
Amendment Independent 5 is defeated. Shall Clause 16 carry? Carried. It is carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
Chair, I ask that you do now rise and report the progress to the House.
Very well. We shall take a brief recess as we set back up.
The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 201, without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favorable consideration of the House.
Ordered that this bill be read a third time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this concludes government business for today. I move that the House do now rise to meet again tomorrow, Friday, March 27th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. Following daily routine and question period, government business will include Committee of the Whole House on Bills, 193, Powering the Economy, 200, 201, and third reading of 203, 186, and 205.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Friday, March 27th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until Friday, March 27th, 9 a.m.